by Patricia Cornwell. Narrated by Christine McMurdo Wallace.
Chapter 1. The last Monday morning of March began with promise in the historic city of Richmond, Virginia, where prominent family names had not changed since the war that was not forgotten. Traffic was scant on downtown streets and the internet. Drug dealers were asleep, prostitutes tired, drunk drivers sober, pedophiles returning to work, burglar alarms silent, domestic fights on hold. Not much was going on at the morgue. Richmond, built on 7 or 8 hills, depending on who counts, is a metropolitan center of unflagging pride that traces its roots back to 1607, when a small band of fortune-hunting English explorers got lost and laid claim to the region by planting a cross in the name of King James. The inevitable settlement at the fall line of the James River, predictably called the Falls, suffered the expected tribulations of trading posts and forts and anti-British sentiments, revolution, hardships, floggings, scalpings, treaties that didn't work, and people dying young. Local Indians discovered fire, water, and hangovers, and traded herbs, minerals, and furs for hatchets, ammunition, cloth, kettles, and more fire water. Slaves were shipped in from Africa. Thomas Jefferson designed Monticello, the Capitol, the state penitentiary. He founded the University of Virginia, drafted the Declaration of Independence, and was accused of fathering mulatto children. Railroads were constructed. The tobacco industry flourished, and nobody sued. All in all, life in the genteel city ambled along reasonably well until 1861, when Virginia decided to secede from the Union, and the Union wouldn't go along with it. Richmond did not fare well in the Civil War. Afterward, the former capital of the Confederacy went on as best it could with no slaves and bad money. It remained fiercely loyal to its defeated cause, still flaunting its battle flag, the Southern Cross, as Richmonders marched into the next century and survived other terrible wars that were not their problem because they were fought elsewhere. By the late 20th century, things were going rather poorly in the capital city. Its homicide rate had climbed as high as second in the nation. Tourism was suffering. Children were carrying guns and knives to school and fighting on the bus. Residents and department stores had abandoned downtown and fled to nearby counties. The tax base was shrinking. City officials and city council members didn't get along. The governor's antebellum mansion needed new plumbing and wiring. General Assembly delegates continued slamming desktops and insulting each other when they came to town, and the chairman of the House Transportation Committee carried a concealed handgun onto the floor. Dishonest gypsies began dropping by on their migrations north and south, and Richmond became a home away from home for drug dealers traveling along I-95. The timing was right for a woman to come along and clean house. Or perhaps it was simply that nobody was looking when the city hired its first female police chief, who this moment was out walking her dog. Daffodils and crocuses were blooming, the morning's first light spreading across the horizon, the temperature an unseasonable 70 degrees. Birds were chatty from the branches of budding trees, and Chief Judy Hammer was feeling uplifted and momentarily soothed. "Good girl, Popeye," she encouraged her Boston Terrier. It wasn't an especially kind name for a dog whose huge eyes bulged and pointed at the walls, but when the SPCA had shown the puppy on TV and Hammer had rushed to the phone to adopt her, Popeye was already Popeye and answered only to that name. Hammer and Popeye kept a good pace through their restored neighborhood of Church Hill, the city's original site, quite close to where the English planted their cross. Owner and dog moved briskly past antebellum homes with iron fences and porches, and slate and false mansard roofs and turrets, stone lintels, chased wood, stained glass, scroll-sawn porches, gables, raised so-called English and picturesque basements, and thick chimneys. They followed East Grace Street to where it ended at an overlook that was the most popular observation point in the city. On one side of the precipice was the radio station WRVA, and on the other was Hammer's 19th century Greek Revival house, built by a man in the tobacco business about the time the Civil War ended. Hammer loved the old brick, the bracketed cornices and flat roof and granite porch. She craved places with a past, and always chose to live in the heart of the jurisdiction she served. She unlocked the front door, turned off the alarm system, freed Popeye from the leash, and put her through a quick circuit of sitting pretty, and getting down, in exchange for treats. Hammer walked into the kitchen for coffee, her ritual every morning the same. After her walk and Popeye's continuing behavioral modification, Hammer would sit in her living room, scan the paper, and look out long windows at the vista of tall office buildings, the Capitol, the Medical College of Virginia, and acres of Virginia Commonwealth University's Biotechnology Research Park. It was said that Richmond was becoming the city of science, a place of enlightenment and thriving health. But as its top law enforcer surveyed edifices and downtown streets, she was all too aware of crumbling brick smokestacks, rusting railroad tracks and viaducts, and abandoned factories and tobacco warehouses with windows painted over and boarded up. She knew that bordering downtown, and not so far from where she lived, were 5 federal housing projects, with 2 more on South Side. If one told the politically incorrect truth, all were breeding grounds for social chaos and violence, and were clear evidence that the Civil War continued to be lost by the South. Hammer gazed out at a city that had invited her to solve its seemingly hopeless problems. The morning was lighting up, and she worried there would be one more cruel cold snap left over from winter. Wouldn't that be just like everything else these days, the final petty act, the eradication of what little beauty was left in her horrendously stressful life? Doubts crowded her thoughts. When she had forged the destiny that had brought her to Richmond, she had refused to entertain the possibility that she had become a fugitive from her own life. Her 2 sons were grown, and had distanced themselves from her long before their father, Seth, had gotten ill and died last spring. Judy Hammer had bravely gone on, gathering her life's mission around her like a crusader's cape. She resigned from the Charlotte PD, where she had been resisted and celebrated for the miracles she wrought as its chief. She decided it was her calling to move on to other southern cities and occupy and raise and reconstruct. She made a proposal to the National Institute of Justice that would allow her to pick beleaguered police departments across the South, spend a year in each, and bring all of them into a union of one for all and all for one. Hammer's philosophy was simple. She did not believe in cops' rights. She knew for a fact that when officers, the brass, precincts, and even chiefs seceded from the department to do their own thing, the result was catastrophic. Crime rates went up, clearance rates went down. Nobody got along. The citizens who law enforcement was there to protect and serve locked their doors, loaded their guns, cared not for their neighbors, gave cops the finger, and blamed everything on them. Hammer's blueprint for enlightenment and change was the New York crime control model of policing known as CompStat, or Computer-Driven Statistics. The acronym was an easy way to define a concept far more complicated than the notion of using technology to map crime patterns and hotspots in the city. CompStat held every cop accountable for everything. No longer could the rank and file and their leaders pass the buck, look the other way, not care, not know the answers, say they couldn't help it, were about to get around to it, hadn't been told, forgot, meant to, didn't feel well, or were on the phone or off duty at the time. Because on Mondays and Fridays, Chief Hammer assembled representatives from all precincts and divisions and gave them hell. Clearly, Hammer's battle plan was a northern one, but as fate would have it, when she presented her proposal to Richmond's City Council, it was preoccupied with infighting, mutiny, and usurpations. At the time, it didn't seem like such a bad thing to let someone else solve the city's problems. So it was that Hammer was hired interim chief for a year and allowed to bring along 2 talents she had worked with in Charlotte. Hammer began her occupation of Richmond. Soon enough, stubbornness set in. Hatred followed. The city patriarchs wanted Hammer and her NIJ team to go home. There was not a thing the city needed to learn from New York, and Richmonders would be damned before they followed any example set by the turncoat carpetbagging city of Charlotte. which had a habit of stealing Richmond's banks and Fortune 500 companies. Deputy Chief Virginia West complained bitterly through painful expressions and exasperated huffs as she jogged around the University of Richmond track. The slate roofs of handsome collegiate Gothic buildings were just beginning to materialize as the sun thought about getting up, and students had yet to venture out, except for 2 young women who were running sprints. "I can't go much farther," West blurted out to Officer Andy Brazil. Brazil glanced at his watch. 7 more minutes, he said. "Then you can walk." It was the only time she took orders from him. Virginia West had been a deputy chief in Charlotte when Brazil was still going through the police academy and writing articles for the Charlotte Observer. Then Hammer had brought them with her to Richmond, so West could head investigations, and Brazil could do research, handle public information, and start a website. Although one might argue that, in actuality, West and Brazil were peers on Hammer's NIJ team, in West's mind she outranked Brazil and always would. She was more powerful. He would never have her experience. She was better on the firing range and in fights. She had killed a suspect once, although she wasn't proud of it. Her love affair with Brazil back in their Charlotte days had been due to the very normal intensity of mentoring. So he'd had a crush, and she'd gone along with it before he got over it. So what? "You notice anybody else killing himself out here? Except those 2 girls, who are either on the track team or have an eating disorder?" West continued to complain in gasps. "No, and guess why? Because this is stupid as shit. I should be drinking coffee, reading the paper right now." "If you'd quit talking, you could get into a rhythm," said Brazil, who ran without effort in navy Charlotte PD sweats and Saucony shoes that whispered when they touched the red rubberized track. "You really ought to quit wearing Charlotte shit." She went on talking anyway. "It's bad enough as is. Why make the cops here hate us more?" "I don't think they hate us." Brazil tried to be positive about how unfriendly and unappreciative Richmond cops had been. "Yes, they do." "Nobody likes change," Brazil reminded her. "You seem to," she said. It was a veiled reference to the rumor West had heard barely a week after they had moved here. Brazil had something going on with his landlady, a wealthy single woman who lived in Church Hill. West had asked for no further information. She had checked out nothing. She did not want to know. She had refused to drive past Brazil's house, much less drop by for a visit. "I guess I like change when it's good," Brazil was saying. "Exactly." "Do you wish you'd stayed in Charlotte?" "Absolutely." Brazil picked up his pace just enough to give her his back. She would never forgive him for saying how much he wanted her to come with him to Richmond, for talking her into something yet one more time because he could, because he used words with clarity and conviction. He had carried her away on the rhythm of feelings he clearly no longer had. He had crafted his love into poetry, and then fucking read it to someone else. "There's nothing for me here," said West, who put words together the way she hung doors and shutters and built fences. "I mean, let's be honest about it." She wasn't about to paint over anything without stripping it first. "It sucks." She sawed away. "Thank God it's only for a year." She pounded her point. He replied by picking up his pace. "Like we're some kind of MASH unit for police departments," she added. "Who were we kidding? What a waste of time. I don't remember when I've wasted so much time." Brazil glanced at his watch. He didn't seem to be listening to her, and she wished she could get past his broad shoulders and handsome profile. The early sun rubbed gold into his hair. The 2 college women sprinted past, sweaty and fat-free, their muscular legs pumping as they showed off to Brazil. West felt depressed. She felt old. She halted and bent over, hands on her knees. "That's it," she exclaimed, heaving. 46 more seconds. Brazil ran in place like he was treading water, looking back at her. "Go on." "You sure?" Fly like the wind. She rudely waved him on. Damn it, she bitched as her flip phone vibrated on the waistband of her running shorts. She moved off the track, over to the bleachers, out of the way of hard-bodied people who made her insecure. West, she answered. Virginia? It's... Hammer's voice pushed through static. Chief Hammer? West loudly said. Hello? Virginia, you there? Hammer's voice scattered more. West pressed a hand over her other ear, trying to hear. That's bullshit, a male voice suddenly broke in. West started walking, trying to get into a better cell. Virginia? Hammer's voice barely crackled through. Can do it any time. Usual rules apply. The male voice was back. He had a southern drawl and was obviously a redneck. West felt instant hostility. Time to kill. Got to or score. The redneck spoke in distorted blurts. An ugly dog not worth lead to shoot it. A second redneck suddenly answered the first redneck. How much? Depends on maybe a couple of hundred. Just between us. If Buddy finds not invited. What? Hammer's voice surfaced and was gone. Use a cold nose, not your piece shit blue. Chief Hammer. West started to say more, then caught herself, realizing the rednecks might be able to hear them, too. Coons, the first redneck came back. Not one born too smart for Dismal Swamp. Got that right, Bubba. We covered a blanket. Okay, Smudge, buddy. Early morning? West was silently shocked as she listened to two men plan a homicide that clearly was racially motivated, a hate crime, a score to settle that involved robbery. It sounded as if the murder would go down early in the morning. She wondered if a cold nose was slang for a snub-nose revolver, and if blue referred to a gun that was blue steel versus stainless steel or nickel-plated. Clearly, the psychos planned to wrap the body in a blanket and dump it in the Dismal Swamp. Static. Low rain. Bubba's fractured voice was back. At old pumps. Cut engine. Headlights off, so don't wake. Static, and the cell cleared. Chief Hammer? West said. Chief Hammer, are you still there? Bubba. The second stranger cackled again. Somebody's on. Static, scratch, blare, blip. God damn it, West muttered when her phone went dead. Bubba's real name was Butner Fluck IV. Unlike so many fearless men devoted to pickup trucks, guns, topless bars, and the Southern Cross, he had not been born into the tribe of Bubbas, but rather had grown up the son of a theologian in the North Side neighborhood of Ginner Park, where old mansions were in disrepair and Civil War cannonballs were popular on porches. Butner came from a long line of Butners who always went by the nickname Butt, and it was lost on his erudite father, Dr. Butt Fluck III, that calling his son Butt, in this day and age, set the child up for problems. By the time little Butt had entered the first grade, the slurs, the slander, and the derision were on every tongue. They were whispered in class, shouted on buses and playing fields, and drawn on sheets of notebook paper slipped from desk to desk or left inside little Butt's locker. When he wrote his name, it was Butt Fluck. In the teacher's grade books, he was Fluck, Butt. Any way he looked at it, he was screwed, really. And of course his peers came up with any number of other renditions. Mother Butt Flucker, Butter Flucker, Butt-flucking boy, Buttock Fluck, and so on. When he retreated into his studies and went to the head of the class, new pet names were added to the list. Butthead, Fluckhead, Mother-flucking Butthead, Head Butthead, et al. For Butt's 9th birthday, he requested camouflage and several toy guns. He became a compulsive eater. He spent a lot of time in the woods hunting imaginary prey. He immersed himself in a growing stash of magazines featuring mercenary soldiers, anarchists, trucks, assault weapons, Civil War battlefields, and women in swimsuits. He collected manuals on simple car care and repair, and automotive tools and wiring, wilderness survival, fishing and hiking in bear country. He sneaked cigarettes and was rude. His 10th year, he changed his name to Bubba, and was feared by all. This early Monday morning, Bubba was driving home from the 3rd shift at Philip Morris, his CB and two-way radios turned on, his portable phone plugged into the cigarette lighter, Eric Clapton on the CD. His stainless steel Colt Anaconda 44 with its 8-inch barrel and Bushnell hollow sight on a B-square base was tucked under his seat within quick reach. Multiple antennas bobbed on his red 1990 Jeep Cherokee, which Bubba did not realize had been listed in the used car buying guide as a used car to avoid, or that it had been wrecked and had 100,000 more miles on it than the odometer showed. Bubba had no reason to doubt his good buddy, Joe Smudge Bruffy, who last year had sold the Jeep to Bubba for only $3,000 more than the Blue Book value. In fact, it was Smudge that Bubba had been talking to on the portable phone moments earlier when the two other voices broke in. Bubba hadn't been able to make out what the two women were saying, but the name Chief Hammer had been unmistakable. He knew it meant something. Bubba had been raised in a Presbyterian atmosphere of predestination, God's will, inclusive language, exegesis, and colorful stoles. He had rebelled. In college, he had studied Far Eastern religions to spite his father, but none of Bubba's acting out had eradicated the essence of his early indoctrination. Bubba believed there was purpose. Despite all setbacks and personal flaws, he had faith that if he accumulated enough good karma, or perhaps if yin and yang ever got along, he would discover the reason for his existence. So when he heard Chief Hammer's name over the cell phone, he experienced a sudden release of gloominess and menacing persecution, a buoyant happiness and surge of power. He was transformed into the warrior on a mission he had always been destined to become, as he followed Midlothian Turnpike to Muskrat's Auto Rescue, this time for another windshield leak. Bubba snapped up the mic of his two-way Kenwood radio and switched over to the security channel. Unit 1 to Unit 2. He tried to raise Honey, his wife, as he followed the 4-lane artery of Southside out of Chesterfield County and into the city limits. No answer. Bubba's eyes scanned his mirrors. A Richmond police cruiser pulled in behind him. Bubba slowed down. Unit 1 to Unit 2. Bubba tried again. No answer. Some shithead kid in a white Ford Explorer was trying to cut in front of Bubba. Bubba sped up. Unit 1 to Unit 2. Bubba hated it when his wife didn't respond to him immediately. The cop remained on Bubba's tail, dark Oakleys staring straight into Bubba's rearview mirror. Bubba slowed again. The punk in the Explorer tried to ease in front of Bubba, right turn signal flashing. Bubba sped up. He deliberated over what form of communication to use next, and picked up his portable phone. He changed his mind. He thought about trying his wife again on the two-way, and decided not to bother. She should have gotten back to him the first and second times. The hell with her. He snapped up the mic to his CB, eyeing the cop in his mirrors, and keeping a check on the Explorer. Yo, Smudge! Bubba hailed his buddy over the CB. You on track? Come back to Yak. Unit 2. His wife's out-of-breath voice came over the two-way. Bubba's portable phone rang. Sorry. Oh, my, Honey sweetly said as she gasped. Oh, dear, let me catch my breath. Phew, was chasing a half-shell. She wouldn't come. That dog. Bubba ignored her. He answered the phone. Bubba, said Gig Dan, Bubba's supervisor at Philip Morris. Tracking and yakking, buddy. Smudge came back over the CB. Unit 2 to Unit 1? Honey anxiously persisted over the two-way. "Yo, Gig," Bubba said into the portable phone. "What's going on?" "Need you to come in and work the second half of second shift," Gig told him. "Tiller called in sick." Shit, Bubba thought. Today, of all days, when there was so much to do and so little time. It depressed the hell out of him to think about showing up at 8 o'clock tonight and working 12 straight hours. 10-4, Bubba replied to Gig. "When you want to shine on Yellow Eyes." Smudge hadn't given up. Bubba didn't really like coon hunting all that much. His coon dog Half-Shell had her problems, and Bubba worried about snakes. Besides, Smudge always got a higher score. It seemed all Bubba did was lose money to him. "Before Slithers wake up, I guess." Bubba tried to sound sure of himself. "So go ahead and shake out a plan." 10-4, good buddy, Smudge came back. "Got you covered like a blanket." Chapter 2. Smoke was a special needs child. This had become apparent in the second grade, when he had stolen his teacher's wallet, punched a female classmate, carried a revolver to school, set several cats on fire, and smashed up the principal's station wagon with a pipe. Since those early misguided days in his hometown of Durham, North Carolina, Smoke had been written up 52 times for assault, cheating, plagiarism, extortion, harassment, gambling, truancy, dishonesty, larceny, disruptive dress, indecent literature, and bus misconduct. He had been arrested 6 times for crimes ranging from sexual assault to murder, and had been on probation, on supervised probation with special conditions, in an alternative to detention program, in detention, in a wilderness camp therapeutic program, in a community guidance clinic where he received psychological evaluation, and in an anger coping group. Unlike most juveniles who were delinquent, Smoke had parents who showed up for all of his court appearances. They visited him in detention. They paid for attorneys and dismissed one right after the other when Smoke complained and found fault. Smoke's parents enrolled him in 4 different private schools, and blamed each one when it didn't work out. It was clear to Smoke's father, a hard-working banker, that his son was unusually bright and misunderstood. Smoke's mother was devoted to Smoke and always took his side. She never believed he was guilty. Both parents believed their son had been set up because the police were corrupt, didn't like Smoke, and needed to clear cases. Both parents wrote scathing letters to the district attorney, the mayor, the attorney general, the governor, and a U.S. senator when Smoke was finally locked up in C.A. Dillon Training School in Butner. Of course, Smoke didn't stay there long, because when he turned 16, he was no longer a minor according to North Carolina law, and was released. His juvenile record was expunged. His fingerprints and mugshots were destroyed. He had no past. His parents thought it wise to relocate to a city where the police, whose memories were not expunged, would not know Smoke or harass him anymore. So it was that Smoke moved to Richmond, Virginia, where this morning he was feeling especially mean-spirited and in a mood to cause trouble. "We got 20 minutes, he said to Divinity. She was leaning against him as he drove the Ford Escort his father had bought him when Smoke had gotten his Virginia driver's license. Divinity started kissing Smoke's jaw and rubbing her hand between his legs to see if anybody was home. "We got all the time you want, baby," she breathed in his ear. "Fuck school. Fuck that little kid you pick up." "We got a plan, remember?" Smoke said. He was in running shoes, loose-fitting sweats, a bandana around his head, tinted glasses on. He wound his way through streets within a block of the Crestar Bank on Patterson Avenue, in the city's west end, and spotted a small brick house on Kensington, where there was no car or newspaper, no one home, it seemed. He pulled into the driveway. "Anybody answers, we're trying to find Community High School," Smoke reminded her. "Lost in space, baby," Divinity said, getting out. She rang the doorbell twice and was met with silence. Smoke got into the passenger's seat, and Divinity drove him back to Crestar Bank. The sky was pale and clear, and traffic was picking up as people began a new work week and realized they needed cash for parking and lunch. The bank's ATM wasn't doing any business at the moment, and that was good. Smoke climbed out of the car. "You know what to do," he said to Divinity. He walked toward the bank as she drove off. He went around to the drive-thru where he could not be seen. It wasn't long before a young man in a Honda Civic hatchback parked in front of the ATM. Smoke came out from behind the bank, taking his time. The young man was busy making his transaction and didn't notice Smoke's angled approach out of range of the camera. Smoke was so swift, his victims were always too shocked to move. Smoke slapped duct tape over the camera lens and the man's eyes. Smoke jabbed the barrel of his Glock pistol into the small of the man's back. "Don't move," Smoke said quietly. The man didn't. "Hand the money behind you real slow." The man did. Smoke looked around. Another car was pulling off Patterson, heading to the ATM. Smoke snatched the duct tape off the camera lens and ran behind the bank. He started jogging, turning on Libby Avenue, then Kensington. He slowed to a walk in the driveway of the small brick house where Divinity was waiting in the escort. "How much you get, baby?" she asked, as Smoke casually climbed in. 20, 40, 60, 80, 100, he counted. "Let's get the fuck out of here." Judy Hammer couldn't believe it. This had to be one of the most bizarre things that had ever happened to her. Two white supremacists named Bubba and Smudge were going to murder a black woman named Lorraine. She lived near some sort of old pumps where the killers would park and wait with engines and headlights off. Money was involved, perhaps several $100s. Hammer paced, Popeye anxiously at her heels. The phone rang. "Chief Hammer?" It was West. "Virginia, what the hell was that?" Hammer asked. "Any way we can trace it?" "No," West's voice returned. "I don't see how." "I'm assuming we both heard the same thing." "I'm still on a cell phone," West warned. "Don't think I should go into it, but it sounds like something we'd better take very seriously." "I completely agree. We'll talk about it after the presentation. Thanks, Virginia." Hammer was about to hang up. "Chief? What were you calling me about when I was on the track?" West quickly reminded her. "Oh, that's right." Hammer searched her thoughts, trying to bring up what she was calling West about when the rednecks broke into their conversation. She paced, Popeye with her every step. "Oh, I remember. We're already getting responses to our new website," Hammer said, pleased, "since Andy's op-ed piece." "That worries me," West replied. "I think we should have done a little troubleshooting, Chief." "It will all be fine." "What are they saying?" "Complaining," Hammer replied. "I'm shocked." "Don't be cynical, Virginia." "Any reaction to what he said about escalating juvenile crime? And Richmond's gang mentality about not having gangs, or however he put it? About the country's desperate need for radical juvenile justice reform?" It was not lost on Hammer that whenever West talked about Brazil, West's attitude was sharp to bump up against. Hammer knew when West was hurt. Hammer recognized a sadness in Brazil as well, a light not quite so bright in his eyes, a sluggishness in the creative energy that so profoundly singled him out. Hammer wished the two of them would get along again. "The phone started ringing off the hook about that the minute the newspapers hit the driveways," Hammer replied. "We're shaking people up, and that's exactly what we're here to do." Hammer got off the phone. She retrieved Brazil's op-ed piece from the coffee table and glanced through it again. "This past week, our city's children committed at least 17 cold-blooded felonies, including rape, armed robbery, and malicious wounding. In 11 of these violent, seemingly random acts, the child hadn't even turned 15 yet. Where do children learn to hate and harm? Not just from the movies and video games, but from each other. We do have a gang problem, and let's face it, Kids who commit adult crimes aren't kids anymore. "I expect my popularity just took another dip," Hammer said to Popeye. "You need a bath. A little of that good cream rinse?" Popeye's black and white coat was handsomely reminiscent of a tuxedo, but her fur was very short, her freckled pink skin very sensitive and prone to get dry and irritated. Popeye loved it when every few weeks her owner would put her in a sink of warm water and lather her up with New Salt anti-seborrheic therapeutic shampoo, followed by the relief anti-pruritic oatmeal and pramoxine cream rinse that her owner kneaded into Popeye's fur for exactly 7 minutes, as the directions prescribed. Popeye loved her owner. Popeye stood on her hind legs and nuzzled her owner's knee. "But a bath will have to wait, I guess, or I'll be late," her owner sighed, and got down to Popeye's level. "I shouldn't even have brought it up, should I?" Popeye licked her owner's face and felt pity. Popeye knew her owner was denying the grief and the guilt she felt about her late husband's sudden death. Not that Popeye had known Seth, but she had overheard conversations about him and had seen photographs. Popeye could not imagine her owner being married to a lazy, independently wealthy, fat, whiny slob who did nothing but eat, work in his garden, and watch television. Popeye was glad Seth wasn't around. Popeye adored her owner. Popeye wished there was more she could do to comfort this heroic, kind lady who had saved Popeye from being an orphan, or being adopted by some unhappy family with cruel children. "All right," her owner got up. "I've got to get going." Hammer showered quickly. She threw a robe around her and stood inside her cedar-lined closet, deliberating over what to wear. Hammer understood the subliminal power of clothing, cars, office decor, jewelry, and what she ate at business lunches and dinners. Some days required pearls and skirts. Other days called for unfriendly suits. Colors, styles, fabrics, collars or no collars, patterns or plain, pockets or pleats, watches, earrings and perfumes, and fish or chicken, all mattered. She shoved hangers here and there, deliberating, envisioning, intuiting, and finally settled on a navy blue suit with trousers that had pockets and cuffs. She selected low-heel, lace-up black leather shoes and matching belt, and a blue and white striped cotton shirt with French cuffs. She dug through her jewelry box for simple gold post earrings and her stainless steel Breitling watch. She picked out a pair of golden lapis cufflinks that had belonged to Seth. She fumbled with them as she put them on, and remembered those times when Seth followed her around the house like Popeye, unable to manage buttons, lapels, matching socks, or combinations, on those rare occasions when Seth dressed up. It would have made sense to divide her late husband's jewelry, leather briefcases, wallets, and other things male between their sons, but Hammer held on. When she wore something of Seth's, she had the eerie feeling that he wanted her to be the man he never was. He wanted her to be strong. Maybe he wanted to help her, because now he could. Seth had always had a good heart, but he had spent his life at war with his compulsions and privileged past, spreading misery like the flu. He had left Hammer wealthy, relieved, pained, pissed off, and as burdened with anxieties as he had been with his weight. "Popeye, come here," Hammer called out. Popeye was lazy in a bar of sunlight on the kitchen floor. She had no intention of changing venues. "Let's get in our crate, Popeye." Popeye regarded her owner through slitted eyes. She yawned, and thought it silly that her owner always used the "we" word, as if Popeye wasn't smart enough to see through it. Popeye knew her owner had no intention of climbing inside that little plastic crate with Popeye, any more than her owner was going to eat a heartworm pill or get a shot at the vet when the "we" word was used about those either. "Popeye," her owner's tone firmed up. "I'm in a hurry. Come on, in the crate. Here's your squirrel." She tossed Popeye's favorite stuffed squirrel inside the crate. Popeye couldn't care less. "All right. Here's your fuzzle." She tossed in the filthy lamb's wool chick that Popeye had chewed the eyes off and routinely flung into the toilet. Popeye was indifferent. Her owner walked with purpose across the kitchen and picked up Popeye. Popeye went into her Salvador Dali limply drape over everything and play possum manifestation. Her owner tucked Popeye into the crate and fastened shut the wire grate door. "We need to behave better than this," her owner said, feeding Popeye several little pieces of lung treats. "I'll be back real soon." Hammer set the burglar alarm and went out to her unmarked midnight blue Crown Victoria. She drove down East Grace, passing the back of St. John's Church, and turning on 25th, where Tobacco Row was now upscale apartments, and Polig Brothers still manufactured paper boxes of every design. A graffiti artist had spray-painted "Meat is Murder" and "Eat Corn" and "Anita Hill started it" on an abandoned tobacco warehouse, and rusting fire escapes and dead vines held onto old brick shells. One could get a bargain on used tires at Cowboy Tire, and Strickland Foundry and Machine Company had refused to quit. On the other side of Broad Street, past the Coliseum, was the police department where Hammer now spent her days, in an ugly precast building with a blue mosaic trim missing many of its tiles. The Richmond Police Department was dim and too small, with windowless corridors, asbestos, and the stale smell of dirty people and dirty deeds. She said good morning to cops she passed, and out of fear they returned her greeting. Hammer understood the trauma of change. She understood a distrust of any influence that came from the outside, especially if its sanction was federal. Resentment and hostility were nothing new, but never had she experienced it quite like this. At precisely 7 o'clock, she walked into the conference room. It was crowded with some 30 unenthusiastic commanders, captains, detectives, and officers who followed her with stares. Computer mapping of the city projected onto a large screen showed statistics for murder, rape, robbery, aggravated assault, burglary, larceny, and auto theft, or the Big Seven, during the most recent 28-day Comstat period, and also year-to-date. Charts showed time frames and probability and days of the week when crimes occurred, and in what precincts and during what shifts. Hammer took her seat at the head of the table between West and Brazil. "Another ATM," West said in a low voice in Hammer's ear. Hammer looked sharply at her. "We just got the call. Are still at the scene." "Damn," Hammer said as anger stirred. "I want the details, ASAP." West got up and left the room. Hammer looked around the table. "Nice to see all of you here," she began. "We've got a lot to discuss this morning." She didn't waste time as she looked around and smiled. "We'll start with First Precinct. Major Hanger? I know it's early." "Always is," Hanger grumbled. "But I know that's how they do things in New York." He nodded at Officer Wally Fling, Hammer's administrative assistant, who was new at working the computer mapping software that everyone hated. Fling hit several keys, and a pie chart filled the screen. "I don't want the pie chart yet, Fling," Hanger said. Fling hit several more keys, and another pie chart popped up, this one for 4th Precinct. "Sorry," Fling said, as he nervously tried again. "I guess you want 1st Precinct." "That would be nice. And I don't want pies." Hanger got one anyway, this time for 2nd Precinct. Flustered, Fling hit more keys, and the department's shield flashed on screen with its motto, Courtesy, Professionalism, and Respect, or CPR, which Hammer had also borrowed from NYPD. Several people groaned and booed. Brazil gave Hammer an "I've tried to warn you" look. "Why can't we have our own logo?" asked Captain Cloud, who was a commander for the day and felt he had a right to speak. "Yeah," other disgruntled voices joined in. "Makes us look like second string." "Maybe we can get their hand-me-down uniforms, too." "That's one of the things that's griping us, Chief." 2 more pie charts flashed by on the screen. "Officer Fling," Hammer said, "put it back on the logo, please. Let's talk about this." A pin map of handgun seizures filled the screen. Little yellow revolvers pointed at the problem areas of the city. "Go Fling! Check out ComStat for Dummies." "Shit," Fling said, when he somehow ended up back at the main menu. "Go back to your day job, Fling." He banged the enter key 4 times, and an error message told him to stop it. All right. Hammer quieted the room. "Captain Cloud? I want to hear what you have to say." "Well," Cloud picked up where he'd left off, "it's like the city seal, George Washington on his horse. I gotta ask you, what's George Washington got to do with Richmond? I guess we, borrowed that from D.C.? From another big city, in other words?" "Amen. I agree totally. I bet he never even slept here. It's an embarrassment." D.C., and now we're swiping ideas from New York. How bad does that make us look?" Cloud said.
This ends side 1 of cassette 1. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
Hammer raised her voice. "I'm afraid there's not a thing we can do about the city seal at this time. So let's get back to our motto. Captain Cloud, remember that part of accountability is to suggest a solution when you point out a problem. Do you have a new motto in mind?" "Well, I played around with one a little bit last night." Cloud had high blood pressure. His white uniform shirt was too tight around the neck, and his face was almost purple. He was center stage and sweating. "I was thinking about what would be simple but direct. And now don't get your hopes up that this is real creative or poetic or anything. But if you ask the question, what are we all about? I think the answer can be summed up in 3 words. Tough on crime." Cloud looked around the table. TOC, in other words, which is real easy to remember and doesn't take up any more room than CPR if we're going to paint it on things or add it to our patches. "Doesn't do anything for me." "Me either." "Nah." Okay. Cloud rushed forward. "I had a backup just in case. How about tough in court and tough on crime? Tick-tock." "I don't like it." "Ditto." "Wait a minute," Cloud went on with conviction. "Everybody's always complaining how slow we are getting to scenes, to their house after their alarm's gone off, right? And how many times do we hear the public bitch about how long it takes to solve a case? I think tick-tock sends a positive message about a new attitude, about us trying harder. It also makes it sound like we're watching the clock, like we can't wait for shift change. Or something bad's about to happen. Besides, it would be talk-tick, because being tough on crime is going to come before you get to court. It doesn't work, Cloud. Forget it." Cloud was crushed. "Never mind," he said. Hammer had been silent through all this because she wanted to give her troops a chance to be heard. But she could take no more. "It's something for all of us to think about," she abruptly said. "I'm always open for something new. Thank you, Captain Cloud." "Actually, I had a thought on the subject," Andy Brazil said. No one spoke. Cops started shuffling through notes and shifting in chairs. They got up for more coffee. Cloud opened a little bag of Fisherman's Friend throat lozenges, paper tearing loudly. Fling rebooted the computer, and it beeped and honked as it tried to come back. Hammer felt sorry for Brazil. She was indignant that he was discriminated against for reasons beyond his control. It wasn't his fault that women and gay men of all ages could not take their eyes off him. He couldn't help that he was only 25, and talented, and sensitive. Nor was there a thing he had done or intimated that gave credence to the vicious rumor that she had brought him with her to Richmond for sexual pleasure, and then he had run off with his landlady. "Go ahead, Officer Brazil." Hammer tended to be brusque with him. "But we need to move along." "I really think we'd be better off without a motto," Brazil said. Silence. "CPR makes it sound like we need to be resuscitated," he added. No one would look at him. Papers shuffled. Duty belts creaked. "That we're in extremis," he said. Silence. Then Cloud spoke up. "I've always thought that. It's about time somebody said it before it got painted on all the cars." "It's just one more thing for people to make fun of," Brazil pointed out, "especially since the core of Comstat is accountability. And what happens if somewhere down the road someone decides to add accountability to our motto?" More silence as everyone puzzled. Some wrote words and letters on paper, rearranging acronyms like jumble. Hammer knew instantly where Brazil was going with this. "Carp," Fling read from his notepad. "Park?" Captain Cloud volunteered. "You get crap," Brazil told them. "Interesting," Hammer said loudly, restoring order. "All of you have made me see this in a different light. Maybe we shouldn't have a motto. Those in favor, raise your hand." All did except Cloud. He sipped his coffee, eyes cast down at his half-eaten glazed donut, a sour expression on his face. "So I guess I can delete the motto from the computer," Fling said, tapping keys again. "I don't want you deleting anything," Hammer told him. Chapter 3. Puff Daddy and the family were rapping on the CD player, and air was blowing through a stuck-back window of Smoke's escort. He had changed clothes in the car, and Divinity was gone, the scent of her cloying perfume lingering as Smoke and 14-year-old Weed Gardner headed west to Mills E. Godwin High School. Smoke had money in his pocket. Tucked under the seat was the Glock 9mm pistol he had traded 20 rocks of crack cocaine for on the street. He was high as he replayed the robbery again and again, a favorite scene in the movie that was his life. He was getting better. He was getting bolder. He thought how cool it would be to walk into the band room and take out 12, 13, maybe 15 students and their fucking band director, Mr. Curry, who thought he knew so much and wouldn't let Smoke play in the marching band because Smoke was tone-deaf and couldn't keep rhythm on the snare drum. But Weed got to play the cymbals when he didn't know them from garbage can lids. And why? Because Weed was good in art and never got into trouble. Well, all that was about to change. "Who you know do it better," Smoke rapped along, out of sync and off-key, his blood heating up. "Don't make an ass out of yourself. I'm gonna make you love me, baby." Weed joined in on percussion, playing his hands on his thighs and the dashboard and jumping in his seat as if he had a synthesizer for a central nervous system and a drumbeat for a pulse. Smoke hated it. He hated that Weed saw rainbow colors and pictures to draw everywhere he went. He was tired of Weed's art being put on display in the library. At least Weed was stupid. He was so stupid he had no clue that the only reason Smoke had befriended him and started giving him rides to school was that Smoke intended to use Weed up. "Ridiculous! You're in the danger zone. You shouldn't be alone." Smoke's monotone got louder. Smoke turned up the volume on the CD player and pumped up the bass as far as it would go. He kept working the switch for the left back window and swearing when the glass remained stuck open halfway. Air slapped and the music throbbed as Weed played on. "Hey, retard, cut it out," Smoke said, grabbing one of Weed's hands to make him stop his solo. Weed went still. Smoke imagined he could smell Weed's fear. "Listen to me, retard," Smoke went on. "Maybe I'm coming around to giving you what you've been dreaming about. The biggest offer in your puny nothing life. Oh. Weed dreaded what Smoke was about to say. You want to be cool, right? You want to be just like me, right? I guess so. You guess so, Smoke blurted. He flicked Weed's nose so hard it started bleeding. Tears jumped into Weed's eyes. Now, what was that you said, retard? Smoke's voice was flat with hate. Blood trickled down Weed's face and dripped onto his Route 66 sand-blasted relaxed leg jeans. You get blood in my car and I'm going to throw your ass out. How'd you like to be a skid mark on the road? Smoke told him. I wouldn't, Weed quietly said. I know how much you want to be a pike and been waiting for my answer, Smoke said. And after a lot of consideration, I've decided to let you have a shot at it, even though you don't measure up to the standards. Weed didn't want to be a pike. He didn't want to be part of Smoke's gang. They beat people up, stole things, broke into cars, cut holes in restaurant roofs, and carried off cases of liquor. They did all kinds of things that Weed didn't even want to know about. So what do you say? Smoke had his hand up, fingers poised to flick Weed again. Yeah, man. First you say, thank you, retard. You say, I'm so honored I'm about to shit in my pants. It'd be fucking cool, man. Weed dressed his fear in cocky words that started strutting off his tongue. Think of the shit we could do, man. And I get to wear the colors? Chicago Bulls like you're fucking Michael Jordan. Maybe it'll make you taller. Maybe it'll pump up that flat inner tube between your legs and you can start juicing girls. Who says I don't juice 'em now? Weed talked big. You ain't juiced anything in your puny little motherfucking life. Not even fruit. You don't know that. Smoke laughed in his cruel, mocking way. You ain't got no idea, Weed went on, acting like a hard-ass, knowing what would happen if he didn't, because weakness made Smoke meaner. You wouldn't know what to do with pussy if it rubbed up against your leg and purred, Smoke guffawed. I've seen your tool. I've seen you whiz. Whizzin' and juicin' ain't the same thing, Weed let him know. Smoke turned into the parking lot of Mills E. Godwin High School, named after a former governor of Virginia and home of the Eagles. Smoke stopped and waited for Weed to get out. Ain't you coming? Weed asked. I'm busy right now, Smoke said. But you'll be tardy. Oh, I'm scared, Smoke laughed. Get out, retardy. Weed did. He opened the back door and gathered his cheap knapsack of books, papers, and the bologna and mustard sandwich he had fixed before Smoke picked him up. After school, you get your ass right back here, Smoke said. Right in this exact spot. I'm going to take you over to the clubhouse so you can get initiated and make your dream come true. Weed knew about the clubhouse. Smoke had told him all about it. I got band practice, Weed said as his spirit trembled inside him. No, you don't. Yeah, I do. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday we got marching practice, Smoke. Weed's blood lost its heat, and his stomach made itself smaller. Today you're busy, retardy. Your ass better be right here at 3. Tears welled in Weed's eyes again as Smoke sped off. Weed loved band. He loved going outside on the practice baseball field and marching with his Sabian 18-inch bronze cymbals and dreaming of the red and white toy soldier uniform with its black hat and plume that he'd get to wear in the Azalea Parade on Saturday. Mr. Curry said Sabians were the best made, and Weed was responsible for keeping them bright and shiny, the leather straps tied nice and tight in their special flat, braided knots. Flags were waving in front of the tidy, blonde brick school, where 1,700 boisterous upper-middle-class students were jostling and shuffling into classrooms. Weed's mood lifted. At least his father lived in the right school district. Weed kept clothes and other belongings in his father's house, pretending he lived there too. If Weed couldn't go to Godwin, there would be no art or music in his life. The 8:35 tardy bell was ringing as Weed slammed shut the door to his bright orange locker and ran through empty corridors of different colored walls. The classrooms he passed filled with chatter and laughter and the thud and flutter of books opening on desktops. Weed had a phobia of being late that preceded this moment by many years. His mother worked all the time and was rarely home or awake to get Weed up for school. Sometimes he overslept, sending him flying down to the corner bus stop in a panic, without books or lunch, barely dressed. In his mind, missing the bus meant missing life, and being left alone in an empty house that echoed with past fights between parents who had split, and the loud, full-of-himself sounds of Weed's big brother, Twister, who was dead. Weed galloped around a corner to the science department, just as Mr. Pretty began hall duty from the table outside Mrs. Fan's biology class, where this second Weed was supposed to be getting ready to take a quiz. "Whoa!" Mr. Pretty called out, as Weed ran past, and the tardy bell stopped, and doors up and down the halls shut. "I'm going to Mrs. Fan's class," Weed gasped. "Do you know where it is?" "Yes, sir, Mr. Pretty. Right there." Weed pointed at the red door less than 20 steps away, and wondered what kind of stupid question was that. "You're late," Mr. Pretty told him. "The bell just quit," Weed said. "You can almost still hear it." "Late is late, Weed." "I didn't mean to be." "And I don't guess you have a pass," said Mr. Pretty, who taught 9th grade Western civilization. "I don't got a pass," Weed said as indignation gathered, "'cause I wasn't planning on being late. But my ride just got here, and there wasn't nothing I could do about it, and I ran all the way so I wouldn't be late. And now you're making me later, Mr. Pretty." Mr. Pretty's compulsion was to pull kids but not ticket them. He was young and nice-looking, and had an insatiable need for captive audiences. He was notorious for holding kids in the hall as long as possible, while they fidgeted and stared at the rooms where they were supposed to be, as classes and quizzes went on without them. "Don't blame me or your ride for being tardy," said Mr. Pretty from behind his small table in the empty intersection of shiny, empty hallways. "I'm not blaming. I'm just saying the way it is." "If I were you, I'd watch my mouth, Weed." "What do you want me to do? Walk around with a mirror?" Weed sassed him. Mr. Pretty might have let Weed go on to class, but Mr. Pretty was pissed and decided to draw things out. "Let's see, I believe you're in my 3rd period," he said. "You remember what we talked about on Friday?" Weed didn't remember anything about Friday, except that he wasn't looking forward to spending the weekend with his father. "Ah, maybe this will jog your memory," Mr. Pretty said curtly. "What happened in 1556? Weed's nerves were tangling and popping. He could hear Mrs. Fan's voice through her shut door. She was passing out the quiz and going over instructions. "Come on. I know you know it." Mr. Pretty picked on Weed some more. "What happened?" "A war." Weed threw out the first thing that came to mind. "A fairly safe guess, since there were so many of them. But you're wrong. 1556 was when Akbar became Emperor of India." "Is it okay if I go into Mrs. Fan's class now?" "And then what?" Mr. Pretty demanded. "What happened next?" "What?" "I ask you first." "About what?" Weed was getting furious. "About what happened next?" Mr. Pretty asked. "Depends on what you mean by next." Weed smarted off. "Next. As in what's next in the chronology of events that I handed out to every person in my class," Mr. Pretty answered with an edge. "Of course, you probably never looked at it." I did too. And it says right on it we don't have to memorize nothing unless it's in bold, and the India thing and what happened next ain't in bold. Oh, really? Mr. Pretty got haughty. And how can you remember whether something was in bold or not if you don't remember anything in the first place? I remember when something's in bold. Weed raised his voice as if he were suddenly talking in bold. No, you don't. Yes, I do. Mr. Pretty angrily grabbed a ballpoint pen out of his shirt pocket. He began scribbling words on the hall-duty passes and no-passes sheet. All right, smarty pants, said Mr. Pretty, as self-control slipped further out of reach. I've written down 10 words, some in bold, some not. You get 1 minute to look them over. He handed the list to Weed. Forfend, effigy, pogrom, Versailles, mead, Fabergé, Fabian, Waterloo, edict, pact. Not one word was familiar. Mr. Pretty snatched back the list. Which words were in bold? Mr. Pretty demanded. I can't pronunciate them. Versailles? Mr. Pretty prodded him. Weed looked at the list in his head and located the only word that began with a V. Fourth one, not in bold, he said. Pogrom. Third, not in bold. Fabian, Mr. Pretty fired back. He's 4 before last. Not in bold either. Effigy, Mr. Pretty blurted out, his attractive face distorted by anger. It's in bold, Weed said. Just like 5 and 10 are. Oh, really? Mr. Pretty was beside himself. And just what are 5 and 10, since you think you know so much? Weed saw mead and pact in his head and pronounced them his own special way. Med and paste. What do they mean? Mr. Pretty was talking loudly, and Mrs. Fan cracked open her door out of concern to check on things. Shh, she said. What do they mean, Weed? Mr. Pretty lowered his scornful voice. Weed did the best he could. Med is what you feel when someone disses you, and paste is what we use in art class, he guessed. Officer Fling was guessing, too. He had gone to the next layer control, then hit function 3 for thematic display, and selected remove to get rid of the latest pie, and brought up priority 1, 2, and 3 calls for 4th Precinct, which was not what anyone was interested in at the moment. Hammer flipped on the overhead lights. The presentation was never supposed to run over an hour, and it was well past the limit. She was discouraged and frustrated, and determined not to let it show. I realize we're all new at this, she said reasonably. I understand that things don't happen overnight. We're going to leave computer mapping until Friday morning at 700 hours, by which time I'm sure we will be well versed in it. No one responded. Officer Fling, she said. His hands were lifeless on the keyboard. He looked dejected and defeated. Do you think you will be able to make this work by Friday's Comstat presentation? Hammer persisted. No, ma'am. Fling was honest about it. The door opened, and West returned to the room and took her seat. Okay, Officer Fling, that's fair enough, Hammer said in a positive tone. Is there anybody else who might want to learn how to work this program? It's really very user-friendly. The point was not to design it for programmers and engineers, but for police. No one spoke. Officer Brazil, help me out here, Hammer said. Sure, he said dubiously. Maybe for now you'd better pitch in, Hammer said. Deputy Chief West? You're also very familiar with the software. See if the two of you can't work to get this thing up and running. I expect smooth sailing by our next Comstat presentation." "Who's willing to learn?" West asked, looking around the table. "Come on, guys, show some guts." Lieutenant Audrey Ponzi raised her hand. Captain Cloud's hand went up next, and Officer Fling decided to give it another try. "Excellent," Hammer said. "Major Hanger, if you'll resume with your presentation, we'll proceed without the computer, and we really need to wind this up." Hanger hastily looked through his notes and took a nervous sip of coffee. "Nothing much has changed since our last meeting," he began. "We got the same rash of petty larcenies from autos, mostly Jeeps, broken into for their airbags." "Cabbages," Fling interjected. All eyes turned toward Captain Cloud, who had come up with Car Airbag Braking and Enterings, and its acronym CABE, which the media had immediately mistaken for cabbage or cabbages, and continued to do so, despite the police department's numerous corrections. "Anyway," Hanger resumed, "we suspect most of the stolen airbags are ending up at 2 body shops recently opened by Russians, possibly the same clan of Russians who opened the kiosk at the farmer's market last summer on 17th Street directly across from Havana 59. Selling cabbages, the kind you make slaw with, which has done nothing but add to the confusion." He glared at Cloud. "But the cabbages might be related because the Russians possibly are," Fling figured. "We're thinking that," Hanger said. "Let's get back to the airbags," Hammer said. "Well, the M.O. remains the same in these most recent petty larcenies." Hanger avoided using the term cabbage. "Owner returns to his vehicle, finds a window smashed, the airbag's gone. These same cars go into one of the Russian body shops to get the airbags replaced, and ironically, the stolen airbags installed to replace the ones stolen could be the very ones stolen out of the vehicle in question. So you're really paying for the same airbags twice, thinking you're getting new ones for $300 apiece, when in fact you're getting stolen ones. It's gotten to be a pretty big racket all over the world." "But if you're getting your same airbags back, they're not really second-hand, because they were never owned by a second person," said Fling. "Does that—" "What are we doing about this situation?" Hammer raised her voice. "We're coordinating with investigations to get an undercover guy in at least one of the body shops," Hanger replied. "Are the airbags traceable?" Hammer asked. "Not unless they start putting VINs on them," Hanger said, referring to the vehicle identification numbers that were etched on the edge of all drivers' doors. "I was thinking maybe we could get some kind of grant to help out. Maybe NIJ would be interested." "To help out in what way?" Hammer frowned. "To do a study on the usefulness of A-bins." "A-bins?" "That's what we could call them," Hanger explained. "Airbag identification numbers. Thing is, if your same stolen airbags are put back in your vehicle, then for sure the A-bins are going to match." "True." "That would make it pretty easy." Hanger nodded. "Not only could we start making cases here, but I'm pretty sure a lot of these stolen airbags are going overseas. So if we developed a system of A-bins, we could get Interpol involved, too. It might bring us some recognition." "I see." Hammer fought a growing sense of hopelessness. "Anything else?" "2 more stolen Saturns. We got a pattern going on." "How many so far?" 12 General Motors cars stolen in the past month." "Any breaks?" Hammer asked. "It appears several kids are involved. We think they bought master keys for Saturns from some kid named Beeper, supposedly in the area of Swansboro Elementary School on Midlothian Turnpike." "Gang-related?" Hammer asked. "Can't say for sure. Hanger answered. What does that mean? Well, all we got to go on is this one snitch who's lied to us before. Hammer jumped ahead. We just had another ATM robbery, I'm sorry to say. I'm going to let Deputy Chief West give the details. Victim is an Asian male, age 22. West looked at her notes. Pulled up to the Crestar ATM at 5802 Patterson. Nobody else was there. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Says duct tape was suddenly slapped over his eyes, a gun jammed into his back. A male, he couldn't tell race, demanded money. By the time the victim removed the tape, the perp was long gone. The duct tape is different, Hammer said. Absolutely, West said. That makes 6 ATM robberies, Hammer said. 4 on South Side, 2 in the West End. An average of 1 per week since early February. Let me just say that I'm extremely concerned about this latest one, assuming it's related, West spoke up. Let's just go through it. We have the first 4 ATMs late night or early morning when it's dark. There's a male-female team. She diverts by asking the victim where the nearest post office, payphone, whatever, is. The male appears, opens his jacket just enough to show the handle of a gun, and says, "I want the money you took out of the machine." Maybe the gun's real, maybe it's not. The perp takes the money and runs. Then we have a 5th ATM in Church Hill, again when it's dark out, but this time the male perp actually displays the gun. He gets into the victim's car, turns out the interior lights so the victim can't see his face. Threatens if the victim ever tries to help cops ID him, he knows the guy's plate number and will find him and kill him. Then he forces the victim to drive several blocks. The perp jumps out with the money. Now we've got an ATM in the West End, and this time it's daylight. I'm seeing a possible pattern of escalation here, an escalation that could end in violence. We got anything more on these cases? Cloud asked. Not anything helpful. Some of the victims think the female perp's black, some think he is, and vice versa. Age unknown, assumed to be juveniles. No sign of a vehicle if they use one, West replied. Bottom line is, we don't know. And bank tapes? Of no use. Why not? Hammer asked. In the first one, all you see is the back of her, and it was dark, West said. On the next 4, you don't see anything at all. And the cameras were functioning? Nothing wrong with them. And the one this morning? Seems fine. Anybody have anything even remotely similar going on in other parts of the city? Hammer then asked. No one did. What about 3rd Precinct? We haven't heard from you, Captain Weber. Hammer pushed ahead. Some Russians opened up an antique store on Chamberlain near Azalea Mall, Weber said. They haven't done anything illegal yet. Any reason to think they will? Hammer inquired. Well, it's just this Russian thing going on. How do we know they aren't gypsies? Burglary Detective Linton Bean asked. Can gypsies be Russian? It seems to me they can be anything as long as they drift around and con people. Yeah, but the ones we've had coming through here are mostly Romanian, Irish, English, and Scotch. The travelers. Well, that's what they call themselves. They get real pissed if we call them gypsies. How about if we just call them tramps and thieves? I've never heard of Russian gypsies. My sister went over to Italy last year and said they have gypsies over there. I know for a fact they got Hispanic ones in Florida. See, that's the whole thing, said Detective Bean. There's no such country as gypsy. You can be from anywhere and be a gypsy, including Russia. What are we doing about this problem? Hammer interrupted. Stepping up patrols in neighborhoods like Windsor Farms, where you have mostly older people with money, said Bean. Maybe forming a task force. Do it, Hammer said, glancing at her watch and conscious of the time. Lieutenant Noble is commander for a day in 2nd Precinct. What do you have to report? This week we arrested a domestic violence recidivist, said Noble, who spoke the proper police language and was resented by all. Very good, Hammer said. We're also doing warrant sweeps, but so far haven't surfaced the suspect in the stairwell rapes," Noble added. "And if it's all right, Chief Hammer, I have a comment to make." "Please," Hammer said. "I'm not so sure it was a good idea to piss off all the citizens with this gang crap Brazil wrote about for the Sunday paper." "It wasn't crap," Brazil said. "Name one gang," Noble challenged him. "It's all a matter of semantics," Brazil answered. "It depends on how you label gangs." Hammer agreed. "Juveniles are committing the worst crimes. They mentor each other, influence each other, form packs, gangs. We have them here and need to identify them." "Most of the kids that go in schools and blow everybody away aren't in gangs. They're loners," Noble argued. "Let's look at Jonesboro," West countered. "A 14-year-old recruits an 11-year-old to pull the fire alarm, right? So what would happen if you had 4, 5, 6 kids involved? Maybe 20 kids and teachers would have died." "She's got a point. Got to admit, makes you think. You'd have to call in the damn National Guard." "Kids are scary. They don't have any boundaries. They think killing's a game," West added. "It's true. There's no concept of consequences." "What happens if you get some charismatic gang leader and he really organizes? Imagine," Brazil said. Insights and arguments were volleyed back and forth as Hammer deliberated over how to broach the next subject. "Recent intelligence," she began, "indicates that 2 white males may be planning a hate crime, the robbery and murder of a black woman, possibly named Lorraine. The males may go by the names or aliases of Bubba and Smudge." No one spoke for a moment, faces perplexed. Then, "You don't mind my asking, Chief, where'd this come from?" Hammer looked to West for help. "We're really not at liberty to reveal the source at this time," West said. "You just need to be aware, keep your eyes and ears open." "If there's nothing further," Hammer said. There wasn't. "Then I do have 2 commendations to present, and I believe both people are here." Hammer smiled. "Communications Officer Patty Passman and Officer Rode?" They came forward. Hammer handed each a certificate and shook hands. Applause was weak. "Communications Officer Passman, as you know, handled a 911 last month that saved a man from choking on a hot dog," Hammer said. "And Officer Otis Rode issued 388 parking tickets last month. A department record." "Boo! Yeah, a lot of them on our cars." Passman glared at Rode. "He wins the prize for talking on the radio. Road hog." Passman bit her lip, her face an angry red. "Rodeo," Fling had to toss in, though the aspersion made no sense. "That's enough," Hammer said. "I'll see all of you back here on Friday." The Ford Explorer's turn signal was beating like a panicking heart as its driver, who had already missed his exit, tried once again to ease in front of Bubba. Bubba accelerated, and the Explorer swerved back into its lane, where it belonged. The cop was still on Bubba's bumper, and Bubba slowed to send the message that he wouldn't tolerate tailgaters, no matter who they were. Bubba was a cowboy herding cattle on the open prairie of motoring life. "Unit 2 to Unit 1. Honey was sounding increasingly concerned over the 2-way. Bubba was too busy to talk to his wife. "Smudge?" He got back to his good buddy. "Queen bee's buzzing. Got a city kitty tailwind and a 16er with a low cedars trying to wipe my nose." Bubba spoke in code, letting Smudge know that Bubba's wife was trying to get a hold of Bubba, and he had a city cop riding his ass, and a 4x4 driven by a punk was trying to swipe in front of him. "I'll leave you lonely," Smudge signed off. "Throwing you back. Catch you later, good buddy." Bubba signed off, too. By now, the kid in the Explorer seemed challenged, and might have become violent but for the cop 1 lane over. The kid decided to default. He got in the last word by laying on his horn and giving Bubba the finger and mouthing, "Fuckhead." The Explorer disappeared in the current of other traffic. Bubba slowed to communicate to the cop one more time to get off his rear bumper. The cop communicated back by flashing his red and blue emergency lights and yelping his siren. Bubba pulled over in a Kmart parking lot. Chapter 4. Officer Jack Budgett took his time collecting his silver anodized aluminum posse citation holder and dual clipboard. He climbed out of his gleaming blue and red striped white cruiser, adjusted his duty gear, and approached the red Jeep with the Confederate flag rear bumper sticker and Bub Ah vanity plate that he had been staring at for miles. Its redneck driver rolled down the window. "Am I to assume you go by the name of Bub Ah?" Budgett asked. "No, it's Bubba," Bubba rudely said. "Let me see your license and registration." Officer Budgett was rude, too, although he might not have been had Bubba not started it. Bubba pulled his nylon wallet out of his back pocket. Velcro ripped as he opened it and got out his driver's license. He fished around in the glove box for his registration, handing both proofs of identification and ownership to the cop, who studied them for several long minutes. "You have any idea why I stopped you, Mr. Fluck?" "Probably because of my bumper sticker," Bubba stated. Budgett stepped back to look at the Jeep's rear bumper, as if just now noticing the Confederate flag on it. "Well, well," he said, as images of white pointed hoods and burning crosses violated his mind. "Still trying to win that war and round up Negroes to pick your cotton." "The Southern Cross has nothing to do with that," Bubba indignantly said. "The what?" "The Southern Cross." Budgett's jaw muscles knotted. It had not been so long ago that he had been bused to one of the city's public high schools and had watched seats empty one by one as other black kids got locked up or killed on the street. He had been Buckwheat, Sambo, Drone, Porch Monkey, Uncle Tom. He had grown up in the niggerhood. Even now, on some calls, white complainants asked him to go around to the back door. "I guess you know it as the Confederate flag," the white redneck asshole was explaining to him, although it was really the battle flag versus the stars and bars, or stainless banner, or naval jack, or pennant. Budgett knew nothing of the various official Confederate flags that had gone in and out of vogue for various reasons during the war. He only knew that he hated the bumper stickers and tattoos, T-shirts and beach towels he saw everywhere in the South. He was enraged by Confederate flags waving from porches and graves. "It's all about racism, Mr. Fluck," Budgett coldly said. "It's all about states' rights." "Bullshit." "You can count the stars. One for each state in the Confederacy, plus Kentucky and Missouri. 11 stars, Bubba informed him. "There's not a single slave on the Southern Cross. You look for yourself." "The South wanted out because it wanted to keep its slaves." "That's only part of it." "So you admit that it's at least part of it." "I'm not admitting anything," Bubba let him know. "You were driving erratically," said Officer Budgett, who wanted to grab Bubba out of the Jeep and smack him around. "Was not." Bubba refused to admit it. "Yes, you were." "Not me." "I was right behind you. I ought to know." "That kid in the Explorer was trying to cut in front of me," Bubba said. "He had his turn signal on." "So what?" "Have you been drinking?" demanded Budgett. "Not yet." "Are you on any kind of medications?" "Not this minute." "But you are sometimes?" Budgett asked, for he knew that some drugs and poisons, such as marijuana and arsenic, stayed in the blood for a while. "Not anything you need to know about," said Bubba. "I'll be the judge of that, Mr. Fluck." Officer Budgett leaned closer to the open window, hoping he might smell alcohol. He didn't. Bubba got out a cigarette. He smoked Merit Ultima instead of other brands because Merits, along with Marlboros and Virginia Slims, to name a few, were manufactured by Philip Morris. Bubba was very loyal to his employer and to all products made in America. Bubba had no intention of telling Officer Budget that Bubba took Librax for cranky bowel syndrome, and that now and then he needed Sudafed to control his allergic responses to dust mites, molds, and cats. None of this was Officer Budget's business. Advil, Bubba answered the cop. That's all? Officer Budget asked with severity. Maybe Tylenol. Mr. Fluck, you... What did you say? Bubba interrupted. Certain you aren't on anything else? Budget finished his sentence. I heard what you said, and I'm going to report you to the chief, Bubba exclaimed in rage. You do that, Mr. Fluck, See? In fact, I'll make the appointment. You can see her, Mr. Fluck, face... That's it! An entire population of cruel school children stampeded through Bubba's brain. They chanted those awful names, shrieking with laughter. Bubba saw himself fat and in camouflage. Enough was enough. He could take no more. What's it? Budget raised his voice, too. I don't have to listen to this. You can tell the chief that face to face, Budget exclaimed. I don't give a flying... Stop! Man, you got a problem, Budget said.
This ends side 2 of cassette 1 of Southern Cross. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 2. Cassette 2.
Weed did, too. He made it to biology class in time to watch all completed quizzes passed up to the front, and to hear Mrs. Fan go over homework he had not done. His miserable eyes wandered around the room to worms, deer embryos, rhinoceros beetles, termite eggs, and dog intestines suspended in formaldehyde, and butterflies and snakeskins pinned to boards. He felt trapped by smoke. Later, in Western civilization, Mr. Pretty picked on Weed 3 times, and Weed knew the answer to nothing. Weed's fears gathered force. His escape was Mrs. Grannis's class. She taught Art 4 and 5 during 5th period, and was very young and pretty, with soft blonde curls and eyes as green as summer grass. She had told Weed more than once that he was the first freshman ever in the history of the school to attend her class. Ordinarily, only juniors could take Art 4, and only seniors and advanced placement students could take 5. But Weed was special. He had a gift that was rare. There had been much debate about pushing Weed so far ahead so fast, especially since he clearly lagged miles behind the troops on most other fronts. Questions about his maturity and social adjustment had been discussed at length among faculty and counselors. Even Miss Lilly, the principal, had been brought in at the end, and had proposed that Weed take a class at Virginia Commonwealth University, or perhaps specialized classes at the Center for Arts. But the county did not provide transportation beyond the morning and afternoon buses Weed was afraid of missing. He had no way to get around in the middle of the day. Godwin decided to take the chance. Weed had free period and lunch between 11:40 and 12:31, and he needed to hide. He did not want to run into smoke somewhere. Weed was desperate, and had come up with a secret, brazen, bizarre plan. At 11:39, he walked into Mrs. Grannis's classroom. His self-esteem was low. He was frightened about what lay ahead, and could tell by the way Mrs. Grannis looked at him that she sensed he wasn't himself. "How are you today, Weed?" she asked with an uncertain smile. "I was wondering if it would be all right if I worked in here through free period," he said. "Certainly. What would you like to work on?" Weed stared at the computers on a back counter. "Graphic art," he said. I'm working on a project." "I'm delighted to hear it. There are many, many job opportunities in that field. You know where the CDs are," she said. "And I'll see you back here 5th period." "Yes, ma'am," Weed said, as he pulled out a chair and sat in front of a computer. He opened a drawer where graphic software was neatly arranged in stacks and picked out what he wanted. He inserted CorelDRAW into the CD drive and waited until Mrs. Grannis left the room before logging on to America Online. Lunch followed free period, and Weed had no intention of eating. He hurried down the hallway to the band room, which was empty except for Jimbo Sticks Sleeth, who was doing his thing on the red pearl drums. "Hey, Sticks," Weed said. Sticks was rolling on the snare, his feet keeping rhythm on the hi-hat and kick. He had his eyes squeezed shut, sweat running down his temples. Weed went over to a cabinet and retrieved the hard plastic Sabian case. He opened it and lovingly lifted out the heavy bronze crash cymbals. He checked the leather straps to make sure the knots were holding tight. He gripped the straps, index fingers and thumbs touching. He held the cymbals at an angle, the edge of the right lower one lower than the left. Sticks opened his eyes and gave Weed the nod. Weed struck the left cymbal, glancing it off the right, punctuating toms and snare with his euphoric, bright sound. "Do it, baby!" Sticks yelled, and he started in. It sounded like a musical war going on as Sticks beat and throbbed and boomed in a rhythm that made the blood wild, and Weed was march dancing around the room, crashing and flipping up, flashing and spinning. "Go, go, oh yeah!" Sticks was frenzied. Weed was moonwalking, his bright sound rolling out from the edges, then crashing staccato, then crashing long. He didn't hear the bell ring, but he finally noticed the clock on the wall. He packed up the cymbals and made it back to Mrs. Grannis's art room with 2 minutes to spare. He was the first one there. She was writing on a white board and turned around to see who had come in. "Did you get a lot done during your free time?" she asked Weed. "Yes, ma'am." Weed wouldn't meet her eyes. "I wish everybody liked the computer as much as you do." She started writing again. "You have a favorite software so far?" "Quark Express and Adobe Illustrator and Photoshop." "Well, you have a real knack for it," she said as he chose his place at one of the tables and tucked his knapsack under his chair. "It's no big deal," Weed mumbled. "Have you written your story of the power behind your fish?" Mrs. Grannis asked, as she continued writing this week's project on the white board in long, looping letters. "Yes, ma'am," Weed sullenly answered, opening his notebook. "I can't wait to hear it," she continued to encourage him. "You're the only person in the class to pick a fish." "I know," he said. The assignment for the past 2 weeks had been to make a papier-mâché figure that was symbolic to the student. Most picked a symbol from mythology or folklore, such as a dragon or tiger or raven or snake. But Weed had constructed a cruel blue fish. Its gaping mouth bared rows of bloody teeth, and Weed had fashioned glittery eyes from small compact mirrors that flashed at anyone walking past. "I'm sure all of the students can't wait to hear about your fish," Mrs. Grannis went on as she wrote. "We doing watercolor next?" Weed asked with interest as he made out what she was writing. "Yes. A still life composition that includes reflective objects, texture," she wrote with a flourish, "and a 2D object that gives the illusion of a 3D object." "My fish is 3-dimensional, Weed said, "because it takes up real space." "That's right. And what are the words we use?" "Over, under, through, behind, and around," he recited. Weed could remember words in art, and they didn't have to be in bold. "Freestanding or surrounded by negative areas," he added. Mrs. Grannis put down her magic marker. "And how do you think you'd make your fish 3-dimensional if it was actually 2-dimensional?" "Light and shadow," he easily said. "Chiaroscuro." "Except I never can pronounce it," Weed told her. "It's what you do to make a drawing of a wine glass look 3-dimensional instead of flat. Same for a light bulb or an icicle, or even clouds in the air." Weed looked around at boxes of pastels, and the 140-weight Grumbacher paper he only got to use on final sketches. There were shelves of Elmer's glue and colored pencils, and carts of the Crayola tempera paints he had used on his fish. On a counter in the back of the room, the computer terminals for graphics reminded him of the secret thing he had done. By now, students were wandering into the room and scooting out chairs. They greeted Weed in their typically affectionate smack-him-around fashion. "Hey, Weed Garden, what's going on? How come you're always in here before we are? Doing your homework early? You finished the Mona Lisa yet? You got paint on your jeans? Whoa, doesn't look like paint to me. You been bleeding, man?" Weed lied. Mrs. Grannis's eyes got darker as she looked at him in his jeans. He could see a question mark in a little balloon over her head. Weed had nothing to say. "Everybody ready to read what you wrote about your symbols?" She returned her attention to the class. "Groan. I can't figure out what mine means. No one said we had to write." "Let's take a minute to talk about symbols." Mrs. Grannis hushed them. "What is a symbol, Matthew?" "Something that means something else." "And where do we find them, Joan?" "In pyramids and jewelry." "Annie?" "In the catacombs, so the Christians could express themselves in secret." "Weed, where else might we find symbols?" Mrs. Grannis's face got soft with concern as she looked at him. "Doodles. And what I play in the band," Weed said. Brazil was at his desk, drawing designs on a legal pad, trying to come up with a newsletter logo type, as the chairman of the governor's Blue Ribbon Crime Commission drove him crazy over the speakerphone. "I think it is a dread-filled miscalculation," Lelia Earhart's emphatic, haughty voice sounded. Brazil turned down the volume. "To even suggest, much less implicate, we might have a gang here, is to cause one," she proclaimed. The logo was for the website and needed to attract attention, and since it was agreed that CPR was out the window, Brazil had to start over. He hated newsletters, but Hammer had been insistent. "And not every children are little mobsters. Many of them are misguided and misled astray, mistreated and abusive and need our help, Officer Brazil. To dwell on those few bad, especially those to band together in little groups you call gangs, is to give the public a very wrong, untrue, and false view. My committee is completely all about prevention and doing that first before the other. That's what the governor has mandated to tell us to do it." "The last governor," Brazil politely reminded her. "What is relevant about that, and how does it matter?" retorted Earhart, who had been raised in Vienna and Yugoslavia and did not speak English well. "It matters because Governor Fewer hasn't gotten around to appointing a new commission yet. I don't think it's a good idea for us to be making assumptions about his policies and mandates, Mrs. Earhart." There was a high-pitched, outraged pause. "Are you implicating that he might dissolute my commission and undo it? That he and I may be a problem in my relationship?" said Earhart. Brazil knew that a good nameplate should attract attention without overdoing it. Perhaps because they were on the subject of gangs, Brazil suddenly scrawled Richmond PD, graffiti style. "Wow," he muttered in excitement. "Wow, which?" Earhart's angry voice filled the office. "I'm sorry." Brazil came to. "What were you saying?" "I demand you tell me when you were saying wow about just there," she demanded. Chief Hammer filled the doorway. Brazil rolled his eyes and put his finger to his lips. "I think you became impertinent," Earhart went on. "No, ma'am. I wasn't saying wow about anything that has to do with you," Brazil honestly answered. "Oh, really? And did that supposedly mean what?" "I'm working on something here and was saying wow about it." Oh, I see. Here I am taking my costly time to call your phone, and you're working on something else in addition to our conversing while I'm talking to you?
Yes, ma'am. But I'm listening.
Brazil tried not to laugh as he looked at Hammer, who was never amused by Earhart. West walked in. "What?" she started to say. Hammer motioned for her to be silent. Brazil clamped his pencil between his teeth and crossed his eyes. "The upshot, Officer Brazil, is I simply will not allow to permit you a commission quote for whatever your next column might be about in terms of so-called gangs. You're hanging out by a thread on a limb all alone on this one." Brazil snatched the pencil out of his mouth and wrote down the quote. West scowled. Hammer shook her head in disgust. "We members on the Blue Ribbon Crime Commission are children pro-advocates, not bounty hunting," she preached on. "Even if children do formulate little groups, what by the when is perfect and normal, certainly all of us had our little cliches when we were in school, and to start labels them as gangs is like all these millions of misspoken facts about well-meaning men who play Santa Claus at Christmas all being children molesters, or that clowns are, or that the internet becomes that. And this is how their things all get their inception, because of the power of suggesting that the media has. Don't you view how you've opened a flooded gate? So I'm asking you reasonable to square a peg in that round hole right now." Brazil was biting his hand. He cleared his throat several times.
"I understand what you're—"
His voice went up an octave and cracked. He cleared his throat again, tears in his eyes, face bright red as he held back laughter that was fast becoming hysterical. Hammer looked like she wanted to break Lelia Earhart's neck, as usual. West's expression pretty much mirrored her boss's. "Then am I to happily assumption that we won't hear no more about this gang paraphernalia?" said Earhart, who was famous for her creativity with self-expression. Brazil simply could not speak. "Are you where?" Brazil mashed several buttons on the phone at the same time to give the impression that there was trouble on the line. He quietly depressed the hang-up button and returned the receiver to its cradle.
"Gang paraphernalia."
He was weak with laughter. "Oh, great," West said. "Now she'll call us. Way to go, Andy. Every time you get with her on the fucking phone, this happens. Then she calls the chief for me. Thanks a hell of a lot." "We have things to discuss," Hammer announced, coming inside the office. "We'll leave Lelia for later. She takes up far too much of our time as is." "Why can't you say something to Governor Fewer?" Brazil said as he took a deep breath and wiped his eyes. "I will if he asks me," Hammer replied. "We need a very simple user's manual for Comstat. We've got to get this computer business straight. We're, 3 months into this? A fourth of our year is up, and they still can't use the computer? Both of you see how bad that is?"
"Yes."
Brazil got serious.
"I do.
If we don't leave that much with them, I guess we've failed." "I'm sorry to heap more on you," Hammer began pacing, "but we need the manual ASAP." "How soon is as soon as possible?" West suspiciously asked. 2 weeks from today, at the outside." "Geez." West sat down on the small couch. "I'm already working days and riding with patrol, detectives, inspectors, you name it."
"Me too," Brazil said. "Plus, I've got this website stuff."
I know. Hammer stopped to look out the window at the downtown skyline. "I have my computer at home. I'll add my thoughts, too. We're all in this together. I think the thing to do is give each of us our own responsibility. Andy, you're more into programming, commands, and all that. You can handle the how-to technical part of it. And Virginia, you can help put it in very basic black and white terms, nuts and bolts, that the cops will be able to follow." West wasn't sure if she'd been insulted or not. "I'll try to add the concepts, philosophies, put it all in context," Hammer said. "Then
Andy, you're the writer. You can compile the whole thing. I agree this has to be done, West said. But if you ask me, the only thing that's really going to turn the guys onto Comstat is if they see it works. They aren't going to see if it works if they can't work it, Hammer logically replied. Hammer walked out of the office. Brazil and West looked at each other. Shit, West said. Look what you've gotten us into. Me? Brazil exclaimed. Yes, you. She suggested the user's manual, not me. She wouldn't have suggested one if you weren't a writer. West saw the holes in her logic, but would not back down. Oh, I see. So now everything's my fault just because I know how to do something in general that I've been told to do specifically, and that you've been asked to help with, sort of. West had to unravel this for a moment. What do you mean, sort of? She asked. It sounds to me like my involvement is more than a sort of. Brazil's phone rang. Brazil. Oh, hi. His voice softened and he paused as the other person talked. You're so thoughtful, Brazil said, listening again. The usual place is fine, he said as the voice chattered on. I'll look forward to it, Brazil said. I've got to go. Sorry, he said to West. Do you have any idea how much I'm going to hate writing computer instructions? She asked in an uneven, strained voice, as she imagined Brazil's wealthy, beautiful landlady. And you're not supposed to make personal calls at work. I didn't make it. She called me. And you're not the one who has to do the writing. I am, Brazil replied. Well, writing, after all is said and done, is the easy part. Brazil's anger mounted. You don't have any right to say it's easy, he said. I can say anything I want, she replied. No, you can't. Yes, I can, she asserted. Then you write it. Fuck no, she answered. I got enough to do. Excuse me? A voice behind them spoke up. Fling was holding his schedule book, standing outside the door, afraid to walk in. West and Brazil stopped their bickering and stared at him. I'm out of here. West left. Officer Brazil, Fling said, I just wanted to remind you of your 1:56 appointment at Godwin High School. I believe you're speaking in the auditorium to all the students. Damn it, Brazil muttered as he checked the time. Do you know how to get there from here? No, Fling said. I didn't go there. Huh? Brazil's mind was racing. I went to Hermitage, Fling said. Wait, Brazil popped up from his desk. Virginia, come back here. On Hungary Springs Road. Fling was warmed by the memories. You know, Godwin isn't the only good school around. West walked back into the office, defiant in a khaki suit that complemented the darkness of her eyes and deep red of her hair. Her body was far finer than she deserved for as little as she did to help it along. What? She impatiently asked. You ought to go out to Hermitage, too. Talk with the students there, you know. Fling was going on and on. That's the thing about doing one school. What about the others? In case you've forgotten, Brazil said to West as he tightened the laces of his rocky boots. You're supposed to go with me to Godwin. Shit, she said. Chapter 5. Muskrat's auto rescue was Bubba's home away from home, and today especially he was grateful. It didn't matter that Officer Budget had let Bubba go with only a warning. Bubba was traumatized. The cop had called Bubba names. The cop had brought back old injuries and humiliations, and then had been so unfair and ugly as to accuse Bubba of being the one with prejudices. Muskrat's shop was behind his brick rancher on several junk-scattered acres off Clopton Street, between Midlothian and Hull. The fence bordering Muskrat's garage and its outbuildings was built of old railroad ties piled like Lincoln logs. Transmissions littered the hard-packed dirt, tail housings covered with plastic quart oil bottles to keep out the rain, cars, vans, pickups, a tractor-trailer, and an old fire truck used each year in the Azalea Parade were parked wherever Muskrat had left them last. Bubba pulled up to the shop's open bay door, cut the engine, and climbed out. He was momentarily cheered by Muskrat's automotive kingdom, which could very well have passed for a chop shop, were most of the parts not rusty, and from an earlier stage of vehicle evolution. Bubba stepped around an ancient air jack and a bearing press. He made his way through miscellaneous flower pots, coils of garden hoses, fenders, headlights, hoods, bumpers, car seats, stacks of split firewood, and 55-gallon drums overflowing with junk parts. Bubba was convinced, although he spoke of it rarely, that there was a Bermuda Triangle for vehicles. He believed cars and trucks swept up in floods and tornadoes, or perhaps gone and believed stolen, ended up in places like Muskrat's shop, where they would be cared for and used to help humans continue their journeys through this life. Bubba intended to write this insight to click-and-clack car talk on the internet, or perhaps to his favorite, Miss Lonely Parts, a syndicated columnist who was really a man. "Hey, Scrat," Bubba called out as he shut the door of his languishing Jeep. He walked inside the garage, where an old furnace burned a mixture of dirty motor oil and firewood. "Scrat, where the hell are you?" Bubba tried again. Muskrat wasn't always easy to locate within the jumbles of heater cores, batteries, oil pans, grease guns, chains, tow ropes, bungee straps, gas lines, vacuum hoses, homemade jumper cables, stands made of old Ford wheels, clutches. Pressure plates were stacked like donuts on sections of exhaust pipes. There were grinders, a chain horse to lift out engines, and hundreds of American and metric wrenches, ratchets, pliers, chisels, awls, vices, presses, springs, drill bits, spark plugs, dead-blow mallets, and brass hammers. "How come you got the heat on, Scrat?" "To keep my joints from aching. What'd you try to fix this time?" Muskrat's voice was muffled under a jacked-up 1996 Mercury Cougar. "Who tried to fix?" Bubba accused. Muskrat was flat on his back on a creeper. He rolled out from underneath the car, suddenly there, a wizard in a mechanic's blue work pants and shirt and a Napa Auto Parts cap. "What do you mean, I tried?" asked Muskrat, who was at least 70, with hands rough and hard like horn. "Windshield's leaking again," Bubba let him know. "You fixed it last, Scrat." "Uh-huh," Muskrat blandly said as he snatched toilet paper from an industrial roll overhead and began cleaning his glasses. "Well, drive her on in here, Bubba. I'll take a look, but I keep telling you to get the boys at Hard and Glass to put in a new windshield, or dump the damn thing altogether and get something that don't break down every other minute." Bubba walked out of the garage, not listening. He got into his Jeep and cranked the engine as anger pecked at him. He could not and would not believe that his buddy Smudge had cheated him. It couldn't be that Smudge had sold him a piece of shit. The possibility of it resurrected other injustices as Bubba parked inside the garage in the bay next to the Cougar and climbed out. "I got to tell you right now, Scrat, there's police brutality in this city," Bubba announced. "Oh, yeah?" Muskrat mumbled as he started looking at the windshield. "I think something's telling me to do something about it." "Bubba, something's always telling you something. There's reasons too complicated to go into that the new chief, that new woman who just moved here, needs my help, Scrat." "And you always got complicated reasons, Bubba. I'd stay out of it if I were you." Bubba could not stop thinking about Chief Hammer. He had heard her name on his cell phone this morning. There was a reason for this. It was not random. "It's time we mobilized, Scrat." "Who's we?" "Citizens like us," Bubba said. "We gotta get involved." "I can't find your leak," Muskrat said. "Right here." Bubba pointed to the top of the windshield, near the rearview mirror. "The water drips in from this spot here. Want a cigarette?" Bubba pulled out a pack. "You need to cut back, boy. Muskrat said. Chew gum. That's what I do to kill the craving when I'm around gasoline and what all. You forget I got TMJ. My jaws are killing me. Bubba clicked them side to side. I told you not to get all those damn crowns, Muskrat said, as he retrieved a Windex spray bottle full of water and uncoiled an air hose. You'd probably be better off if he just yanked all of them out and fixed you up with a pair of clackers like I got. Muskrat grinned, showing off his dentures. I'll get on the inside with the hose, and when I tell you to, you start spraying, said Muskrat. Same thing we did last time, Bubba said, and a lot of good it did. It's like fixing those crowns of yours. Muskrat wouldn't let up as he sat in the driver's seat. All you do is go to the dentist. I'd get new ones that don't look like piano keys if I were you, and you sure as hell ought to replace this windshield. The car's been wrecked. Muskrat had told him this before. That's why everything keeps going wrong with it. That and the fact that you're always trying to fix it yourself, Bubba. It ain't been wrecked, good buddy, Bubba said. Sure as hell has. Where do you think all that Bondo came from, the factory? I won't have you talking about Smudge that way, Bubba told him. I didn't say a word about Smudge. Smudge has been my good buddy since we were in Sunday school together, way back. Way back when you used to go to church and listen to your daddy, Muskrat reminded him. Don't forget, you was the preacher's kid. Bubba was shocked by another memory of name-calling. The fluckin' preacher's kid. He had forgotten all about it. For a moment he couldn't speak. His bowels came alive. I'm just pointing out, for your own good, Bubba, that it didn't hurt Smudge one bit to be on the preacher's good side. Not everybody has as high opinion of Smudge as you do. Muskrat had heard every tale there was about everybody in the city who had ever owned a car that needed fixing, including the Dodge Dart belonging to Miss Prum, who happened to be the director of Christian education at the historic downtown Second Presbyterian Church, where Dr. Butt Fluck had been the senior minister. Look, it's already 6:30, and I gotta start my shift early tonight, as if my day hasn't been bad enough. So I guess we'd better get this leak taken care of, Bubba said, as an escort drove up and parked outside the shop. I'm going as fast as I can, Muskrat said. He peeled the Jeep's headliner and its cardboard away from the ceiling and examined the rubbery black polyurethane in the pitch well. At least you didn't try to fix this one yourself, Muskrat observed. Didn't have time, Bubba said. Good thing, since you're always screwing up things worse, Muskrat candidly said. They did not see the clean-cut kid walk in until he was so close he startled them. Hi, the kid said. Didn't mean to scare you. Don't go sneaking up on people like that, son, Muskrat said. I got a stuck window, the kid told him. Well, you just stand on back and hold your horses, Muskrat said. I'll get with you as soon as I wind up here. Bubba hadn't finished arguing yet. I did my own pigtail wiring on my trailer hitch, he said. And you got the turn signal lights backwards, Muskrat countered. So what, big deal? Well, I'll remind you of a big deal. Remember the serpentine belt? Muskrat talked on. The directions weren't clear, Bubba answered. Well, you fought it out with that one for 5 hours and still put it on wrong. Ribbed against smooth instead of ribbed against ribbed, and smooth against smooth. And the next thing you've lost the alternator, power steering, water pump. You're just lucky you didn't lock up the engine and have to get a new one. Bubba, you can start spraying. Excuse me, the kid politely said. You know how long you'll be? You'll have to hold off for just a minute, Muskrat told him. Bubba worked the Windex bottle along the top of the windshield, spraying water near the rearview mirror, while Muskrat blasted compressed air at the seal from the inside. Before that, Muskrat picked up where he'd left off. You replaced the mercury switch in the trunk and did that wrong, too. So the trunk light stayed on all the time, and your battery kept going dead. Before that, it was replacing your brakes and putting the pad in backwards. And the time before that, you left out the anti-rattle spring, the horseshoe clip in the emergency brake, and the lever fell into the drum. Bubba winked at the kid, as if to imply that Muskrat was exaggerating. Muskrat walked over to a workbench, where the heater box was warming up several tubes of Seek-Attack ultra-fast polyurethane. He picked up a caulking gun and dropped a tube inside it. "Remember the time you forgot the cotter pin and the tire rod fell off and both wheels went out spread eagle?" Muskrat kept on. "He can tell a story," Bubba said to the kid. Water trickled down the inside of the glass. Muskrat ran a thick bead of black polyurethane, licking his finger and pressing it flat. He stepped out of the car and ran a thin bead on the outside of the glass. "We need to wait about 15 minutes to test it again," he said. "Truth is, none of the seals in this thing are tight. Bet you get a lot of wind noise." Bubba wasn't going to admit it. Muskrat walked over to the solvent bin and dipped his hands in the murky fluid. "What you need?" Muskrat finally said to the kid. "My left rear power window won't work." The young man was courteous, but his eyes were hard. "The motor's probably gone bad," volunteered Bubba, the ace mechanic. "But you're going to have to wait. I was here first." "We got a few minutes," Muskrat told Bubba. "Let me go on and take care of him." Muskrat dried his hands and walked outside to the escort. He opened the back door and popped the panel off as the young man scanned his surroundings. "Bubba, how about bringing me the wire strippers?" Muskrat said. "You're lucky," he told his young customer. "It ain't the switch or the motor. You got a broke wire between the door and the jamb. All I got to do is splice it. What's your name, by the way?" "Smoke." "Now, that's a new one," Muskrat commented. "What everybody calls me." Smoke shrugged. "Hope you get your problem taken care of," he then said to Bubba. "I'm new around here. People seem really nice." "It's the South," Bubba bragged. "I guess you're from here." "Couldn't be from any place else. In fact, I'm even more Southern than I used to be." "How so?" Smoke asked, with a smile that might have been interpreted as a faint sneer had Bubba paid attention. "Born on North Side and moved to South Side." "Oh, yeah? Whereabouts?" "Forest Hills, over on Clarence," said Bubba, who was flattered by the boy's interest and his respectful way of addressing him. "Can't miss my house. The one with the coon dog in the pen. Half-shell. She barks nonstop and wouldn't hurt a flea." "Not much of a watchdog if she barks all the time," Smoke said. "You got that right." "You hunt with her?" "Big into that," Bubba said. "Seems all us Southern guys are big on guns." "You bet." Muskrat twisted the wires he'd stripped and was done. "When I was your age," Bubba said to Smoke, "I started fixing things like this myself." "I'm not very mechanically inclined," Smoke said. "You can work on it, son," Bubba beamed. "Go out and get the proper tools, some books, and it's trial and error. Same with things around the house. You build your own deck, fix your own roof. Hell, just the other day I bought a new garage door at Sears. Installed it myself." "No kidding," Smoke said. "Remote control and all." "You bet. Gives satisfaction money can't buy," Bubba said. "You must have quite a shop," Smoke said. "Had to add an addition to the garage. Everything from Grove joint pliers to a DeVilbiss air compressor rated at 7.6 CFM at 40 PSI and 5.6 CFM at 90, to diagnostic tools like a SunPro sensor probe so you can test manifold absolute pressure, mass airflow, and vane airflow sensors." "Don't need shit like that, and neither do you, Bubba," Muskrat let him know. "At least I know how to use what I got." Muskrat replaced the door panel and got up. He climbed into the driver's seat, started the engine, and tested the window. It hummed up. "Smooth as silk," he proudly announced, wiping his hands on his pants. Gee, thanks, Smoke said. How much do I owe you? The first time's on the house, Muskrat said. Gee, thanks a lot, Smoke said. Hey, the gun and knife show's coming in 2 weeks, Bubba suddenly remembered. Looking for a couple aftermarket clips, 20 rounds, for my new The Fat Man 92 FSM9 Special Edition, finest military handgun in the world. Now that I gotta show you, Muskrat. Comes with pistol belt and holster, magazine pouch. Same thing used in Just Cause, Desert Storm, Desert Shield, Restore Hope, Joint Guard. Do tell, said Muskrat. I'm debating if I should have got the presentation case. Walnut etched glass cover, and the walnut grips. Bubba agonized. Wouldn't be as practical if you ever planned to shoot it. I sure as hell do. Winchester 115 grain silver tip high power. How come you ain't in school? Muskrat asked Smoke. Free period. In fact, I gotta get back. Muskrat waited until Smoke was in his car, driving off. You noticed that boy's eyes, Muskrat said. Looked like he'd been drinking. As if you and I didn't at that age, Bubba said. So what do you think? This urethane hard enough yet? Should be, but don't get your hopes up. They used the air hose and spray bottle again. The leak was still there. Muskrat took his time studying the problem until he'd figured it out. You got a hairline crack in the roof line, he said. Chapter 6. Weed refused to read his story, causing Mrs. Grannis to doubt that he had written one. This disappointed her greatly, and the other students in the class did not know what to think. Weed had always been so eager, the little boy wonder in art class. Now, suddenly, he was uncommunicative and uncooperative, and the more Mrs. Grannis pressed him, the more obstinate he got. Finally, he was rude. Why I did the fish is my business, he said, reaching under his desk for his knapsack. You had an assignment, just like everyone else, Mrs. Grannis said firmly. No one else did a fish. Weed looked up at the clock. That's all the more reason we want to hear about yours, Mrs. Grannis answered. Come on, Weed. Read it to us. Hey, it's not fair. You heard ours. It was 1:48. Fifth period ended in 3 minutes. Mrs. Grannis felt terrible. Weed was impossible, sitting rigidly in his chair, head bent, as if he were about to be beaten. His classmates shifted uncomfortably, waiting for the bell. Well, Mrs. Grannis broke the silence. Tomorrow we start watercolors, and don't forget, we have a special program next period. Henry Hamilton was the star pitcher of the baseball team, and he hated any activity that kept him sitting past 2 in the afternoon. He made a face, slumped in his seat, and sighed loudly. Eva Gretche did the same thing because she had an aching crush on Hamilton. Randy Weisfenning wasn't happy either. We have 2 very important police officers who have been sent to Richmond by the National Institute of Justice, Mrs. Grannis said. They have generously agreed to come today and talk with us. About what? Crime, I suppose, Mrs. Grannis said. I'm sick of hearing about it. Me too. My mom won't even read the paper anymore. My dad thinks I should start wearing a bulletproof vest to class. Hamilton laughed, ducking when Weisfenning tried to cuff him. That's not funny, Mrs. Grannis said. The bell rang. Everyone jumped up as if there was a fire. Off to see the wizard, Hamilton sang, and started skipping down an imagined yellow brick road. Eva Gretche laughed too hard. Weed, Mrs. Grannis said, I need to see you for a minute. He sullenly shuffled up to her desk. The room emptied, leaving the 2 of them alone. This is the first time you've not turned in an assignment, she softly said. He shrugged. Do you want to tell me why? Because? He shrugged again as tears smarted. That's not an answer, Weed. He blinked, looking away from her. Feelings boiled up in him. In an hour, he was supposed to meet Smoke in the parking lot. I just didn't get around to it, he said, as he thought of the 5-page story hiding inside his knapsack. I'm very surprised you didn't get around to it. She measured her words. Weed said nothing. He had spent half of Saturday writing 4 drafts of it, before painstakingly making the final copy in black felt-tip ink, letters perfectly formed in the calligraphy that he had learned from a kit, and then modified to his bold, funky, completely unique style. The second bell rang. We need to go on to the auditorium, Mrs. Grannis said. He felt her searching his face, looking for a clue. Weed knew she was hoping the faculty had not made a mistake advancing him to the outer limits of Godwin's art instruction. I don't want to listen to no cops, Weed told her. Weed, it wasn't negotiable. You're going to sit with me.
This ends side 1 of cassette 2. Please turn the cassette over and start side 2 at the same point.
Brazil parked his marked patrol car on the circle outside the high school's front entrance, and despite his constant complaining during the drive, felt happy to be here as he climbed out of the car and students milling about stared. It did not occur to Brazil that his tall, chiseled, uniformed presence was striking, that this might have something to do with the attention he so often got. He had never really accepted his physical self. In part, this was because he was an only child left to the mercy of a mother who had always been too miserable and eventually too drunk to see him as someone separate from herself. When she looked at him, she saw a bleary projection of her husband, who had been killed when Brazil was 10. In her rages, it was Brazil's dead father she ranted to and struck and begged not to leave her. You got any idea where the hell we're going? West asked as she pushed shut the car door. Brazil scanned the notes Fling had given him. Go in, take a left, he read. Go in where? Brazil scanned some more. Doesn't say. We go through doors ahead to green hallway, through more doors to a blue one until see a bulletin board with photographs. Fuck, West said as they walked. After that, Brazil said, we can't miss it. It's a conspiracy, I'm telling you, Andy. They deliberately had Hammer inherit Fling to fuck her. I don't know, Brazil said as he opened one of the front doors for her, and they entered the commons. The former chief had him for 3 years. The former chief also got fired for incompetence. Ah. Brazil spied a pretty young teacher walking with one of her students. Excuse me, Brazil said to her with a smile. We're trying to find the auditorium. I'm Officer Brazil, and this is Deputy Chief West. Of course, Mrs. Grannis answered with enthusiasm. You're exactly who we're on our way to see. I'm Mrs. Grannis, and this is Weed. You can just follow us. It's just straight ahead. I'm sure everybody else is already seated and waiting with great anticipation. What you say? Brazil said to Weed. Nothing, Weed said. Oh, come on, West said. I hear they teach a lot more than nothing here. Weed's our star artist, Mrs. Grannis proudly said, patting Weed's shoulder. He moved away from her, his lower lip protruding in a combination of hostility and near tears. That's cool, Brazil said, shortening his long strides. What kind of art, man? Whatever kind I want, Weed said. Oh, yeah? Brazil said. You do sculpture? Yeah. How about pen and ink? Yeah. Watercolors? Going to. Paper mache? Easy. Impressionism. You like Cézanne? Le Chateau Noir? Huh?
Weed looked up at Brazil. Say what? Cezanne. He's one of my favorites. Go look him up. Where's he live? He doesn't anymore. Weed frowned, following the two cops and Mrs. Grannis into the auditorium. It was full, students turning around in their seats, wondering what Mrs. Grannis and Weed were doing with the two important guests. Weed held his head up, walking cool in his baggy look of the day. He and Mrs. Grannis slipped into the second row, near other teachers. Brazil and West made their way onto the stage and sat in chairs on the dais, spotlights on them. West tapped her microphone and it thudded loudly. "Can everybody hear?" she asked. "Yes," voices returned. "All the way in the back?" "Yes." "Where's your gun?" Laughter started rolling through the rows. "We'll start with that," West said, her voice booming. "What's all this crap about guns? Yeah, sure. I've got one on." "What kind?" "The kind I don't like," she answered. "Because I don't like any gun. I don't even like being a cop, and you know why? Because I wish we didn't need guns or cops." She and Brazil talked for about 20 minutes. Afterwards, the principal, Mrs. Lilly, made her way up to the front of the auditorium as the applause continued. Brazil bent down and handed Mrs. Lilly the microphone. She squinted in the glaring lights and announced there was time to take a few questions. Smoke had returned to school after a quick stop at Sears, where he had shoplifted 10 garage remote controls. He stood up from an aisle seat on the 10th row. "I was wondering." He spoke loudly and sincerely. "If you think some kids are born bad." "I think some are," the lady cop bluntly answered. "I'd like to believe that's not true," Mrs. Lilly piped up. "We'd all like to believe it's not true," the blonde uniformed cop said. "But I think what's important is that at the end of the day, people make choices. Nobody makes you cheat on that test, or steal that car, or beat somebody up." Smoke continued to stand in the darkness, listening attentively, his expression innocent and thoughtful. He wasn't finished yet. "But what do you do if someone's really bad, and nothing's going to change him?" he asked in a loud, sure voice. "Lock him up." The lady cop meant it. Laughter. "About all you can do is protect society from people like that," the blonde cop added. "Isn't it true, though, that genetically bad people are usually smarter and harder to catch?" Smoke asked. "Depends on who's trying to catch them." The blonde cop was a little cocky. Laughter swelled as the bell rang. Smoke slipped out of the auditorium first, through a side door, heading straight for the parking lot. A cold smile played on his lips as he envisioned the blonde cop and his sidekick with the big tits, and imagined himself in direct combat with them. The thought aroused him. Power lifted him and pumped through his blood as he trotted to his escort and unlocked it. He sat behind the wheel, working himself into intense excitement as he stared at the circle of yellow school buses and the hundreds of kids suddenly streaming out of doorways, cheerful, playful, and in a hurry. Smoke started the car and drove to the appointed spot in the parking lot, forcing other students to go around him or turn and head out the other way. He wasn't going to move for anyone. Traffic and voices were loud as he sat watching for Weed, who was about to hurt like hell and make Smoke famous. Smoke wanted to touch himself again, but resisted. When he deprived himself, he couldn't be stopped. He could do anything. He would get a faint metallic taste in his mouth as energy rushed up from between his legs and lifted the top of his head. He could work himself into anything. All he had to do was play the same fantasy over and over again in his mind. He was sweaty and dirty on a downtown rooftop with an AR-15, taking out half the fucking cops in the city, slapping magazine after magazine into his assault rifle, shooting down helicopters, and slaughtering the National Guard. Smoke never carried the fantasy much beyond that point. A rational part of his brain realized that the last scenario most likely would be his death or imprisonment, but neither was enough to get his attention when he was consumed by lust so intense and seething that these days he did little beyond playing with plans. It was 3:05 when Weed walked up to the car, knapsack limp in his hand. Smoke was silent as Weed climbed in, shut the door, and fastened his shoulder harness. Smoke drove off, slowly making his way out of the parking lot. He turned onto Pump Road and followed it south to Patterson Avenue, while Weed got increasingly nervous, licking his lips, staring out his side window. "So how come you ask the cops all those questions?" Weed finally mustered up the courage to ask. Smoke said nothing. "I thought they was good questions." Smoke was silent as he turned east on Patterson Avenue. He started driving faster. He felt Weed's fear, and the heat of rage pressed against Smoke like a wall of fire. "I thought the cops were fucking stupid." Weed tried to sound big. "Hey, you hungry, Smoke? I didn't eat my sandwich at lunch. You want it?" A long silence followed. Smoke turned south on Parham Road. "Hey, Smoke, how come you ain't talking to me?" Weed's voice jumped. "I do something?" Smoke's right hand flew out as if it were alive on its own. It chopped Weed hard between the legs. "What time I tell you to meet me in the parking lot?" Smoke yelled as Weed shrieked, doubled over, arms locked under his crossed legs, head practically in his lap. "What time, you fucking little shit?" "3!" Weed cried, tears running down his face in little rivers. "Why'd you do that? I didn't do nothing." He hiccuped. "Smoke, I didn't." "And what time was it when you walked up to my car, you little fuck?" Smoke grabbed the back of Weed's woolly cornrows. "It was 3:05. He yanked. Weed screamed again. "When I say 3, what does that mean, retard?" "I couldn't get away from Mrs. Grannis." Weed choked, gasping, and making awful faces as Smoke gripped Weed's hair, tearing some of it out by the roots. "I'm sorry, Smoke. I'm sorry. Oh, please don't hurt me no more." Smoke shoved him away and started laughing. He turned up 2-pack on the CD player, every other word, fuck and nigger. Smoke reached under his seat and snatched out the Glock. He shoved it between Weed's ribs, getting off on how bad the little shit was shaking. Weed put his hands over his face. He farted and burped. "You pee or shit in here and I'll blow your dick off," Smoke told him. "Please, Smoke," Weed begged in a tiny, pitiful voice. "Please don't, Smoke." "You gonna do what I say from now on?" "Yes. I'll do anything you want me to, Smoke, I promise." Smoke tucked the pistol back under his seat. He turned up 2-pack and started rapping along. There was no further conversation as Smoke headed across the river toward Huguenot Road, winding here and there, cutting over to Forest Hill, avoiding tolls whenever he could. Weed had gotten very quiet. He dried his eyes and kept his legs tightly crossed. The kid was so puny, his Nikes barely touched the floor. Smoke knew all about timing. He knew exactly how to make people do what he wanted. "Feeling better?" Smoke asked, turning down 2-pack. "Yes," Weed politely answered. They were on Midlothian Turnpike now, passing German School Road. "You know what an oath is?" Smoke asked. He was nice now, relaxed and taking his time, as if they were going out for a hamburger or just cruising. "No," Weed softly answered. "You need to speak up," Smoke said. "I can hardly hear you." "I don't know what it is," Weed said more loudly. "You ever been a Boy Scout?" "No." "Well, to be one, you got to take an oath. On my honor, I promise to do my best and on, whatever. That's an oath, something you swear to. And if you break it, something really bad happens." Businesses along this stretch of Midlothian Turnpike were all about cars and trucks and everything that went with them. A Cheers restaurant had gone out of business, and an adult bookstore had only one car in the lot. Smoke cut up an unpaved side street and drove through the middle of a trailer park, where balding, muddy yards were littered with metal chairs, flower pots, and ceramic lawn ornaments. Scrawny cats darted out of the way, wind chimes tinkled, and parked trucks reflected the sun. They turned into the cracked, weed-infested parking lot of the South Side Motel, which had been out of business and boarded up for years. A chain was strung across either end of the drive leading into it, air conditioning units outside the rooms rusted, a breeze sucking dingy white curtains in and out of broken windows. Junipers had grown out of control in clumps, shielding entire blocks of rooms, and grass was dead and treacherous with broken glass. Smoke drove around to the back of the motel and parked next to a dumpster. "Remember when I drove you through here last week?" Smoke said. "Remember, the first rule is, nobody parks back here. You see all the no trespassing signs?" "Yeah," Weed answered, looking around and scared. "Well, the cops don't come here, but I can't take the chance. They see your car and you're fucked." He put the escort in gear and drove back around to the front. Weed was quiet as Smoke backtracked and parked on the side of a rutted, muddy road on the outskirts of the trailer park. "This is how I go in," Smoke said, cutting the engine and reaching down for his Glock. "You're gonna have to come in another way because they don't have nothing in here but white trash, and you'll attract attention. They might even call the cops." "Then what do I do?" Weed asked, climbing out and casting furtively about. "Cut in through Fast Track, Jiffy Tune, Turnpike Auto Parts, one of those other places on the strip, and just come through the woods behind the motel," Smoke said, sticking the pistol down the front of his jeans and pulling his Chicago Bulls sweatshirt over it. He kept a good pace along the unpaved road, Weed limping along as fast as he could, obviously hurting. Smoke knew his latest recruit was wondering if he was going to get his brains blown out behind an abandoned motel in the middle of nothing, and Smoke let him worry. Smoke understood fear. The gratification was instant when he made something suffer. He had learned this as a little boy when he could see panic in the eyes, when he could feel terror in the rapidly beating heart of the weaker creature he tortured to death. Smoke came from a better home than most, one of comfortable, open-minded parents who had never gotten in his way or tried to hold him back or believed their son could be bad. They preferred to give permission rather than force the child into clandestine behavior. They believed if they were trusting and fair-minded, their 3 children would make the right choices. Smoke's older brother and sister had seemed to prove the philosophy right. They were making good grades in college and associated with nice people and had normal ambitions. Smoke had always been different. During the interminable evaluations and counseling sessions in Durham and training school at Butner, he had not complained about his family or a single event that had or hadn't happened to him. He had blamed no one for who he was, and in fact took full credit. He had diagnosed himself as a psychopath. He worked hard to be a good one. Smoke had no doubt that one day the world would know his name. Smoke wasn't giving Weed a hard time right now, and Weed was grateful and appropriately cooperative. Their feet clinked bits of broken bottles and dislodged rocks, and acres of dense woods shielded the back of the motel from busy highways and streets just blocks away. Smoke headed straight for a large sheet of plywood propped against a wall behind a clump of junipers. His eyes narrowed as he looked around and listened. He slid the plywood to one side and stepped through the empty bent aluminum frame of what was left of sliding glass doors. "Who's bartending?" Smoke announced to the girl and 3 boys inside the boggy, musty-smelling suite. "We got something to celebrate. Weed, meet your new family. That's Divinity. And the 3 assholes there are Dog, Sick, and Beeper." "That's their real names?" Weed couldn't help but ask. "They're slave names," Smoke replied. Chapter 7. The Pikes were sipping vodka out of Dixie cups and smoking cigarettes. They looked at Weed and seemed amused, their eyes laughing at him as they lounged on stained, sour-smelling mattresses. Divinity was dark-skinned. But Weed didn't think she was black, maybe Hispanic, or a little bit of everything. She wasn't wearing a bra, and her tight, sheer black undershirt showed more than Weed had ever seen in person. Her slender legs in their worn-out jeans were spread wide. She was really pretty. Dog was big and looked mean and stupid, and Sick had acne and a dark buzz cut and 5 loops in his right ear. Beeper seemed a little nicer, or maybe it was just that he was small like Weed. Each of them had a number tattooed on the right index finger and seemed oblivious to the nasty mattresses and the rotting wall-to-wall brown carpet beneath them. Strewn about were plain oak chairs that Weed associated with school, and TV trays, and boxes of paper napkins and Dixie cups. Candles of all descriptions sat in puddles of hardened wax on windowsills, and the motel furniture was so warped the Formica lamination was curling up. Piled in corners were boxes of chalk, erasers, a slide projector, library books, a corkboard, throw pillows, and at least a dozen empty wallets and ladies' purses, and just as many pairs of leather tennis shoes of different sizes. Cases of liquor were stacked up to the water-stained ceiling. Smoke lit one of the candles while Divinity poured Smirnoff into a Dixie cup and handed it to him. "Are you going to change my name?" Weed asked. "Give him some," Smoke ordered Divinity. She poured a cup of vodka for Weed and laughed when he hesitantly took it from her. "Go on." Smoke jerked his head at Weed. Weed's daddy drank straight liquor all the time, but Weed never had. He knew it made his daddy mean and sent him out running around and not coming back, sometimes the entire weekend Weed was visiting. The vodka burned and almost gagged Weed. Instantly, his face heated up, and his brain got lighter. "Nah," Smoke said as he held out his cup for more, and gestured for Divinity to refill Weed's as well. "You got such a fucking stupid name. I'm just gonna leave it. We couldn't do much better than Weed if we tried, could we?" he said to his gang. "No, baby," Divinity sighed as she lay back on her mattress, hands beneath her head, breasts pointed up at the ceiling. Smoke caught Weed staring. "You never seen tits before, retard?" he asked. Weed downed his second cup of vodka and thought he might be sick. "Sure, I seen him," he stuttered. "Bet you haven't either, retard," Smoke laughed. "Except maybe in pictures when you try to jerk off that little golden rod of yours." Everybody laughed with him, including Weed. Weed tried to get cocky and show no fear. "Fuck," Weed strutted. "I seen tits bigger'n hers." "Show him." Smoke snapped his fingers at Divinity. She pulled up her shirt and smiled at Weed. He stared, his mouth falling open, his face so hot he thought he had a bad fever. She had tattoos of targets and flower petals in places he could not believe. "You can look, but you touch and I shoot your balls off," Smoke said in a menacing tone. "Everybody knows the rule, right?" Beeper, Sick, and Dog nodded blearily. They didn't seem the least bit interested in Divinity or her equipment. Smoke dropped down next to her on the mattress. He started feeling her and kissing her, his tongue about to get dislocated from his mouth. Weed had never seen anybody act like that in front of other people. It didn't make any sense to him, and he wanted to run as fast as he could and wake up in another city. "All right, baby. You ready to cook?" Smoke asked, his tongue in her ear. "Yeah, sugar." She languidly reached behind her and got hold of a box of syringes and a Bic ballpoint pen. Weed watched with growing terror as Smoke started heating a needle in the candle flame, while Divinity smashed the pen with the butt of the vodka bottle. She pulled out the slender ink tube and dabbed a dot of black ink on her wrist, as if she were testing the warmth of baby's milk. "We got it, sugar," she said. "Get your ass over here," Smoke ordered to Weed. Weed was paralyzed. "What you gonna do, Smoke?" His voice got small again. "You gotta get your slave number, retard." "I don't need one. Really, I don't." "Yeah, you do. And you don't get your puny ass right here, right now," He patted the mattress where he and Divinity sat. "Then I'm going to have to get the boys here to convince you." Weed walked over and sat on the mattress, a musty, yeasty smell assaulting his nostrils. He held his legs close together and wrapped his arms around his knees, his fists clenched to hide his fingers as best he could. Smoke slowly turned the needle in the flame. "Hold out your right hand," he commanded. "I don't need no number." Weed tried not to sound like he was begging, but knew he did. "You don't hold it out now. I'm going to chop it off." Divinity poured another cup of vodka and handed it to Weed. "Here, honey. This'll help. I know it don't feel good, but we all had it done, you know," she said, holding out her delicate finger with its homemade 2 tattoo. Weed drank the vodka and caught on fire. His mind went somewhere, and when he put out his hand, he was surprised that he could tolerate the sticks and deep scratches of the red-hot needle. He didn't cry. He threw a switch that turned off pain. He didn't look as Divinity dripped ink into the wounds and rubbed it in good. Weed swayed, and Smoke had to tell him twice to sit still. "Your slave number's 5, little shit," Smoke was saying. "Pretty good, huh? That makes you in the top 10. Hell, it makes you in the top 5, right? That makes you a first-string pike. And a fucking lot is expected of a first-string pike. Right, everybody? Sure as fuck is. Fucking got it fucking straight." "Honey, don't you fret. You're gonna be just great," Divinity reassured Weed. "We're going to initiate you, retard," Smoke said, as again he stuck the needle in Weed's right index finger, above the first knuckle. "You're going to do a little paint job for us." Weed almost fell over, and Divinity had to hold him up. She was laughing and rubbing his back. "We're going to show this city who we are once and for all," Smoke went on, full of liquor and himself. "You got paints, don't you, little art fag?" Smoke's words whirled inside Weed's head like the Milky Way. "He's gone, man," Beeper said. "What do we do with him?" "Nothing right now," Smoke said. "I got an errand to run." It was almost 8 p.m., and Virginia West was glad. Working long hours meant she didn't have the energy to get emotional about the dishes in the sink, the dirty clothes on the floor, the clean ones draped over chairs and falling off hangers. She didn't have to wait for Brazil to ring her up and suggest a pizza, or just a walk, like he used to back in Charlotte. She knew from her in-log of calls that he never tried, but why should he? She made sure he knew she was never home. If it even crossed his mind to call, he wouldn't, because it was pointless. She was busy, out, not thinking of him, not interested. In fact, 8 p.m. was earlier than usual. West preferred to roll in around 10 or 11, when it was too late to even call her family on the farm, where she rarely visited anymore because she now lived so far away. Time had become West's enemy. A pause in it echoed with an unbearable emptiness and loneliness that sent her fleeing from the 19th century townhouse she rented on Park Avenue, once known as Scuffletown Road, in Richmond's Fan District. Although the name Fan meant nothing to outsiders, or even the majority of Richmond residents who were not interested in the history of their city, a quick look at a map brought much clarity to the matter. The neighborhood fanned out, several miles west of downtown, spreading fingers of quaint streets with names like Strawberry, Plum, and Grove. Homes and townhouses of distinctive designs were brick and stone with slate and shingle roofs, and stained glass transoms, elaborate porches and parapets, finials, and even medallions and domes. Styles ranged from Queen Anne to Neo-Georgian and Italian villa. West's townhouse was 3 stories, with a gray and brown granite front on the first floor and red brick on the 2 above. There were stained glass bands around the sashes on the second-floor windows, and a white frame sitting porch in front. Although Park Avenue had once been one of the most prominent addresses in the city, much of the area had become more affordable as Virginia Commonwealth University continued to expand. Quite frankly, West was growing to hate the Fan, Finding its unrelenting noises were causing her mood swings, which in turn seemed to be causing the same in Niles, her Abyssinian cat. The problem was that West had unwittingly picked a location several houses down from Governor Jim Gilmore's birthplace, which had become increasingly overrun by tourists. She was across the street from the crowded Robin Inn, a popular hangout for students and cops who liked big servings of lasagna and spaghetti and baskets full of garlic bread. As for finding parking on the street, it was a chronic lottery with chances always slim to none, and West had grown to despise students and cars. She even hated their bicycles. She dropped her briefcase in the foyer, and Niles slinked out of the office and regarded his owner with crossed blue eyes. West threw her suit jacket on the living room couch and stepped out of her shoes. "What were you doing in my office?" West asked Niles. "You know not to go in there. How did you, anyway? I know I locked the door, you little flea bag." Niles was not insulted. He knew as well as his owner did that he didn't have fleas. "My office is the worst room in the house," his owner said as she walked into the kitchen and Niles followed. "What is it about going in there, huh?" She opened the refrigerator, grabbed a Miller Genuine Draft, and screwed off the cap. Niles jumped on the windowsill and stared at her. His owner was always in such a hurry that she just thought she closed doors, cabinets, windows, drawers, and put away things Niles might enjoy in her absence, such as loose nails and screws, balls of string, half and half or part of an egg and sausage sandwich left in the sink. His owner took a big swallow of beer and stared at her personal information center, an expensive gray phone with a video screen, 2 lines, caller ID, and as many stored telephone numbers as Niles's owner decided to program into memory. She checked for messages, but there were none. She scrolled through the caller ID inlog to see if anyone had called and not left a message. No one had. She took a big swallow of beer and sighed. Niles stayed on the windowsill and stared down at his empty food bowl. "I get the hint," his owner said, taking another swig of beer. She walked into the pantry and carried out the bag of Imes Less Active. "I'm going to tell you this right now," his owner said, as she filled Niles's handmade ceramic food bowl. "If you walked on my keyboard again or screwed around under my desk and unplugged anything, you've had it." Niles silently jumped down and crunched on his boring, fat-free, meatless food. West left the kitchen for her office, dreading what she might find. Abyssinians were unusually intelligent cats, and Niles certainly went beyond the norm, which was a problem since he was curious by nature and didn't have enough to do. "God damn it!" West exclaimed. "How the fuck did you do that?" Glowing on her computer screen was a crime map of the city. That simply could not be possible. She was certain the computer had been turned off when she left the house this morning. "Holy shit," she muttered as she seated herself in front of the terminal. "Niles, get your butt in here right now." Nor did she remember the map's colors being orange, blue, green, and purple. What happened to the pale yellow and white spaces? What were all these small, bright blue fish icons clustered in 2nd Precinct's Beat 219? West looked at the icons one could click on at the bottom of the screen. Homicides were plus signs, robberies were dots, aggravated assaults were stars, burglaries were triangles, vehicle thefts were little cars. But there were no fish, blue or otherwise. In fact, there was no such thing as a fish icon in Comstat's computer network. Absolutely not. And she could think of no explanation whatsoever for why Beat 219 was filled with fish, or why the beat was outlined in flashing blood red. West reached for the phone. Chapter 8. Andy Brazil also lived in the Fan, but on Plum Street in a 15-foot-wide row house with a flat roof and cornices of plain brick, and old plumbing and appliances, and creaking hardwood floors scattered with worn-out braided rugs. The house was furnished and owned by the old spinster Ruby Sink, a shrewd businesswoman and busybody, one of the first who heard the NIJ team was coming to town and might need a place to stay. As it so happened, she had one vacant rental property she had been trying to fill for months. Brazil had taken it, sight unseen. Like West, he regretted his choice in living accommodations. The trap he had fallen into was plain to see. Miss Sink was rich, lonely, cranky, and a compulsive talker. She popped over whenever she wished, ostensibly to check on the small patch of landscaping in front, or to make sure no repair work or touch-ups were needed, or to bring Brazil homemade banana bread or cookies, and to inquire about his job and personal life. Brazil climbed the steps to the front porch, where a package was propped against the front screen door. He recognized Miss Sink's fussy cursive penmanship on the brown wrapping paper, and got depressed. It was late. He was exhausted. He hadn't eaten. He hadn't gone to the store in days. The last thing he wanted was another one of Miss Sink's cakes or tins of cookies, which was sure to be followed by yet another visit or a phone call. "I'm home," he irritably and sarcastically announced to nobody as he tossed his keys on a chair. "What's for dinner?" He was answered by a dripping faucet in the guest bath down the dark, paneled hall. Brazil began unbuttoning his uniform shirt as he walked in the direction of the master bedroom, on the first floor and barely big enough for the double bed and 2 chests of drawers. He unsnapped his holster and slipped out the Sig Sauer 9mm pistol, setting it on a bedside table. He unbuckled his duty belt, took off his boots, pants, and lightweight body armor. He rubbed his lower back as he headed to the kitchen in his socks, briefs, and sweaty undershirt. His office was set up in the dining room, and as he passed by it, he was shocked by what was on his computer screen. "My God," he exclaimed, as he pulled out a chair and placed his hands on the keyboard. Glowing on his computer screen was the city crime map. Beat 219 was filled with little blue fish and outlined in flashing red. That particular area of 2nd Precinct was bordered by Chippenham Parkway to the west, Jank Road to the north, railroad tracks to the east, and Midlothian Turnpike to the south. Brazil's first thought was that some terrible disaster had happened within those boundaries since he had marked end of tour 20 minutes ago. Perhaps there had been a riot, a bomb threat, an overturned chemical truck, a hurricane watch. He got on the phone and called the radio room. Communications Officer Patty Passman answered. "This is Unit 11, Brazil abruptly announced. "Is something big going on down on Southside, specifically in Beat 219? "You marked EOT at 1924 hours, Passman came back. "I know," Brazil tenfored. "Then why are you asking about 219? Are you monitoring the scanner?" 1010. Brazil let her know he wasn't. "Is something on it about 219? 1010, Passman said, as radio chatter sounded in the background. "Oh, I thought when you asked if I was monitoring 219, maybe you meant that something was going on," Brazil said, realizing that 10 codes were not necessary over the phone. 1010, Unit 11, said Passman, who no longer knew how to talk in anything but. 1012, Unit 11. She told him to stand by. 1010, she came back. Nothing 1018. She let him know nothing urgent was afoot. What about anything at all? Brazil couldn't let it go. How many times do I have to 10-9 myself? She was getting increasingly impatient as she let him know she wasn't going to repeat herself again. What about a fish truck overturning, for example? What? Anything that might have to do with fish. Blue ones, maybe. 1012. She told him to stand by again. Hey, Mabby. Passman inadvertently keyed the mic. Brazil and all on the radio, including felons and hobbyists with scanners, could hear every word. Anything come in about fish? Passman was saying in a loud voice to dispatcher Johnny Mabby. Fish? Who wants to know? 11. What kind of fish? Blue fish. Maybe a truck overturning or a problem with one of the fish markets or something. I'll have to get a hold of an inspector, Unit 709. Horrified, Brazil snapped on his scanner. 709. The inspector's voice blurted into Brazil's dining room. Anything going on with fish in 2nd, specifically in 219? Dispatcher Mabby came back. Whose fish? 709 responded. Anybody's. I mean, is fish a subject? 709 qualified. Or are you referencing fish? Fish! Passman bullied Mabby out of the way. A fish spill, for example. 1010. 709 replied after a long pause. Possible fish could be an AKA? Passman got back on the phone without ever having gotten off it, really. She posed the question to Brazil. He could think of no wanted subject with the alias Fish or Bluefish. Brazil thanked her and hung up as other units began calling in with insincere questions and mocking tips about fish and fishy people, incidents, situations, false alarms, mental subjects, prostitutes and pimps named one or the other, and vanity plates. Brazil snapped off the scanner, furious that the Richmond cops now had one more thing to ridicule him about. Reporters and camera crews were out in force this night, stalking La Petite France, waiting for Governor Mike Fewer and his wife Ginny to emerge from a power dinner of fine French food and warm chats with the chef. The media wasn't necessarily interested in the Virginia Economic Development section of the Forbes magazine CEO kickoff banquet going on inside, but Governor Fewer had appeared on Meet the Press over the weekend. He had made controversial statements about crime and tobacco, and Richmond Times-Dispatch police reporter Artis Roop felt dissed because the governor had not given the quotes to him first. For weeks, Roop had been working on a significant series about the impact of black market cigarettes on crime and life in general. Roop believed if the price of Marlboros, for example, climbed as high as $13.26 a pack, as predicted by financial analysts as recently as the end of trading today, citizens would start growing tobacco in hidden places, such as cornfields, wooded backyards, backyards enclosed by high walls, greenhouses, logging roads, private gardens, private clubs, and anywhere that ATF might not look. Citizens would begin illegally manufacturing their own cigarettes, and who could blame them? The country would revert to the days of stills, or smokes, as Roop called the imagined contraption necessary to make bootleg tobacco products. He further theorized that in Virginia, especially, people would get away with operating smokes, since not a day went by when there wasn't controlled burning, a forest fire, a fire in a landfill, or on a hearth somewhere, smoke drifting from acres of trees or refuse or out of the chimneys of historic homes would not necessarily raise suspicions. Roop was smart enough to know that if he was one of the 20 or 30 aggressive members of the media perched outside the restaurant door, he would not get special treatment. He had wisely chosen to sit in his car, monitoring the scanner as usual. He had been perplexed and excited when he picked up on something about a fish spill in 2nd Precinct's Beat 219. Roop was a streetwise investigator. He was certain fish spill was a code for big trouble, and he would get the scoop as soon as he finished with the governor. Even as he was thinking, shit, and staring at the computer screen, it suddenly came to Brazil that what he was seeing was not Comstat computer mapping at all, but a clever, creative screensaver that someone had downloaded into the police department's new website. I'll be damned. He was incredulous. He noticed the light flashing on his answering machine. He played his messages. There were 3. The first was from his mother, who was almost too drunk to talk, and demanding to know why he never called. The second was Miss Sink, making sure he had gotten the sweet potato pie she'd delivered. And the third was from West, wanting him to call right away. Brazil knew her number, even though he never dialed it. He switched to speakerphone, his pulse running harder, hands busy on the keyboard to no avail. He could not get rid of the screensaver or alter it in any way. Virginia? He ran his fingers through his hair and strangled his nervousness before it could speak. I'm returning your call, he easily said. There's something bizarre going on with the computer. She was all business. Yours too? He couldn't believe it. Fish? Yes! And get this. I leave home this morning and my computer's off, right? Then I come home, and not only is it on now, but there's this map of 219 with all these little blue fish swimming around in it. Has anyone been inside your house today? No. Your alarm was set? Always. You're sure you didn't just think you turned your computer off? Well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. What are all these fucking fish? Maybe you should come over. I guess you're right, Brazil hesitated to say, as his heart beat harder to make itself heard. We've got to get to the bottom of this, West said.
This ends side 2 of cassette 2 of Southern Cross. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 3. Cassette 3.
Chief Hammer had been fighting with her computer for the past hour, trying to figure out how the city crime map had gotten on her screen and why there were fish in it. She tapped keys and rebooted twice while Popeye restlessly paced about, in and out of her toy box, scratching, standing on her hind legs and jumping on furniture, and finally into Hammer's lap. How am I supposed to concentrate? Hammer asked for the 10th time. Popeye stared up at Hammer as she pointed the mouse at an X and tried again to exit the map on her screen. This was crazy. The computer was locked. Maybe Fling had screwed up the software. That was the risk when all PCs had to log into the microprocessor downtown. If Fling put a bug in the system, everybody on the Richmond network was infected. Popeye stared at the screen and touched it with her paw. Stop it, Hammer said. Popeye stepped on several keys that somehow jumped Hammer off the map and landed her on an unfamiliar screen with the heading RPD Pike Punt. Under it were strings of programming that made no sense. I am to sim on, and available, and AOL % find window, AOL frame 2.5, and so on. Popeye, now look what you've done. I'm in the operating system where I absolutely don't belong. Let me tell you something. I'm not a neurosurgeon. I don't belong here. I touch one thing and I could brain damage the entire network. What the hell did you hit, and how am I supposed to get out? Popeye stepped on several keys again, and the map and fish returned. She jumped to the floor, stretched, and trotted out of the room. She came back with her stuffed squirrel and started slinging it. Hammer swiveled her chair around and looked at her dog. Listen to me, Popeye, Hammer said. You've been home all day. When I left the house this morning, my computer was on the main menu. So how could it be that when I walked in just a little while ago, I find this map with all those little fish? Did you see anything? Maybe the computer made noises and things started happening on it? We don't have fish in any of our Comstat applications that I am aware of. She reached for the phone and called Brazil, catching him just before he was out the door. Andy, we've got trouble, she instantly said. Fish? He asked. Oh, God, you too, she said. And Virginia, same thing. This is awful. I'm on my way to her house right now. I'm coming, Hammer said. Chapter 9. The adult bookstore was enjoying a steady business at 20 minutes past 8, when Smoke parked between a Chevrolet Blazer with 8-inch Superlift and 39 by 18.5 custom tires and a Granny Low Silverado 2500. He turned the engine off, waiting for a break and spent, dazed, afraid the wife or mother would find out, male traffic exiting the small sex shop. A gimpy old man in overalls emerged from the door, looking this way and that, Viagra worn off, face wan, exhausted, and paranoid in the sick glow of neon lights.
He stuffed a bandana into his back pocket and checked his fly and touched the side of his neck to see what his pulse was doing. He was unsteady as he made a dash for his El Camino. He waited until it was spitting gravel and lurching onto Midlothian Turnpike. Smoke knew his way through the woods so well he didn't turn on the flashlight until he reached the plywood entrance of his clubhouse. Candles had long since been snuffed out, the gang gone except for its newest member. Weed was sitting in his own vomit on a mattress, hands and ankles bound with belts. He was shaking and whimpering. "Shut up," Smoke said, shining the light in Weed's terrorized face. "I didn't do nothing," Weed repeatedly muttered. Smoke quickly undid the belts, keeping his distance and not breathing. "Maybe I ought to dump your ass," he said in disgust. "You're nothing but a puny little pussy, throwing up all over the place and crying like a queer. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Mr. Picasso. You're cleaning up this place before you go anywhere." West was running around her house, picking up, straightening up, throwing out pizza and fried chicken boxes, stuffing dishes into the dishwasher, while Niles stuck with her feet like a soccer ball. "Get out of my way," West told Niles. "Where's your mouse? Go get your mouse." Niles wouldn't. West trotted into the bedroom. She sat on the left side, where she didn't sleep, and bounced up and down. She punched the pillow and rumpled the spread. She ran back into the kitchen and got 2 wine glasses out of a cupboard. She dusted them, swirled a small amount of Mountain Dew in each, raced back to the bedroom, and placed them on the bedside tables. She dropped a pair of athletic socks that could have passed for a man's. She was out of breath when she hurried inside her office and began digging in drawers for a greeting card, maybe a letter that looked suspiciously personal from someone besides Brazil, who had written her often back in days that meant nothing to her anymore. She came across a florist's card still in its envelope, her name typed on it. She walked quickly into the foyer and dropped the card on a table, in plain view of anyone who came through the front door. Bubba was late, the night without a moon or stars or possibility of redemption. He had no choice but to exceed the speed limit on Commerce Road. He had no time to indulge in nostalgia as he sped by the spaghetti warehouse, where he had taken Honey last Mother's Day, despite their not having children. Bubba did not want them, because Bubba believed the Flux, especially those named Butner, were overbred and had reached the end of the line. Bubba smoked and rode hard past Siebert's Towing and Fire Station No. 13, Cardinal Rubber and Seal, Estes Express, Crenshaw Truck Equipment Specialists, Jean's Supermarket, John's Seafood and Chicken, and all the other businesses paralleling I-95. It had begun to rain, limber drops diving through the crack in the Jeep's roof and kicking below the rearview mirror and over polyurethane before touching the dashboard in record time. The Lucky Strike water tower and tip of the Marlborough sign loomed on the horizon no matter which way Bubba turned, reminding him that cigarette-making, like life, went on. Bubba felt hateful toward Muskrat because he had refused to do anything further to Bubba's leaky Jeep. Bubba was angry with Honey, who had not lived up to her name when he had finally gotten home. She had not apologized for gummy Kraft macaroni and cheese and charred Tombstone pizza, both dashed with too much Parm Plus seasonal blend. Honey cared not that Bubba's ritual glass of Capri Sun was tepid, the Jell-O cheesecake warm, or that the Maxwell house left over from breakfast could have blacktopped the driveway. Honey had gone from ridiculing the Cheese Whiz and Miracle Whip that Philip Morris had spread over the earth to launching into a weepy litany that Bubba could not escape because she had hidden his car keys. He did not know what had gotten into her. Before this night, she had never caused him to be late for work, even though she had no way of knowing that he wasn't really late, because he was going in early to cover the second half of Tiller's shift. Philip Morris sparkled like a jewel, and was as perfectly pitched as a tuning fork amid the depressing tarnish and unbearable discord of the awful traffic and endless road repairs of I-95. The grounds of the 1.6-square-mile administrative offices and manufacturing plant were immaculate, the expansive green often used as a helipad by those of a higher order that Bubba revered and rarely saw.
Shrubs were perfectly sculpted. Japanese maples, crabapple, Bradford pear, and oak trees were lush and precisely placed. Over the years, Bubba had become increasingly convinced that Philip Morris had been sent to Earth on a mission that, like God's will, wasn't entirely revealed but merely hinted at, even to its well-paid chosen employees. Bubba had never been inside a building with so much varnished parquet and sparkling glass, surrounded by gardens so splendid they had been dedicated by Lady Bird Johnson. Big video screens communicated to workers from all corners, the industry's technology so secret that not even Bubba understood half of what he did every day. Bubba knew it was all too enlightened to be of this world. He had come up with a theory that he discussed only with those who had, over time, been drawn into the secret society of alien ship helpers, or ASH. Ashlings believed the 14,000 cigarettes produced per minute, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, were really fuel rods needed by the massive, throbbing engine room that propelled the spacecraft through dimensions one could only accept on faith. These fuel rods were inert unless burned, and this required millions of humans to help out by lighting up and causing the collective combustion needed to keep the spacecraft moving at warp speed through its secret dimension. It made perfect sense to Bubba that the good and loving consciousness had figured out long ago the planet wasn't going to make it unless it intervened. It followed logically, according to Newton's third law, that if all actions cause an equal and opposite reaction, there would have to be an evil force who liked things exactly the way they were and wanted them to get worse. Thus it was, as more combustible fuel rods were produced and ignited around the planet, the evil force got increasingly desperate and irritable. It studied history to figure out what had worked in the past. It came up with a destructive and divisive campaign of non-smokers' rights that instantly resulted in discrimination, hate groups, censorship, and fame for the Surgeon General. Sweeping anti-smoking campaigns, lawsuits, horrendous taxes, and bloody skirmishes on the Senate floor unfurled like the Southern Cross, and sent litigious and greedy troops into a senseless war that could be watched by all on C-SPAN and CNN. The Ashlings alone knew that if the campaign of evil aggression caused people to quit lighting up, soon there would be no more combustion, except by cars, which didn't count. The production of fuel rods would cease. The engine room would be silenced. The alien spacecraft would have no choice but to change course, lest it be powerless and adrift. Bubba was thinking about all this, and was in quite a state by the time he stopped at the guard booth, and Fred, the guard, opened his window.
"How you doing, Bubba?"
Fred asked. "I'm late," Bubba said.
"Seems to me you're early. You don't look like you're in a good mood."
"I didn't read the paper today, Fred. Didn't have time. How we doing?" Fred's face darkened. He was a closet Ashling, and often conspired with Bubba when Bubba rolled up in his piece-of-shit Jeep and displayed his parking permit.
"You saw the video board downtown? That Dow Jones display in front of Scott Stringfellow?"
"Didn't get there."
"Bubba, it's getting worse."
Fred told the truth in a hushed voice.
"It's up to $11.93 a pack. Help us, Lord."
"No, it can't be right," Bubba said.
"Oh, yeah, it is. Let me tell you, they're talking about taxes and settlements pushing up the price even higher, as much as $12 a pack, Bubba."
"And then what?" Bubba angrily blurted out. "Black market, bootlegging, layoffs. And what about the cause?"
"Won't help the cause, no, sir,"
Fred agreed, shaking his head as Bubba held up traffic.
"You got that straight.
Most of the rods, especially Marlboros, will end up overseas, meaning the ship will head that way, following the smoke to the Far East. And where does that leave America?"
"Farther down the drain, Bubba. I'm glad I'm past 65. Can retire tomorrow if I want.
have a drawer in the new mausoleum at Hollywood Cemetery, and know if I pass on tonight, I spent my life in the right camp. Fred lit a Parliament and shook his head again as the line of cars behind Bubba got longer. People these days don't see beyond their damn hood ornaments, which are a hell of a lot nicer than yours and mine, Bubba, because of all these people suing and getting rich for faking coughs and blaming ailments on deep pockets. And I ask you, Bubba, did we stick the goddamn things in their mouths and tell them to inhale? Did we blindfold them and line them up against the wall and say we're going to shoot them if they didn't light up? Did we force them off the highway into 7-Elevens at all hours of the night? Did we make Bogart smoke in the movies? The unfairness and downright criminality of it all sent Fred into a fury. The line of cars was almost out to Commerce Road, dozens of other Philip Morris employees about to be late, as Bubba was no longer early. Tell it, brother. Bubba couldn't agree more. Why don't we just sue waste treatment plants because it's their fault we shit? Amen. Why don't we just drag KFC to court because we're going to drop dead of a stroke? Bubba was inspired. How's your cholesterol doing, by the way, Bubba? Honey keeps bugging me to get a checkup. Who the hell has time? Well, I have a new attitude about it, Fred said. I've decided if your body says eat eggs or sprinkle a little salt, it's talking to you, telling you what it needs. Fred crushed out the cigarette. Of course, if I get high blood pressure, I'll just sue the umbrella right out of that little Morton Salt girl's hands. Bubba guffawed. Fred laughed so hard his eyes watered. He began waving cars around them. Drivers were panicked as they sped past the guard booth, competing for parking. Brazil was panicking, too. It occurred to him that neither he nor anyone else would be able to fix the new website he had begged Hammer to delay until the department had someone other than Fling banging away on the keys every day. Brazil was computer literate and actually quite good at understanding instructions and help files, unlike West, who had no patience for any sort of tool or material she couldn't grip in her hand or saw in two. But Brazil could not cure computer viruses, and he was convinced the blue fish were a fulminating eruption caused by a fatal new strain that had slipped in unnoticed, perhaps because it was widely assumed if one abstained from practicing unsafe discs, there was nothing to worry about. How could he have been so naive? How could he have been so careless when he knew damn well that viruses could be transmitted over the internet, and therefore his website had put all of Comstat in jeopardy? Brazil's heart battered his ribs as he drove his Cosmos V6 BMW Z3. The leather still smelled new, the paint without a flaw, yet he didn't love the car the way he did the vintage BMW 2002 that had belonged to his father. When Brazil had covered it and left it at his childhood home in Davidson, he had thought it was the thing to do. It was time to start over. It was time to leave his past. Maybe it was time to finally get away from his alcoholic mother. He passed through the endless intersections and one-way streets of the Fan, avoiding bicycles and pedestrians and the crowds trying to get in and out of Helen's, Joe's Inn, Sobel's, Consta's, Commercial Tap House, Southern Culture, and various markets and laundromats. Brazil was terrified of telling Hammer the truth about Comstat, and worse, parking wasn't possible in West's part of town. Brazil had no luck, and groaned when he saw Hammer turning up and down narrow streets, impatient and picking up speed, for whenever she could not get somewhere, she did it in a hurry. Brazil parked in front of a fire hydrant as a Mercedes V12 roared away from a curb, and a Jeep Cherokee tried to bulldoze its way into the space. Brazil jumped out of his car, trotted over to the Jeep, and held up his hand to halt. Sherry Moody was at the wheel. She scowled as she rolled down her window. "Look, I was here first," she said. "That's not the issue," Brazil told her. "It sure as hell is." "I'm Richmond Police." "The whole department?" she scoffed. "An officer." "An officer? Just one?" she said sarcastically. There's no point in being rude, ma'am. Police officers don't drive BMWs, and you're in jeans, she retorted. I'm so sick and tired of people trying to cheat me out of parking just because I'm a woman. Brazil got out his creds and displayed them as he noted Hammer racing by again. We drive all kinds of cars and aren't always in uniform, Brazil explained to Sherry Moody, whose parking place he was going to appropriate. Depends on what we're doing, ma'am, and gender has nothing to do with it. Bullshit, she said, popping gum as she argued. If I was a guy, you wouldn't be standing here. Yes, I would. What are you going to do, anyway? Give me a ticket for something I didn't do, as usual? You know how many tickets I get just because I'm a woman in a 4x4? Brazil had no idea. Lots, she said. If I had a Suburban or, God forbid, a Ford F-350 crew cab with a 460-cubic-inch engine, a brush guard and tow package, I'd probably be on fucking death row. I'm not giving you a ticket, Brazil told her. But I'm afraid you're in a Uzi, and I'm going to have to ask you to leave for your own protection. An Uzi? She was suddenly frightened and locked her doors. You mean drug dealers with machine guns are in this neighborhood, too? This is an unsafe zone, Brazil explained in his best police tone. We've been having an epidemic of Jeeps broken into around here. Oh, she said, as it dimly came to her. I've read about that. The cabbage thing. You definitely don't want to park your Jeep here, ma'am, Brazil told her as Hammer flew by again, going faster the other way. Well, gee, Ms. Moody said, finally easing up and appreciating how good-looking the helpful cop was. I sure am glad you told me. You new around here? Some way I can get a hold of you if I need further information about UZs and the cabbage problem? Brazil gave Ms. Moody his card and moved her along. He managed to flag down Hammer as she was racing through the intersection again. He motioned her into the space on the curb, got back into his car, and had to park 5 blocks away, close to a rundown section of West Cary, where citizens stared at him from porches and calculated how much a chop shop would pay for his car. Chapter 10. Bubba hurried along in his blue uniform and safety shoes and earplugs, already getting sweaty as he race-walked through 2 filter rooms. He trotted under the observation deck that had not been used since Philip Morris had started giving scheduled tours on small trains. He ran and walked and ran and walked over shiny floors filled with spotless beige Howney Protos, too, and GD Bologna making machines, computers, and Oscar units in bays where the roar and rat-a-tatting of production never ceased, and there was no such thing as dirt or killing time. Driverless, bright yellow robotic cars, loaded with cases of cigarettes, hummed back and forth, pausing to recharge at computerized magnets, never tiring or loitering or forming unions. Gray uniformed maintenance workers zipped back and forth in supply carts and were careful turning corners and passing through busy intersections. Huge spools spun cellulose too fast to see, while thousands of pristine white cigarettes flowed down tracks and were fed into veins that configured them in rows of 767 for soft packs and 677 for flip-top boxes, before a plunger kicked them into a pocket where they were wrapped in double-wide foil, which was married to blanks that were labeled and glued on the sides and fed into big-wheel drying drums and finished in cellophane and tear tape and marched single file into stacker towers, where 10-packs were pushed into cartons that were carried by elevators up to exit stations with conveyor belts that eventually carried cases out of the building to awaiting trucks. Bubba was breathless when he reached Bay 8, where he was a maker operator, or more formally, a Tech 3. The highest pay grade. His responsibility was huge. He was the sole captain of a module that had been predicted to produce exactly 12,842,508 cigarettes by the end of this day's 24-hour period, or 4,280,836 cigarettes during Bubba's 8-hour shift. No module was ever unattended at Philip Morris, and Bubba's supervisor, Gig Dan, had been forced to fill in for the last half of second shift and the first 16 minutes of third. Dan was relieved but unhappy when Bubba appeared, dripping sweat and panting. "What the hell has gotten into you, Bubba?" Dan said loud enough for both of them to hear through their earplugs. "I got pulled by the cops." Bubba bent the truth. "And getting a ticket took 4.5 hours?" Dan didn't buy it. "He spent a long time warning me, and then the radio was down or something. I'm telling you, I was pissed. There's a lot of police bullying going on out there, Gig. It's time some of us got involved, and right now, I just want you to get involved in your module, Bubba," Gig Dan yelled above machines. "Our goal today was 15 million, and we were some 719,164 below that, even before you decided to take your time smelling the roses." "I wasn't," Bubba tried to protest. "So guess what? The latest readout has us at 3,822,563.11 this shift, which is exactly 458,272.0 below what we were going to make when we were already below what we were damn supposed to make. And why? The tipping paper's already broke twice. Rejects is 3 times the usual because the circumference dropped below 24.5, and the weight didn't hit even close to 900, and the dilution was minus 8%, and then the glue got a bubble because there was air in the line. And why? Because you weren't here to hand-feed 5 lousy cigarettes into the sodomat. You didn't inspect the quality. You didn't check out the machines because you were too goddamn busy getting stopped by the police, or whatever the hell it was you were supposedly doing." "Don't worry," Bubba loudly told him. "I'll make up the slack." Brazil was late, too, through no fault of his own. He had jogged in the dark from his endangered car back to Park Avenue, and when he reached West's apartment, he took a moment to settle down. He rang the bell, and she wasn't the least bit warm as she let him in. "Where have you been?" she asked, standing in front of the foyer table. "Trying to find a deli," Brazil dryly said. "What for?" "A deli, a restaurant, a bank, any place I could maybe park." "Obviously you succeeded," she said. "Depends on if my car's still there after we're done." She oddly continued to stand in front of the table, and he sensed there was something on it she didn't want him to see. "We're in my office, on the left, just past the bedroom." She waited for him to go first, as she continued to stand in front of the table. Brazil was already getting a sick feeling. He didn't want to see what was on the table. He walked past the bedroom and refused to look inside. He entered West's office and didn't look around. Hammer was sitting close to the desk, reading glasses on, eyes fixed on the strange map on the computer screen. "What were you saying to that woman in the Jeep?" Hammer asked him right off. "The one whose parking place I took." "I told her she was in a garbage zone." "A what?" West said as she walked in. "Where trucks pull in and out all night as they make their rounds to restaurant dumpsters. I showed her my badge, and she complied." "You probably shouldn't have done that," Hammer told him. "You got anything to drink in this house, Virginia?" "Good stuff?" "I'm driving my police car." Brazil found a chair and set it down near Hammer. "Water and Sprite," West said. "What about Perrier?" Hammer asked. "Not since the benzene scare." "That's ridiculous, Virginia. When chickens get avian flu, do you never eat them again?" "Has that happened recently?" "I got Diet Coke." "Tap water is fine," Hammer said. "Andy, we've been sitting here talking and not getting anywhere at all. Do you have a clue as to what this is about? Please explain how fish got into Comstat.
Well, they didn't. Not directly, Chief Hammer,
Brazil said.
And I'd love some water, too, he said to West. But I can get it. I can get Chief Hammer's, too, if you want. I'd be happy to.
I'll do it. And don't be so polite. It makes me sick.
I'm sorry.
Brazil was polite again. It was awful being inside West's home, and reminded that she had never invited him over, not even once since they had moved to Richmond. It was the first time he had seen her in anything but business suits or running clothes, and she was wearing the worn-out jeans that had always driven him crazy. Her gray T-shirt was made out of really soft cotton that clung to every contour of full breasts he was no longer allowed to see, much less touch. He ached all over.
If you look at the top of the screen here, he ran his finger across the monitor, addressing Hammer as if West had been caught up in the rapture, never to be seen again. This tells you what we're looking at is our website, because that's its address.
No, Hammer said in disbelief.
Afraid so,
Brazil said. Hammer and West bent close to the screen and stared in shock at http://www. Sen Orrin Hatch R Utah. Sen Bill 10. Sen Judic Commit. Dept Justice NIJ NYPD 1 Pole Plaza. Comstat. Comp Map Center DC. Interpol. Scott Yard. FBI. ATF. SS. DEA. CIA. Etc. etc. Andy, I've never seen such shit as this, Hammer exclaimed.
Please don't tell me this is how the public accesses our website. I'm afraid that's it,
Brazil told her anyway.
How the hell do you expect anyone to remember something like that? West asked, scowling at the screen.
Brazil ignored her.
At least it works, he said. We know that much since we've gotten some responses.
But why the hell is ours so goddamn complicated? Hammer wanted to know. How many responses are we going to get with an address like that? She paused for a minute, a shadow falling over her face.
Don't tell me Fling had something to do with this.
Silence.
Oh, God,
Hammer muttered.
Well,
Brazil answered her.
You wanted this ASAP, Chief Hammer. It was a matter of finding gateways to pass through en route to our website, sort of the way mail is routed here and there before it finally gets to you, or the way you may have to change planes at 4 different airports before you get where you need to go.
Oh, great, West said. So Fling has people going to 50 different airports just to get from one end of the city to the other. He has the post office routing a letter through 20 different states just to travel 2 blocks.
To give Fling a little credit, the more gateways, the more secure your system is, Brazil said objectively.
Ha! West really snorted this time. We're safe, all right. The damn website's been up and running for a few days, and we have fucking fish all over the place and are locked out of Comstat. It would also seem to me, Hammer followed the breadcrumbs of what little logic there seemed to be in this dark forest, that the security situation is rather much the opposite of what you said, Andy. It would seem to me that the more gateways, the more possibility of outsiders getting in. Like doors in your house. The fewer the better.
There's that side of it, too,
Brazil agreed.
Look, to be honest, I had no idea Fling put together an address like that until it was too late.
Hammer peered at the screen some more. Her disgust grew. Let me make sure I've got this straight, she said. The first gateway to our small Richmond website is Senator Orrin Hatch, the chairman of the Judiciary Committee, the patron of Senate Bill 10?
Yes,
Brazil calmly replied, as he imagined pepper-spraying Fling and throwing him off an overpass. What does the Violent and Repeat Juvenile Offender Act of 1997 have to do with our website, Andy? Hammer demanded. Brazil didn't have a clue. And from that we go through Interpol and Scotland Yard, and FBI, ATF, DEA, Secret Service, and CIA gateways? Hammer abruptly got up and began pacing. And NYPD at One Police Plaza, and the Virginia Governor's Office, and goddamn City Hall, yada, yada, yada. She threw up her hands in despair. Is there any fucking place on the earth where inquiries from the Richmond public won't land before they get to our website? Hammer's voice rose dangerously. Niles fled out from under the table, where he had been asleep on top of West's foot. Look. Brazil could take no more. I had nothing to do with the internet address, okay? All the important programming was done by NIJ's computer mapping center. Fling was just supposed to come up with a very simple address. And now we have fish, Hammer exclaimed. We don't know that the address has anything to do with the fish getting in. Brazil didn't believe what he was saying. They might have gotten in anyway, no matter how short the address. West got up for another Miller. Let's forget the address shit for a minute, she called out from the kitchen. This web thing is new. As new as slick-soled shoes, Brazil said to Hammer, instead of answering West. West glared at him as she returned to the table. She hated it when he made analogies. She hated it more when he pretended she was a lamp, a chair, some mundane object he didn't notice. Yes, it's exactly like that, said Hammer, who had slipped across marble and hardwood quite enough in life, whenever new shoes had all-leather soles that needed to be roughed up by bricks, pavement, or perhaps a serrated knife. So how does somebody know enough about our brand-new website to download fish? West asked. I mean, come on. We all know damn well the fucking Fling address is how the fish got in. That's a very good point, said Hammer. The op-ed that ran Sunday a week ago. Remember? I said we were starting a web page so citizens could write in their questions, concerns, complaints, whatever. They were told the new address would be ready in a couple days, and they could call HQ for it. Obviously, Fling gave it out. That's how the fish swam in, then, West said again, gulping Miller. Got to be, unless someone inside the department did this. Sabotage. A virus. Brazil thought out loud. I'm afraid that's also possible, Hammer said. But saying it's not a virus or a deliberate attempt to crash the system, then there is the other thought that the fish might be a symbol, perhaps a code of some sort. Probably making a joke of us as usual, West said. First we're the ninjas, then the Nijays, then the Nijis. Now we're fish. Maybe fish out of water, implying that everyone wants us to go home. I don't think this is about us being fish out of water or fish, period, Hammer stated. Maybe we're fishing for something, then. West wouldn't let it go. Like what? Brazil asked. And you know, if you don't mind, Chief, I think I'd like a beer. I don't care. Brazil got up and went into the kitchen. Fishing for clues, for crime patterns, for hot spots? West kept on. This is nonsense. Hammer was pacing. Niles slinked back into the dining room. Brazil was right behind him, sipping a Heineken. Took the good stuff, he politely said to West. Hope you don't mind. That's Jim's good stuff, not mine. Brazil sat down and drained half the bottle in one swallow. Andy, Hammer was thinking, is there any way to trace this fish thing? He cleared his throat, his cheeks burning, his heart pounding irregularly and dully. I doubt it, he said. Let's break it down for just a minute. Hammer stopped pacing and leaned closer to the brilliantly colored map on the screen. Sector 219 is outlined in flashing bold red, and there are 11 bright blue fish inside it. Everywhere else we find just the usual icons. She looked at both of them. Possible this could be a warning of some sort, she suggested. Fish? Brazil thought about it. There are only a few fish markets in 219. No lakes or reservoirs or even many seafood restaurants, except Red Lobster and Captain D's. What possible illegal use could there be for fish? Hammer explored. I can't imagine a black market in them, not unless there's a proposed fish bill we don't know about yet. A huge fish tax in the works and the lawsuits that would inevitably follow. Brazil was willing to consider anything at this point. Let's just go down that path for a minute. Let's say this is going on in the Senate and no one knows about it yet. Well, since one of the primary gateways is the Senate Judiciary Committee, and saying fish is a big issue, then could it be we somehow picked up some of their coding as our data passed through? I'm getting a headache, Hammer said. And Virginia, would you please get your cat off my foot? He won't move. Is he dead? Niles, come here. Chapter 11. Weed tried to get to his feet and fell back on his butt. He crawled across the floor, his new tattoo throbbing. Smoke lit half a dozen fat candles and carried over several gallon jugs of water and a roll of paper towels. Weed started cleaning up his mess and would have thrown up again had anything been left. Now go outside and take your shirt and pants off, Smoke said. What for? Weed barely asked, as his stomach heaved like a small boat on an upset ocean. You're not getting in my car stinking like that, retard. So go dump water over yourself until you're clean, unless you want to walk from here. Weed carefully made his way in wavering candlelight, stepping through the sliding glass door frames. He peeled off his shirt and jeans. It wasn't as warm out as it had been, and he shivered uncontrollably as he dumped 3 gallons of water over himself, his slight body clad in nothing but soaked boxer shorts and Nikes that sloshed when he walked. You got something for me to wear? Weed asked Smoke, who was throwing down vodka again. What's wrong with what you got on? I can't go anywhere like this, Weed begged. Oh, man, my head hurts so bad. I feel real sick and I'm freezing, Smoke. Smoke handed him a Dixie cup of vodka. Weed just stared at it. Drink it. You'll feel better, Smoke said. He went behind cases of liquor and returned with a pair of folded gotcha jeans, a black T-shirt, and Chicago Bulls jersey, windbreaker, and cap. Your colors, Smoke proudly said. For an instant, Weed was happy and forgot his head throbbed. He felt important as he worked the relaxed leg jeans over his soaked high tops and pulled the T-shirt and jersey over his head. He didn't want any more vodka, but Smoke forced it on him. Weed had very little awareness as he struggled and tripped after Smoke through dark woods and ended up at the adult bookstore, hiding behind cars until the coast was clear, then jumping inside the escort and speeding away. Weed was beginning to think that things weren't too bad when Smoke stopped on a dark street corner in Westover Hills. He reached in back and pulled out 2 dark blue pillowcases. One was empty, the other filled with things that clanked and clacked together. Get out and keep your fucking mouth shut, Smoke said. Don't make a fucking sound. Weed barely breathed as he followed Smoke along Clarence Street to a simple white frame house surrounded by a picket fence that leaned this way and that and had uneven spaces between the boards. The redwood deck listed, as if sailing into a stiff wind, and the big add-on garage was out of proportion to the rest of the house. An old Chevy Cavalier wagon was in the drive. Lights were on in several rooms of the house, and a dog was baying in its pen. Do exactly what I do, Smoke whispered. What about the dog? Weed said. Shut up. Smoke scanned the empty street, bent close to the ground and darted across the yard, ducking behind trees and finally crouching around the corner from the shut garage door. Weed was right behind him, his heart hammering as Smoke reached inside the pillowcase and pulled out a handful of remote controls. He tried one after another. Fuck, he whispered, as nothing happened. On the 8th try, he got his reward. The Sears home-installed garage door cranked up slowly and sounded ill. No other lights went on inside, the dog barking and barking. We'd thought of running, and Smoke seemed to know it because he grabbed him by the collar. Don't fuck with me, he snarled in Weed's ear. Smoke slid a small mag light out of a pocket. He looked around. The same windows in the house were lit up. There was no sign of motion. Follow me, Smoke whispered. Weed's brain was sliding around inside his skull like an egg yolk. His vision was blurred. He grabbed Smoke's shirt tail and crept along behind him, catching his toe on concrete, lurching inside the garage. Smoke stopped. He scanned, breathing hard, listening. He turned on the flashlight, and the bright finger probed hundreds of shiny saws, drills, hammers, and other tools Weed didn't recognize. Fucking unbelievable, Smoke whispered. The asshole can't even hammer a nail straight, and look at all this shit. He shone the light on a tall cabinet with a padlock that promised treasure inside. He didn't bother with the bolt cutters in the pillowcase, because there was a better pair hanging on the peg rack. Smoke lifted it off the hooks and opened and closed the cruel steel beaks. He seemed pleased. He snapped through the lock as if it were soft lead, and it pinged into the darkness, clanking against the floor. Smoke quietly opened the doors. He ran the light over shelves of camouflage, targets, boxes of ammunition, revolvers, pistols, rifles, and shotguns. His hands flew as he stuffed everything he could into the pillowcases Weed held open for him. Smoke filled the pockets of his relaxed leg jeans, tucked handguns into his waistband. He snapped open a black plastic 30-gallon bag and stuffed it and handed it to Weed. Smoke slung the bulging pillowcases over his shoulder like Santa Claus making the rounds for the NRA. The yard and along the street, not going anywhere fast. They were sweating and miserable. They were slowing down when Smoke spotted a thick boxwood hedge and stashed the bags out of sight. Light of foot, they ran back to the escort. They jumped in and drove back to Clarence Street and parked by the hedge. The loot was where they'd left it. Smoke emptied his pockets and shot everything he had stolen inside the trunk. Not a single car passed. Nothing stirred. Bubba's dog barked the way it always did. Smoke started laughing hysterically as he drove off. Weed had no idea where they were going. He had never broken the law in his life, except for the time he drew a disrespectful picture of a teacher he didn't like and was sent to in-school suspension for 2 days. I just held the bag, so I didn't really steal anything, did I, Smoke? Weed asked. I mean, I'm not keeping any of it either. It's all yours, right? Smoke laughed harder. Where are we going? Weed dared to ask. Smoke started digging through CDs. Can I go home now? Weed asked. Sure, Smoke said. He started rapping to Master P. It don't look like we're going the right way. Weed raised his voice. Smoke told him to shut up. Somehow they ended up on West Carey Street, which was nowhere near Weed's neighborhood. Smoke stopped the car in the middle of the road. Get out, he said. What for? Weed protested. I can't get out here. You're walking for a while, to make sure you're wide awake when we pick you up later. Weed didn't know a thing about later. He didn't dare ask. Smoke's meanness was coiling and about to strike. Get out, retard, Smoke warned. I don't know where I am. Keep walking that way and you'll get to your street in a couple of miles. Weed didn't move as he stared wide-eyed into the night, his head pounding. Smoke was checking his mirrors. Meet you 2 blocks from your house at 3 a.m. at Schaff and Broadmoor, Smoke said. Weed didn't understand. His stomach was pushing everything the wrong way again. Bring your paints, retard. Whatever will work on a life-size metal statue in a graveyard. Weed opened his door and spat up bile on the pavement. He got out and almost fell again. Remember what happened last time when you were late, Smoke reminded him. And anybody finds out what you're doing, I'm going to hurt you real bad. Weed stumbled to the side of the road and grabbed a speed limit sign to steady himself. He watched Smoke's taillights go down the dark road and vanish. Weed sat down hard and begged God to help him. He got up and couldn't remember which way to go or where he was. He ducked behind walls and trees whenever headlights appeared, sometimes lying flat on his face and playing dead. Niles was playing dead, too. He had given up trying to hint that he had been sitting right on top of his owner's desk the instant the fish appeared on the computer screen, which had been at exactly 12:47 this afternoon. Niles had done nothing to cause this unusual event, and frankly had assumed his owner had loaded a new screensaver for Niles's benefit, since he was very fond of fish, and his owner was always looking for ways to please him and occupy his attention so he'd stay out of trouble. Hammer moved her feet again under the table. Niles held on, paws snugly around her ankles, claws tucked in so he didn't run her hose. What about using fish to body pack cocaine? West said. Virginia, that's brilliant, Hammer said, shaking her feet again. Drugs could get in undetected from Maine, Miami, from almost anywhere, West went on. I want narcotics on it right away, Hammer said. And Andy, call NIJ's Crime Mapping Center first thing in the morning and see what they can tell us. We'll hope the fish problem's not pervasive, not an indication of a virus. With an address like that, Brazil was frank, I'm worried about how many sites on the network might have been affected. Tell NIJ our situation is urgent, that we're locked out of Comstat until we can resolve this, Hammer said. I've really got to head on and let Popeye out. Virginia, please get your cat so I can move. Niles, enough. Niles draped over Brazil's shoe. Brazil leaned over and played Niles' ribs like piano keys. Niles purred. Niles was very fond of Brazil, and had nicknamed him Piano Man when all of them lived in Charlotte and Piano Man and Niles's owner used to get along and play tennis and go shooting and watch movies and talk about Piano Man's eventually leaving the Charlotte Observer and becoming a cop so he could write stories about crime that would change the way people thought. Niles wanted his owner and Piano Man to get along again, even if it meant being thrown off the bed every night. Niles was irritated with his owner. She wasn't being the least bit friendly to Piano Man, and was annoyed that Niles was purring for him. Niles jumped in Piano Man's lap. Sorry, gotta go, Piano Man said to Niles. Thanks for the beer, Brazil politely said to West as he scooted back from the table. Chief Hammer, I'll get you safely to your car. West showed them out. She stood in front of the foyer table again, but not in time. Brazil saw the florist's card with West's name typed on it. Good night, West said to them. Chapter 12. Brazil was jittery and angry as he trotted under streetlights along Mulberry, worrying that he would find his BMW gone or vandalized. He was tempted to turn around and show up at West's house, demanding an explanation. It was true that their relationship in Charlotte had been somewhat complicated by their differences. She was older and accomplished. She had power. Her personality was the opposite of his. but she had been his mentor when he worked the police beat for the paper and rode the streets at night as a volunteer cop. Those had been the best stories Brazil had ever written. They had won prizes and changed the way people thought. They had changed the way he thought, too. He had decided to become a real cop, as his father had been, and West had given Brazil the courage. She had helped him and loved him even through fights that were violent storms. When they made up, it was always unbelievable. Brazil could not think of her without reliving every taste and touch. He did not know why she had changed so abruptly, and when he had asked, she would not say. It was as if they had never been lovers, or even close friends. He did not push because maybe his primal fear was true. He just wasn't worth it. No one in his life had ever made him feel he was. His father had died when Brazil was a boy, and Brazil's mother did not love herself and wasn't capable of loving anyone. For a while, West had filled a terrible space in Brazil's life. He hated Jim. How dare Jim send her flowers? Smoke ordered Sick, Beeper, Dog, and Divinity to keep an eye on Weed and make sure he didn't try taking a detour that might screw up their plans for the night. So the Pikes set out in Dog's '69 Pontiac Le Mans, cruising dark stretches of West Kerry, looking unsuccessfully for any sign of the drunk little motherfucker. "I'm thirsty," Divinity said. "Fucking yeah," said Beeper. "Come on, Dog. Let's see you do your trick," Divinity said. Dog didn't like being thought of as a dog that did tricks. He never said anything, though. He pretty much just went along and did what he was told. "What flavor you want this time?" Dog asked. "Let me see," Divinity considered. "How about something ice, baby? Maybe Michelob Ice? I'm fucking sick of Bud and all that other shit you're always getting that tastes like piss. Besides, baby, ice got more spin in it. You know, makes your head go round and around." She thought she was very funny, and just loved laughing with herself. Dog pulled into a 7-Eleven and used his fake ID to buy a second six-pack of Michelob Ice, while Beeper and Sick caused a diversion by Beeper's pretending to slip on the floor and Sick's having to help him up, as Divinity browsed shelves and tucked whatever she wanted inside her denim bag. "I think we find him, we'll have some fun," Dog said, as he peeled out of the parking lot and started thinking about Weed again. "I don't like him." "That's 'cause he paints, baby, and you can't do a fucking thing," Divinity said. Dog felt himself get meaner. "He needs to learn about life," Dog said, "about showing respect." "You go about making him show respect, and Smoke's going to tear your ass off and feed it to a pit bull," Divinity said as she sipped her beer. "Fuck Smoke." Dog turned back onto West Carey Street. "I'm not fucking afraid of him." It wasn't true. Dog hadn't been Dog until last Christmas, when he'd just turned 15 and was shopping around for a little crack and ran into Divinity and Smoke at the mall on Chimborazo Boulevard. Smoke sold Dog a couple rocks, then pulled a pistol and stole the rocks back and kept Dog's money. "Hey, give me my money if you ain't giving me the rocks," Dog told him. "Not unless you earn it," Smoke said. Smoke talked Dog into robbing some woman at gunpoint downtown near the Monroe Building. Dog turned over $47 to Smoke. Dog would never forget what Smoke said to him next. "Now you're mine. I own you." He pointed his Glock between Dog's eyes. "You're my slave. Know why?" Dog said he didn't. "Because you ain't got shit in life. You go home to shit. You got shit for brains. You're so fucking shit and stupid you came out here buying crack and robbed some poor old lady, probably gave her a heart attack. That could be murder if she dies. I might just have to tell the police." "You can't." Dog was so confused. "But you can't do that." Smoke started laughing at Dog, and Divinity joined in. Dog was named Dog and became a pike. He started cutting school so much they suspended him all the time, giving him permission to keep cutting school, which was kind of confusing to him. So much was confusing. And whenever Dog questioned, and maybe said he didn't want to rob nobody else or break into another car or restaurant, Smoke got in his bad way. He knew how to hurt Dog and make Dog scared for his life. Smoke didn't mind killing. Dog had seen Smoke run over animals on purpose, like a cat the other day, and a puppy that was all the way off the road on someone's driveway. Smoke had a game he called Squash the Squirrel, which was just what it sounded like. Smoke would swerve all the hell over the place to run over a squirrel, and he kept count. Smoke bragged he had killed somebody before, in the city in North Carolina where he used to live. He said he walked right into a crippled lady's house and stabbed her 50 times, just so he could take her handicapped van for a drive. He said he came back after ditching the van and stole whatever he wanted and fixed a sandwich and ate it, staring at her dead, bloody body, and then opening up her clothes. He said she was so ugly he cut on her a little more in places he wasn't even supposed to look at. He said his grandmother used to live with his family until he punched her in the face and she decided to move. He said she had nagged him one last time, and that was that. Smoke said he got locked up for killing the crippled lady and was let loose free as a bird the minute he turned 16, and no one except his family knew what he had done and never would, because that was the way the law worked. Dog knew it wouldn't be long before Smoke killed somebody again. He had that need. Dog didn't want to be the one who filled it. "Baby, oh, baby," Divinity suddenly said as she twisted the top off another beer. "Look at that ride. Mm-hmm. We gotta keep looking for weed," Beeper reminded her. "Oh, no," Divinity told him. Baby. Stuff right here, 'cause I'm getting out." At West Carey Street, the alarm sounding inside Brazil's head seemed as audible as a fire truck moving traffic out of the way. 3 teenage boys and a girl who looked like a hooker were fondling Brazil's car as if they wanted to gang rape it. The boys were laughing, making their cool moves in wide-legged jeans half falling off, one leg rolled up, one down, big high tops, Chicago Bulls jerseys, and stocking caps. The girl was dressed in a short, tight black skirt and low-cut black T-shirt. They stared defiantly at Brazil, and he stared back. Brazil walked directly to his car, keys in hand, a Colt Mustang strapped around his right ankle under the leg of his worn-out jeans. His mood had been bad before he got here. Now it was dangerous. "This your car, baby?" the girl asked. "Yup," Brazil replied. "Where you get it?" "Crown BMW on West Broad," Brazil said with a smart-ass smile. "They got a good selection." "Oh, yeah?" the girl said. "Well, pretty boy, that don't matter, 'cause I just picked this one." Divinity decided she was the spokesperson for the gang. For one thing, she wasn't as drunk as the others. For another, the carman was as fine-looking as hell, and she might just enjoy herself a little. "Listen, baby." Divinity stepped closer to him. "Why don't you take little Divinity here on a little ride in that bad car of yours?" She stepped closer. Pretty Boy moved back. The other 3 closed in. Pretty Boy was standing by the driver's door, street punks all around him. "What's the matter, sugar?" Divinity brushed her fingers over Pretty Boy's chest. "Ew, what a man. Mm-hmm." She pressed both of her hands against his muscular chest and liked what she was feeling. "Don't touch me," Pretty Boy said. Beeper got in Pretty Boy's face. "What'd you say to her, motherfucker?" "I told her not to touch me. And get out of my face, asshole," Pretty Boy said without raising his voice. "Get out of my way," Divinity told Beeper. "He's mine." Beeper stepped aside. Divinity wanted to touch Pretty Boy again, She was getting interested in him touching her back. She leaned her breast against Brazil's arm. "How's that feel, baby?" she cooed. "Sure do feel good to me." "What the fuck are you doing?" Dog exclaimed, grabbing her elbow and pulling her away. "Man!" Six started walking in cocky circles. "Smoke see you, he kill all our asses," he almost screamed. Only Beeper kept his thoughts to himself. He seemed tired of Divinity showing off her parts as if she were some kind of V-10 Viper that everybody wanted to drive. "Let go of the white meat, boy," Beeper suggested to her. "Let's just take his car and get the fuck out of here," Dog nervously said, looking around and wetting his lips. "I'm not giving you the car," Pretty Boy told them. "It's not paid for." Divinity laughed and got close to him again. "It's not paid for," she hollered. "It's not paid for. Oh, baby. Well, it's good to know that, 'cause we sure wouldn't want to steal no car that wasn't paid for." Sick Dog and Beeper got into it. They started laughing and sneering, strutting around like badass chickens in a barnyard, pants hanging lower, boxer shorts riding higher. Divinity put her hands on Brazil again, and she smelled like incense and her breath was bad. Her fingers trailed over his chest, and when she pressed up against him, grinding her pelvis into his, he shoved her away. "You don't touch me unless I give permission," Brazil told her in a tone that was 4-star general. "Motherfucker," she hissed. "Nobody pushes away Divinity." She reached under her short skirt and slipped out a thin switchblade. It zipped open, the long steel blade glinting in the uneven light of the street. "Man, it's time to go," the little mean kid with the buzz cut said. "Put the fucking knife away," the dumb one told Divinity. "Get out of my face," Divinity spat. "You fuckheads leave now. I got business to do and a nice new car to ride." "We leave you, smoke'll kill us," the dumb one matter-of-factly stated. "You don't, and I'll kill you," Divinity promised. The three guys ran off. They disappeared around the corner toward Robinson Street. Divinity pointed the knife at Brazil's throat, moving in. "I thought you wanted to be alone with me," Brazil said, as if nothing had ever scared him or ever could. "What kind of way is that to start?" "Don't fuck with me," Divinity said, in a soft, menacing voice. "I thought that's what you wanted me to do. Fuck with you." "When I'm finished with you, baby, you won't be fucking nothing no more." Brazil pointed the remote key at the BMW's door and the lock clicked free. "You ever been in one of these?" he asked her as the knife caught light. He knew he could grab her faster than she could stab, but he would get cut, probably badly. He had something else in mind. He opened the car door. "What do you think?" he said. Divinity couldn't keep her eyes from wandering inside, taking in the dark, soft leather upholstery and thick carpet. "Climb in," Brazil said. She looked uncertain. "What's the matter? You afraid to be seen with me?" Brazil asked. "You afraid your boyfriend will do something?" "I'm not afraid of nothing," she snapped. "Maybe I just need to look the part, huh?" Brazil said. "Maybe I'm not dressed right, huh?" He sat side saddle in the driver's seat. He pulled his polo shirt over his head and tossed it in back. Divinity stared at his bare chest. Sweat was rolling down it. He picked a Braves baseball cap off the dashboard and put it on backward. Divinity grinned. She lowered the knife. "I got Nikes on already." Brazil held up his right foot. "So all I gotta do is roll up the pants leg, and then you climb in with me, baby. And we'll drive the night away." Divinity started giggling. She started laughing harder when Brazil reached down and started rolling up his right pants leg. She gasped when Brazil was suddenly pointing the Colt Mustang between her eyes. The switchblade clattered to the pavement. Divinity started running. An old shark-gray Le Mans roared around the corner and slammed on the brakes. The back door flew open, and Divinity dove in. Brazil stood in the middle of West Carey Street, the gun by his side, his heart pounding. He thought about chasing them, but his better judgment told him to leave well enough alone. The Le Mans was gone so fast, Brazil got only a glimpse of a Virginia plate. He got back in his BMW and drove along West Carey toward home. The first time the Le Mans slowly rolled by, its muffler was dragging the pavement and making a terrible noise, sparks flying as if the car were a match trying to light the street. The bass was up so high, the night throbbed worse than Weed's head, and he had scraped both palms when he dove into a ditch just in time. He had peeked through weeds and made out 4 people jumping around to the wrap inside the car. One of them turned to look back as she drank out of a bottle. Weed had realized with horror that Divinity, Beeper, Sick, and Dog were in that car, and probably looking for him. It was past 10 the second time Weed heard the awful rumble of the souped-up engine, and the clanging of the muffler, and the boom-boom of the bass coming from a distance. He vaulted over a wall and crouched behind a spruce on the property of some rich person who lived in a brick mansion with big white pillars. The Pikes disappeared down the road. Weed waited a good 5 minutes before he came out of hiding. He climbed back over the wall at the precise moment a small sports car purred in, its high beams on and pinning Weed against the night like a moth against a window. Chapter 13. Bubba was too busy to take so much as one sip of Tang, which had been room temperature when Honey had spitefully filled his thermos, and therefore would still be room temperature if he ever had time to drink it. There wasn't the slightest chance Bubba would make it to the break room to microwave his Taco Bell Lunchable, which Honey had not ruined because she couldn't. Bubba had not a moment to think about the ice house or Molson Golden or Foster's Lager filling the refrigerator in the mudroom, waiting for him when he finally rolled in, exhausted, around 7:30 every morning except Tuesday and Wednesday, his days off. Bubba did not eat, drink, or smoke anything that wasn't Philip Morris. He would have bought nothing but Philip Morris stock if he didn't spend so much on its products and his Jeep and tools. Bubba Fluck's feelings were lacerated to the point of rage. He was being treated like shit, as he tried like hell to speed things along in Bay 8. Sure, there had been a lot of rejects flying into the bins on the floor, destined for the Ripper Room, where they would be fed into a machine, the precious tobacco separated from the paper and reclaimed. Bubba refused to accept defeat. He figured if 3 shifts could crank out 30 million packs of cigarettes every 24 hours, then he, by God, could whip out an extra 500,000 cigarettes or 25,000 packs before shift change. Bubba worked like one possessed, dashing back and forth between the computer and the maker. When the resistance to draw got a little too close to the red line, Bubba was right there, making the adjustment. He intuitively knew when he was going to run out of glue, and made sure the attendant pulled up the cart early. When the tipping paper broke again, Bubba spooled it back through the air channel, up into the feed rollers, threaded it into the garnisher, and hit reset in a record 31 seconds. When the paper broke another time, he realized he had dull knives in the cutting head, and summoned a fixer to take care of the problem. Bubba sweated through more lost minutes, and worked even faster to make up the time. He ran 3 hours without another mishap, without stopping, and by 4 a.m., the production report on the computer screen showed Bubba was only 21,350 dual rods, or less than 2 minutes, behind Bay 5. Production supervisor Betty Council monitored quality and oversaw fixers and electricians and coordinated shifts. She had been keeping her eye on Bubba for weeks because he seemed to have more technical problems than any of the other operators. Gig Dan had told her he was getting fed up with him. "How are we doing?" she called out to Bubba as the vacuum in the maker sucked blended tobacco down, and rods formed almost faster than the eye could follow. Bubba was too busy to answer. "You don't have to kill yourself," said Counsel, who was on her way to being promoted again because she was smart, hard-working, and several months ago had increased production 3% by encouraging competition among the bays. "I'm fine," Bubba said, as rods were glued, cut, plucked into the transfer drum, carried to another knife and flipper, then to another drum. Plugs from the plug hopper were cut and married to the rods. "I'm absolutely amazed," she yelled above the roar and strike of machines. "You and Smudge are almost neck and neck." Brazil stepped on the gas in pursuit of the kid, half falling and zigzagging on the side of the road. It was commonly accepted in policing that if a subject was running, usually there was a reason. Brazil rolled down his window. "What's going on?" he called out as he drove, and the kid continued to dash about. "Nothing," the kid gasped, the whites of his eyes showing all the way around as fear propelled his Nikes. "Something is, or you wouldn't be running," Brazil called back. "Stop, so I can talk to you." "Can't." "Yes, you can." Brazil pulled off the road ahead of him and jumped out. The kid was exhausted and intoxicated. He was wearing a Bulls jersey and looked vaguely familiar, even in the dark. "Leave me alone!" he screamed as Brazil grabbed him by the back of his jersey. "I didn't do nothing." "Whoa," Brazil said. "Calm down. Wait a minute. I've met you before. You're that kid at Godwin, the artist. A different sort of name. What was it? Weak? Wheeze?" "I'm not telling you nothing." The kid was heaving, sweat shining on his face and dripping off his chin. Brazil looked around, wondering, listening. He didn't see anyone else. There was no burglar alarm hammering anywhere, the road dark, the night silent. "Weed," he suddenly remembered. "Yeah, that's it." "No, it ain't," Weed said. "Yeah, it is, I'm sure of it. I'm Andy Brazil." "You're that cop who came to school," Weed accused him. "Something wrong with that?" Brazil asked. "So how come you're out here in a BMW?" Weed demanded to know. "A better question is, how come you're drunk and running like a maniac?" Weed looked up to where the moon would be, were it not covered in clouds. "I'm taking you home," Brazil said. "You can't make me." Weed defied him, his words slurring and knocking each other down. "Sure I can," Brazil laughed. "You're drunk in public. You're a juvenile. You can either come downtown or I'm taking you to your house, and if I were you, I'd choose the latter and take some aspirin and go to bed." Weed was thinking. A U-Haul truck rumbled past, then a station wagon. Weed was still thinking, wiping his face on his sleeve. A VW Rabbit buzzed by, then a Jeep that reminded Brazil of cabbages. Brazil shrugged and walked over to his car. He opened his door. "I'll call a unit to come take you downtown," he said. "I'm not hauling prisoners in my personal car." "You said you'd drive me home in it," Weed countered. "Now you're saying you ain't." "I said I'm not hauling your butt downtown." Brazil shut his door. Weed yanked open the passenger's door and slid into the leather seat. He fastened his shoulder harness and didn't say a word. Brazil pulled back onto West Carey. "What's your real name?" Brazil asked him. "Weed." "How'd you end up with a name like that, huh?" "I don't know." Weed stared down at his untied high tops. "Sure you do." "My daddy works for the city." "And?" Brazil encouraged him. Cutting grass and stuff. Pulling weeds. Called me Weed because he said I'd grow like one. Instantly, he was humiliated and alarmed. It was obvious he had never grown like a weed, and he had told the cop way too much. He watched the cop write down Weed on a little notepad. Shit. If the cop figured out Weed was a pike, Weed would die. Smoke would see to that. What's your last name? Brazil then asked. Jones, Weed lied. Brazil wrote this down, too. What's the 5 for? Huh? The 5 tattooed on your finger. Fear turned to panic. Weed's mind went blank. I don't got no tattoo, he stupidly said. Yeah? Then what am I looking at? Weed examined one hand, then the other, as if he had never taken a good look at himself before this moment. He stared at the 5 and rubbed it with his thumb. Don't mean nothing, he said. I just did it, you know. But why the number 5? Brazil persisted. You picked it for a reason. Weed was beginning to shake. If the cop figured out that 5 was Weed's slave number, one thing might lead to another. It's my lucky number, Weed said as sweat trickled from his armpits, down his sides, beneath his bull's colors. Brazil fiddled with the CD player, jumping around from Mike and the Mechanics to Elton John, before deciding on Enya. Man, how you listen to that? Weed finally said. What about it? It ain't got nothing to it. No good drums or cymbals or words that mean something. Maybe the words mean something to me, Brazil answered him. Maybe I don't care about drums or cymbals. Oh, yeah? Weed got mad. You just saying that because I play cymbals and pretty soon gonna learn drums. You mind telling me where we're going? Brazil said. Or is it a secret? I bet you don't know nothing about cymbals. Weed's logic was fading in and out, the dark, smooth ride sedating him further. We're in the Azalea Parade, too. I know you have to live somewhere near Godwin, or you couldn't go to school there. Brazil was getting increasingly frustrated. Weed was falling asleep. He smelled bad, and Brazil still didn't know why the kid had been out on the street, drunk and running as if Jack the Ripper was after him. Brazil reached over and gently shook him. Weed practically jumped through the roof. No! He screamed. Brazil turned on the light above the visor and took a long, hard look at Weed. Brazil noticed that the number 5 on his right index finger was crude and puffy. Tell me where you live, Brazil said firmly. Wake up, Weed, and tell me. Henrico Doctor. The hospital? Uh-huh. You live near Henrico Doctor's hospital? Uh-huh. My head hurts so bad. That's not in Godwin's district. My daddy live in the district. My mama don't. Well, who are you going home to, Weed? Your mother or your dad? I don't hardly ever go near him. Just now and then. Maybe a weekend every 2 months so he can go out and leave me alone, which is all right by me. What street does your mother live on? Forest and Skipwith. I can show you. Weed's tongue was sticking to the roof of his mouth. Brazil plucked Weed's right hand out of his lap. Where'd you go and get a tattoo for? He said again. Somebody talk you into that? A lot of people get 'em. Weed pulled his hand away. Looks to me like you just got it, Brazil said. Maybe even today.
Chapter 14. Apparently, Governor Fewer and his party had gone on to other courses and conversations. They had yet to emerge from La Petite France, and Roop was tired of waiting. He decided he might as well gather a little intelligence on the fish problem, and dialed Hammer's home number, thanks to Fling, who had stupidly given it to Roop. Hammer, she answered. Artis Roop here. How are you doing, Artis? I guess you're wondering how I got your home number. It's in the phone book, Hammer said. Right. Listen, Chief Hammer, I'm looking into this fish spill business. Fish spill? She sounded alarmed. Who told you about a fish spill? I can't reveal my sources, but if there's a fish spill, I do think the public needs to know for its own protection, or if for no other reason, so they can choose alternate routes for work in the morning. There is no fish spill that I know of, Hammer answered firmly. Then what are people talking about? This is simply a housekeeping matter you're referring to, Artis. I don't understand. Roop was getting anxious as the door to the restaurant remained closed with no sign of activity. It suddenly occurred to him that the governor might try escaping through the service entrance. Maybe he had already gone. Roop unplugged the phone from the cigarette lighter and scrambled out of the car, still talking. How can fish or a fish spill be an internal matter? He persisted. A computer glitch, she replied. Oh, he said, baffled. I still don't get it. Is fish some sort of virus? We hope not, said Hammer, who was always straightforward unless she refused to comment. So the Comstat telecommunication system is down. Roop got to the raw nerve of the matter. Hammer hesitated, then said, At the moment. Everywhere? I have nothing more to say, Hammer flatly replied. Roop was certain the fish problem was big, but he also had other fish to fry. Executive Protection Unit state police officers were coming out of La Petite France, the governor not far behind. Camera lights and flash guns fired from all sides, the governor gracious and unflappable, as was his wife, because they were used to this shit. Roop listened to Governor this and Governor that, and was pleased that Fewer had no comment. Roop casually strolled over to Jed, the governor's EPU driver. I don't want to bother him, Roop said. I feel sort of sorry for him being bothered like this all the time. Can't even eat dinner without everyone stalking him. I wish everybody else felt like that, Jed said. How the hell do you park that thing? Said Roop, as he looked over every curve and inch of the gleaming black-stretch Lincoln limousine. Jed laughed as if it were nothing. I mean, really, Roop went on as the governor and his wife were briskly escorted to the car. I couldn't be a driver to begin with. I get lost everywhere. You know how hard it is to roll up on a crime scene when you don't know where the hell you are? Roop had gathered intelligence on Jed, who was known by all, except the governor, to be directionally compromised and deceitful about it. You're kidding, said Jed, as he opened the back door for the first family and they climbed inside. Good evening, Governor and Mrs. Fewer, Roop bent over to politely say. And to you, replied the governor, who was a very gracious man if you could get to him. I saw you on Meet the Press, Roop said. Oh, did you? Yes, Governor, you were great. Thank God someone's sticking up for the tobacco industry, Roop gushed. It's common sense, said Fewer. Personally, I don't smoke, but I believe it's a choice. Nobody forces it on anybody, and unemployment and black market cigarettes are not a happy prospect. Next, it will be alcohol, Roop said with righteous indignation. Not if I have a say about it. There'll be smokes instead of stills, Governor. Roop pitched the line that he believed would win him a Pulitzer Prize. I like that, Fewer said. So do I, said the First Lady. Smokes. Governor Fewer smiled wryly. As if ATF doesn't have enough to do. By the way, he said to Roop, I don't believe we've met. The small house around the corner from Henrico Doctor's Hospital was brick, with freshly painted blue shutters and a well-cared-for yard. The driveway was gravel. There was no car. Brazil pulled in, small white rocks pinging under the BMW. He deliberated over what to do. "When does your mom come home?" he asked Weed. "She's home." Weed was a little more alert. "She doesn't own a car?" "Yes, she does." "It's not here," Brazil said. "It doesn't look to me like she's home." "Oh." Weed sat up straighter and stared out the windshield, his fingers on the door handle. "I want to go to bed. I'm tired. Just let me out now, okay?" "Weed, where does your mother work?" Brazil persisted. He was eager to go home and call it a day, too, but he felt very uneasy about leaving this evasive little kid alone. "She works at the hospital," Weed said, opening the door. "She does stuff in the operating room." "She a nurse?" "I don't think so. But she could be here about midnight." "Could?" "Sometimes she's gone longer. She works real hard 'cause what she makes is all we got, and my daddy gambles a lot and got us bad in debt. I want to go to bed. Thanks for the ride. I've never been in a car this nice." Officer Brazil drove off the minute Weed locked the front door. He looked around the empty living room, wishing his mother was home, and glad she wasn't. There was leftover meatloaf and cold cuts, and Weed wasn't sure if eating would make things better or worse. He gave it a try, grilling a ham and cheese sandwich, which helped calm down his stomach. He went down the hall, pausing to open the door to Twister's bedroom. Weed stared at all the basketball trophies and posters, the bed unmade, throw rug rumpled, University of Richmond T-shirt on the floor, the computer on the desk with its bad dog screensaver. Everything was exactly the way Twister had left it the last time he had been in his room, August 23rd, a Sunday, the last time Weed ever saw him alive. Weed wandered inside and imagined he could smell Twister's obsession cologne and hear his laughter and teasing talk. He envisioned Twister sitting in the middle of the floor, long muscular legs folded up as he put on his shoes and called Weed his little minute. "See, it takes 60 of those to make an hour," he would say. "Now, I know you can't add worth shit, but trust me on this one. Soon you'll be an hour, then a day, then a week, then a month. And you'll be big like me." "No, I won't," said Weed. "You was twice as big as me when you was my age." Then Twister would unfold himself and start dribbling an invisible basketball. He would take on Weed, faking left and right, keeping the ball tight against him, elbows going this way and that. "Time's running out on the clock, and I got just 1 little minute," Twister would laugh as he snatched up Weed and dunked him on the bed, bouncing him up and down until Weed was dizzy with delight. Weed walked over to the desk and sat down. He turned on the computer, the only thing he ever touched inside his brother's room, because Twister had taught Weed how to use the computer, and Weed knew Twister would want him to keep using it. Weed logged on to AOL. He sent email to Twister's mailbox and checked to see if anybody else had. Other than the notes Twister got daily from Weed, there was nothing else. "Hi, Twister. You reading my letters? They ain't been opened, but I bet you don't have to open them the way other people do. I ain't changed nothing in your room. Mama don't come in it. She always keeps the door shut." Weed waited for an instant message. He somehow believed that one of these days Twister was going to contact Weed through the computer. He was going to say, "What's ticking, little minute? I sure am glad you're writing me. I see everything you're doing, so you better be keeping your ass straight."
This ends side 2 of cassette 3 of Southern Cross. Please fast forward to the end before loading cassette 4. Cross, cassette 4.
Weed waited and waited. He logged off and turned out the light. He stood in the doorway for a while, too depressed to move. He wandered into his bedroom and set the alarm clock for 2:45 a.m. "Why you not here?" he said to Twister. The dark had no answer.
Why are you not here, Twister? I don't know what to do no more, Twister. Mama quit coming home. Works so much it's like she got hit on the head or something. Just sleeps and gets up and goes. She hardly talks no more ever since you went on. Daddy gives her a real hard time. And now I got Smoke. He might kill me, Twister. He wouldn't if you was here.
Weed went to sleep, talking to Twister. Weed slept hard, his head full of cruel dreams. He was being chased by a garbage truck that made horrible scraping sounds as it rumbled down a dark road looking for him. It was on his tail no matter which way he went. He was sweating, his heart hammering when the alarm clock buzzed. He snatched it from the bedside table and turned it off. He listened, hardly breathing, hoping his mother was still asleep. He turned on the light and quickly dressed. He went over to the small card table beneath the window and sat down to think about what he would need to paint the metal statue, and wishing he could have come right out and told Officer Brazil what was going on and why he had the tattoo. But Weed knew Smoke would get him. Somehow he would. The big question was whether Weed should use oils or acrylics. He rummaged through shelves of his precious art supplies, lovingly looking through the Bob Ross master paint set his mother had worked overtime to buy for him last Christmas. It had cost almost $80 and included 8 tubes of oil paint, 4 brushes, and a getting-started videotape, which Mrs. Grannis had let Weed watch at school since he didn't have a VCR. Weed opened the caps of sap green, cadmium yellow, and alizarin crimson. He looked through his Demco collegiate set and thought about how long it took oil paints to dry and how much cleaning up he'd have to do. He didn't want to smell like turpentine. He studied his tubes of apple barrel acrylic gloss enamel paints. He had 46 colors to choose from, but to really get a good effect, he needed to sand the statue first and apply 2 coats. That would take forever, and in truth, the last thing Weed wanted was to do something to a cemetery statue. If nothing else, God would do something to Weed. Messing with dead people would be as bad as painting graffiti on a church or putting a mustache on Jesus. Weed came up with a daring plan. Maybe he could use poster paints. He had bags full of them. They were inexpensive and didn't make a mess. In fact, they could be washed off with soap and water, but there was no way Smoke could know that when Weed was painting away. Weed had never used water-based tempera on metal, and tried a little green on the metal trash basket in his room. He was thrilled and a little surprised when the paint went on smooth and stuck. He gathered every jar he had and stuffed them inside his knapsack and a grocery bag. He dug through his box of perfectly clean paintbrushes and decided on 2 aquarelle for thin lines and 2 wash mops for broad washes. He threw in 1 Academy size 14 round style, just in case. Chapter 15. The New York City Police Department was beyond Artis Roop's usual scope of things. He had started with directory assistance and been bounced from Midtown North Precinct to the rape hotline, to the crack hotline, to the College Point Auto Pound, and finally to a property clerk in Queens who gave him a number for the radio room. From there, Roop was able, by lying, to get Sergeant Mazzanelli to talk to him. "Yeah, I know what Comstat is. Who do you think started it?" Mazzanelli was saying. "Of course I know you guys did," said Roop from his cluttered desk inside the Richmond Times-Dispatch newsroom. "You're damn right we did." "We're having a problem in the mapping center," Roop said. "What mapping center? I ain't heard nothing about no mapping center." "At NIJ." "In New Jersey?" "NIJ, not NJ," Roop corrected Mazzanelli. "So where the hell are you calling from?" Mazzanelli asked. He put his hand over the phone. "Yo, Landsberger, you going out to Hop Shings?" "Who wants to know?" "Your mother." "Yeah? What's she want? Fish?" Roop got excited. Hey, that ain't even funny, another cop said. Stromboli, provolone, extra onions, the usual, Mazzanelli said. He took his hand off the mouthpiece and was back. So, you was saying? He said to Roop. We're showing a problem with the Comstat computer network. Who's we? Look, this is Washington. We've got a problem. Roop said it the way he'd heard it in the movies. A possible virus has infected the network, and we want to know how extensive it is. Silence. It may show up as fish, Roop added. Shit, Mazzanelli barely said. So yous guys got it in D.C., too. The same thing? All these goddamn little blue fish swimming around in 219, wherever the hell that is. Richmond, Virginia, Roop informed him. We believe that's the wormhole the virus entered through. The carrier, in other words. Richmond is. We think so, Sergeant. This is worse than I feared. If your Comstat telecommunications system is locked out as well, Roop went on, writing furiously, then everybody's down. Shit. It's the weirdest friggin' thing I ever seen. We got 3 experts up here right now trying to get the damn thing off the screen, but we're totally down. Now, I don't do the computer shit myself, you know? But I got eyes and ears, and I know when something's real bad. From what they're saying, we can't find hotspots or patterns at all. Exactly. Roop flipped a page. Apparently no one can. Roop's editor, Clara Outlaw, stopped by his desk to see what was going on, and if he planned on making the last edition deadline. He gave her a big thumbs up. She started to say something. He scowled and put his finger to his lips. She tapped her watch. He nodded and gave her an okay sign. She didn't believe him. She tapped her watch again. He shook his head and motioned her to hold on a minute. It was early afternoon, so I hear, and all of a sudden, this fish map flashed on the screen, and we can't get it off. It just came out of friggin' nowhere. Mazzanelli went on and on. Roop scrawled Fishsteria on a piece of notepaper. He ripped it off and handed it to Outlaw. She frowned and wrote, Fisteria? Roop shook his head. This was not to be confused with the microbe responsible for massive fish kills on the East Coast. Or was it? What did anybody know right now? Roop grabbed the piece of paper back from her and underlined Fishsteria 4 times. At 10 minutes to 3 in the morning, Weed crept out of his bedroom, pausing before his mother's shut door, hoping she was snoring. She was, as loud as ever. Weed left the house and waited on the street corner where Smoke had told him to be. Minutes later, the Le Mans sounded in the distance, and Weed was reminded of his nightmare about the garbage truck. His hands started shaking so badly, he worried he wouldn't be able to paint. He started feeling sick again, and he was tempted to run back inside the house and call the police, or at least grab his acrylics, just in case Smoke figured he'd been tricked. The back door of the Le Mans was pushed open. Weed climbed in and protectively set the knapsack and bag of paints in his lap as he stared at the back of Smoke's head. Divinity was in the front seat, against Smoke's shoulder. I guess the others aren't coming, Weed said, doing his best to keep his voice steady. Don't need 'em, Smoke said. How come you're not driving your own car? Weed asked, as his terror swelled like a wave about to crash. Because I don't want my own car parked out where someone might find it, Smoke said. Dog don't care if someone sees his car? Weed asked. Don't matter if he cares, Smoke coldly said. And you can shut the fuck up, retard. When it comes to questions, I do the asking. You got that straight? Divinity laughed and stuck her tongue in Smoke's ear. Yes, Weed barely said, as tears flooded his eyes and he wiped them away so fast they didn't have time to go anywhere. He said not another word as Smoke headed downtown,
and through the row houses of Oregon Hill, where they left the car in a small park on the river. The cemetery fence was thick with ivy and about 10 feet high. Weed saw no easy way to climb it, but Smoke did. Weed had never heard of a business advertising on a cemetery fence, but apparently Victory Rug Cleaning thought the idea was a good one. Its large metal sign was fastened to the fence at the intersection of South Cherry and Spring Street. Smoke showed Weed and Divinity how simple it was to grip the edges of the sign and boost themselves up far enough to grab the thick, overhanging branch of an ancient oak tree on the other side of the fence. In no time, the three of them had dropped to the ground and were inside the dark, silent cemetery. To Weed, it was a ghost city, with narrow lanes winding everywhere, and headstones and spooky monuments as far as he could see. It suddenly occurred to him that Smoke and Divinity might think it was funny to leave him here. Maybe that was their real plan. It caused shivers right up his bones and through his teeth. Weed had heard stories of pimps punishing hookers by tying them to trees inside graveyards and leaving them overnight. Some of the ladies lost their minds. Some died when their hearts attacked and beat themselves to death, trying to get out. One hooker chewed her hand off to escape, while another committed suicide by holding her breath. Weed willed his teeth not to chatter. He knew he could not show fear. "Cool," he said, looking around. "Man, I could paint in here for weeks." He and Divinity were following Smoke, who seemed to know where he was going. "You know, all these gravestones like clean canvases and sketching paper? I could paint my ass off in here," Weed went on. "After the statue, can I do a few more?" "Shut up," Smoke told him. Weed got quiet. It felt like little bugs were crawling on him, and he was sweating and cold at the same time. He wondered how many dead people were in here. More than he could count, that was for sure, especially since Weed usually got an F in math. It amazed him how many of them were Paxes. No one in his school was a Pax, although there were quite a few Paxtons, and one Paxinos who had moved down from New York and thought he was the only one who knew how to talk. But it was the dead rich people who bothered Weed most, all of them inside little marble houses, with all kinds of carvings and names chiseled above huge, heavy metal doors. There were windows, too, and the thought of looking through them raised every hair on Weed's body. Images jumped in his mind and started messing with him bad. A moldy face with sunken eyes and green rotting hands held a white Bible, and any minute was going to turn to a page with a curse on it, saying Weed was going to hell. A grinning skeleton in a long satin dress, bony hands folded around a dried-up rose, was about to sit up and fly after him, rattling and rustling. Weed's legs almost collapsed. He dropped his knapsack, and the straps grabbed his feet. He stumbled and got more entangled, and crashed through a sculpted boxwood, and almost regained his balance before tripping over an urn and landing flat on his face, his head just missing an Indiana limestone marker shaped like a tree. Weed didn't know who Lieutenant Colonel Peachy Boswell was, but Weed had just stepped all over his grave. Smoke and Divinity were laughing their asses off, hands over their mouths, trying not to make any noise, choking, bent over and hopping around like the ground was hot. Weed took his time getting up, taking an inventory of his parts to make sure nothing was missing or damaged. But his elbow stung a little, and he realized blood was running down his arm. He knelt in the grass and replaced clods he had kicked up. He collected his knapsack and bag of paints. He shrugged, as if it didn't bother him in the least that he had just desecrated a grave, for which there was usually a curse like the one he'd imagined in the White Bible. Divinity dug inside her denim bag and pulled out a pint of wild turkey. She and Smoke started swigging. Smoke handed Weed the bottle. Weed refused. Smoke shoved it at him. Weed wouldn't budge. "It'll mess me up," Weed whispered. "You want me to paint, don't you?" Sure fucking do. Weed started to laugh. The statue's right over there, retard. And guess what? You're on your own. We ain't hanging around. Weed tried to keep cool. Okay, he said. But how do I get home? Any way you can. Smoke grabbed Divinity's hand and they ran away, laughing and drinking, and not caring where they stepped. Weed looked around, trying to figure out where he was. It was a part of the cemetery that was very close to the river and populated with a lot of rich people, many of them so important they had their own squares of grass big enough for the entire family. Weed saw the silhouette of the statue 2 streets and 1 circle away, and his heart swelled with awe. It was tall and erect against the night, a man standing proud, his profile handsome and sharp. As Weed got closer, he could see there were 6 walkways leading to the statue, meaning the man must have been some kind of hero, maybe the most famous person alive, when he was. He wore a long coat and knee-high boots, hat in one hand, the other on his hip. He stood on a marble base surrounded by azaleas and ivy. 2 redneck flags were planted at his feet. Weed did not recognize the name Jefferson Davis. Weed knew nothing about the man whose statue he was about to paint, except that Davis was an American soldier and defender of the Constitution, who had been born in 1808 and died in 1889. The math took Weed a few minutes to figure out. He opened his knapsack and began pulling out paints and brushes and bottles of water. 89 minus 08. He moved his lips as he calculated. He drew a blank and tried again. 9 minus 8 was 1, and 8 minus 0 was still 8. So Jefferson Davis was only 18 when he died. Weed was overwhelmed by sadness. He looked around at the marble sculpture of a mournful woman holding an open Bible. An angel with big wings was sitting nearby. They seemed to be watching him and waiting. Weed suddenly knew why he had been brought here. It had nothing to do with Smoke, not in the big scheme of things. There was no curse, but an unexpected gift. Joy filled his heart. Weed knew what he was supposed to do. He didn't feel lonely, and he wasn't afraid. Chapter 16. Sleep was a stranger that would have no part of Brazil's life at the moment. He kicked the sheets off again, got up for water, walked around in the dark for a few minutes, sat down in front of the computer screen, and stared at the map and its blue fish. He drank more water, and imagined that West was tormented too. He hoped she was fitful and full of bad dreams, her heart aching as she thought of him. Then his fantasy was shattered by a face he did not know, someone named Jim. Brazil thought hard of every cop he knew West was acquainted with, and he could think of no one named Jim she would be remotely interested in. West liked tall, well-built men who were intelligent, funny, and sensitive, men she could watch movies and go drinking and shooting with. She was tired of being hit on. She required patience and a gentle touch. Indifference sometimes worked, too. Brazil stalked back into his bedroom. It was almost 5. West had made it clear she didn't intend to run with him this morning because she hated running and needed a day off. Brazil put on sweats and went out by himself. He ran fast through the fan, picking up speed as he obsessed about Jim. All Brazil knew about him was that he drank Heineken, or at least had brought a 6-pack to West's house, so it was also possible that he simply thought she liked Heineken. Jim might not drink beer at all. He might be into scotch or fine wine, although Brazil had noticed neither in West's kitchen. Of course, he hadn't looked in her cabinets. He hadn't looked in her bedroom as he had walked past, because he knew he couldn't bear seeing men's clothing in a pile on the floor, the bed a mess.
Brazil clipped off 5 miles. He worked with free weights and did ab crunches until his upper body was on fire. He took a long, hot shower, miserable and furious. Brazil shaved and brushed his teeth in the shower and decided he couldn't let West get away with this any longer. Damn her. He played and rewound and played again and again, the last time they had touched, on Christmas Eve, when he'd gone to her house to deliver her Christmas present. He'd saved money for months to buy her a gold and platinum bracelet that she had stopped wearing days after they moved to Richmond. Brazil felt used. He felt lied to and trivialized. If she really loved him as much as she used to say she did, then how could she suddenly get involved with someone named Jim? And how long had it been going on? Maybe she'd been cheating on Brazil from the start, was seeing some other Jim back in Charlotte, had Jims all over the world. Brazil was going to call her and demand an explanation. He toweled his hair dry as he rehearsed what he would say. He put on his uniform, taking his time as he debated. Hollywood Cemetery usually came alive around dawn. Clay Kitchen worked maintenance and took his job very seriously. He also liked overtime and found that if he showed up around 7 each morning, he could add a good 10 hours, or $280.58, to his twice-monthly paycheck. Kitchen drove his blue Ford Ranger slowly through the Confederate soldiers section, where 18,000 brave men and General Pickett's wife were buried, their simple marble markers closely spaced in perfect rows that were hard to mow around. Kitchen parked by the 90-foot-high Confederate monument pyramid, built of granite quarried from the James River in 1868, when the only machinery was strong bodies and fearlessness and a derrick. Kitchen had heard the stories. There had been accidents. The workers had gotten very nervous. The project's timetable had stretched into a year, and everyone was getting tired. When all that was left was to climb to the top and guide the capstone in place, the crew balked. Forget it. You gotta be kidding. No one would do it. So an inmate at the nearby state penitentiary allegedly volunteered and performed the perilous task without incident on November 6, 1869, while a happy crowd cheered. The grass was getting a little high about the pyramid's base and in need of string trimming. But that would have to wait until Kitchen finished his inspection of the 135 acres that kept him so busy. He moved on, cruising along Confederate Avenue, then East Vale and on to Riverside, which took him to Hillside and on the President's Circle, to Jeter and Ginner, eventually approaching Davis Circle, where he saw the problem immediately and from a distance. Jefferson Davis was wearing a red and white basketball uniform. The hat he held in his left hand had been turned into a basketball, although an oddly shaped one. His skin had been painted black. The marble base he stood on had been turned into a gym floor. Kitchen sped ahead, shocked, crazed, almost out of control. He slammed on the brakes to get a closer look. The number on the jersey was 12. Kitchen was a sports fan, and knew without a doubt the University of Richmond Spiders uniform. The number 12 on the jersey was that of Bobby Feely, who was one of the most pathetic recruits Kitchen had ever seen. Kitchen yanked the portable radio off his belt and raised the supervisor on the air. "Someone's turned Jeff Davis into a colored basketball player," Kitchen declared. Chapter 17. Niles would not leave West alone. The cat had never been easy, but there was one sin he wasn't allowed to commit. No cat, or anyone else, kept West awake unless she chose to be awake, and she had chosen no such thing. "What the hell's wrong with you?" West complained, turning over and punching the pillow under her head. Niles wasn't asleep, but he wasn't moving either.
He'd been in the same position since midnight, when his owner had finally decided to toss aside that silly chicken soup for the soul book that promised 101 happy, heartwarming stories that meant nothing to Niles. "Shut up," his owner said, kicking the sheets. Niles's ribs silently rose and fell as he breathed. He wondered when his owner would figure out that she always got cranky whenever Piano Man had been sighted in the area. "I can't take this any more," his owner announced. She sat up. She picked up Niles and dropped him on the floor. He had put up with quite a lot in the past few hours, but enough was enough. He jumped back up on the bed and batted her chin with his paw, keeping his claws tucked in. "You little shit!" She popped Niles's head. Niles jumped on her abdomen as hard as he could, knowing how much she hated that in the morning when she had to pee. His owner threw him off the bed again, and he jumped back and hissed and nipped her little finger and leapt back off the bed and ran like hell. She jumped out of bed in pursuit. "Come back here, you little fuckhead," she yelled. Niles ran faster, taking the corner into his owner's office and springing on the top shelf of her bookcase, where he waited with swishing tail, crossed eyes staring. His owner made the turn not quite as gracefully, hitting her hip on the doorframe and swearing some more. She pointed her finger at Niles. Niles wasn't intimidated. He wasn't even tired. She came closer and reached up, trying to grab him. Niles sprang over her head, landing on her desk. He hit InLog on her personal information center phone until he found the number he wanted. Then he hit speaker and dial. He waited until his owner almost had her hand on the back of his neck. He bopped her nose and was gone again as a phone loudly rang and rang over the speaker. "Hello?" Piano Man answered. West froze. "Hello?" Brazil asked again. She snatched up the phone. "How'd I call you when I didn't?" she demanded to know as she read Brazil's number on the video screen. "Who is this?" Brazil asked. "Niles did it, not me," West said. "Virginia?" "I didn't do it," she said, glaring at Niles, who was stretching one leg after another from a safe distance. "It's not like it's a crime if you called me," Brazil said. "That's not the point. You want to have breakfast, or are you tied up?" Brazil said haltingly, as if he was just being nice and had no interest whatsoever in seeing her. "God, I don't know," she replied, as she ran through a list of other fabricated options. "What time is it? Niles kept me up all night." "It's almost 7. "I'm not running with you, if that's what you're really asking," West shot back as her heart forgot its rhythm. "I've already done that," Brazil said. "River City Diner? You been there?" "I can't remember the names of everything around here." "It's really good. You mind picking me up, since you get to take home a car and I don't?" "So I guess you know all the places around here," West said. Popeye would not give Hammer a moment's peace this morning either. She jumped all over Hammer. She brazenly ran into Hammer's office and jumped into the desk chair and stared at the computer screen and the fish on it. She would not let Hammer sit and drink a first cup of coffee or glance at the paper. Popeye was stubborn on her walk. Treats were of no interest. She wouldn't sit, lie down, come, or stay. "What good does it do for me to read all those books and consult with an animal behaviorist?" Hammer asked in exasperation. "I don't need this, Popeye. I have tried reasoning with you. I've talked with you at great length about how important it is to cooperate and be a pleasure to have around. I've asked you many times if something traumatic might have happened to you before I got you from the SPCA, something that has caused you to start nipping at people and jumping in their faces. But whatever it is, you won't let me know, and it's not fair, Popeye. You know how much I care. You know my life is hard and I need no more stress. You know I will be sued if you bite someone and they fake emotional distress, disfigurement, and sexual dysfunction because they know I have money and don't need bad publicity. Now sit, and I mean it." Hammer squatted, holding a treat in her fist. Popeye assumed her defiant stance and just stared at her. "Sit." Popeye wouldn't. "Lie down." Popeye didn't. "What's gotten into you?" Hammer asked. The shockwaves traveled quickly and with alarming repercussions. Hollywood Cemetery's maintenance supervisor immediately alerted the Cemetery Association president, Lelia Earhart, who instantly called every member of the board, including Ruby Sink, the association secretary, and the most likely person to spread the news. Miss Sink decided to go out and get her newspaper at the precise moment Chief Hammer was walking by with Popeye. Hammer quickly moved past the 2-story brick townhouse with its Doric front porch and original cornices and windows. Miss Sink picked up speed, shuffling down steps and over cobblestones. "Come back here," Miss Sink called out. Hammer did not appreciate being ordered about. "Good morning, Miss Sink," she politely said without slowing down. "I need to speak to you." Hammer stopped while Popeye did her best to continue on course. "It's just a darn good thing you showed up," Miss Sink answered. "Be good, Popeye." Hammer pulled the leash. Popeye pulled back. "Popeye?" Hammer warned. "What an awful name for a dog," said Miss Sink. "What's wrong with her eyes?" "It's normal for the breed." "Did you have her tail chopped off?" "No," Hammer replied. Miss Sink leaned over to get a better look at the stumpy, cockeyed tail that covered nothing important. Popeye began to lick herself in a naughty place, and suddenly sprang straight up into the air, her tongue darting into Miss Sink's mouth. Miss Sink jumped back and screamed. She rubbed her lips and looked sick as she thought about where that tongue had just been. Popeye grabbed the hem of Miss Sink's pink robe and almost pulled the frail old woman off her feet. "Now, Popeye, you behave. Sit," Hammer emphatically said. Popeye sat. Hammer fed her a lung chop. Miss Sink was mortified and momentarily speechless. She rubbed her mouth and checked the hem of her robe, looking for damage. "What was it you wanted to talk to me about?" Hammer asked. "You mean you don't know?" Miss Sink raised her voice. Miss Sink glared hatefully at Popeye as she bent over to pick up the paper. "Know what?" Hammer asked, irked that there might be something Miss Sink might know before Hammer did. "Someone vandalized Hollywood Cemetery," Miss Sink's fury gathered. "Graffiti all over the statue of Jefferson Davis." "When did you find this out?" asked Hammer, as Confederate troops rose up and began marching through her mind. "I want to know what the police are doing," Miss Sink demanded. "Have we been called?" Hammer asked. Miss Sink thought for a moment. "This is the first I've heard of it," Hammer went on as Popeye got interested in Miss Sink's ankles. "I don't know if anyone called," Miss Sink said. "That's not my responsibility. I just assumed whoever happened upon the crime would have called the police. Of course, I just got the call myself a few minutes ago. They think some U of R basketball player did it." "Who's they?" "You can ask Lelia Earhart that. She's the one who called me." Hammer's resentment blossomed and flourished. "And how did Lelia find out?" Hammer asked. "She's the president of Hollywood," Miss Sink replied, as if there was only one Hollywood. The city's being ruined, and if we had more police out doing their jobs, this sort of thing wouldn't happen. Not to mention the continuing deterioration of this neighborhood. Here, of all places.
Hammer feared that one of these days she was going to tell the nagging, horse-faced woman to go to hell.
The people coming in here, Miss Sink railed on, as if this is some sort of subdivision with McDonald's and aluminum siding.
Miss Sink used to feel perfectly safe and sequestered on her famous tree-lined street, where in 1775 Patrick Henry had stood in the third pew from the left, inside St. John's Episcopal Church, and declared, "Give me liberty or give me death." It was here, just several houses down, that Elmira Royster Shelton and Edgar Allan Poe had been reunited and began a second courtship not long before he died. Although Miss Sink was not Episcopalian, and had never been engaged, and did not read frightening stories, she revered history, and the famous people in it. More to the point, Miss Sink had an inspired indignation when any outsider violated the sanctity of her restored neighborhood, and that included Judy Hammer, who was not from Richmond, but from Arkansas, which, as far as Miss Sink was concerned, was not the true South. Popeye emptied her bladder on a blooming yellow forsythia bush. She began sniffing tulips and the lamp-post, ready to claim other territory. Actually, crime is down 6% in our neighborhood, Miss Sink. Hammer reminded her, without adding that it was soaring everywhere else. Thanks in part to the community effort here, thanks to our Crime Watch people like you, the eyes and ears of the street.
6% my foot.
Miss Sink stamped her pink slipper and yanked the plastic wrapper off the newspaper.
Tell me why someone stole the fountain from Libby Hill Park.
It was recovered, and is back right where it always was, Miss Sink.
Doesn't matter. It was stolen, right out from under us like a rug. An entire iron fountain, and nobody saw a thing. So much for eyes and ears.
She dug in a pocket and pulled out a tissue.
Not to mention rocks thrown at gas lamps and cars. Most of my friends and family are in Hollywood Cemetery.
Miss Sink dabbed her nose and gave Hammer's ugly little dog the fish-eye. She opened the newspaper to see what else was going on in the city. The headline above the fold stood up in huge black type. Fishsteria hysteria. Mysterious virus crashes police computer network. Hammer snatched the paper out of Miss Sink's hands.
Excuse me,
Miss Sink said indignantly.
That was rude.
Hammer didn't give a shit. She read the story, incredulous. It even included an artist's rendition of the little blue fish that were suspected, according to the article, to be the carrier of the virus. Oh, God. So it's hit New York, too, Hammer said as she read. It's everywhere. That goddamn Roop. The media doesn't care. This is only going to make matters worse, rewarding some hacker with front-page news. Oh, great, great, great. Whatever happened to people trying to work together? When I was getting started, you could plant a story with the local media, and they would run things that would actually help the police. But can you imagine such a thing happening now? Hammer went on. Does it ever occur to self-serving people like Roop that when we can't do our jobs, he suffers too? What happens when his airbag is stolen?
I've read about that. Why do you call it cabbages?
What happens when he's robbed at gunpoint at an ATM? Hammer went on.
Those are awful,
Miss Sink said with a shudder.
I see they had another one yesterday. Of course, look how early it was. People have no business getting money out of machines at night when nobody's around.
Popeye lunged again. She got up on her hind legs, dancing about, front paws held out as if she wanted to hug Miss Sink. It made no sense,
"What's wrong with that dog?" Miss Sink said. "It's like she's trying to tell me something."
Popeye is very intelligent. She's intuitive. Frankly, she knows so much it scares me, Hammer confessed.
"And, for the record," Miss Sink went on, "I think ATMs and the Internet are the 666 in Revelation, the beast leading up to Armageddon."
Popeye jumped at Miss Sink again. Popeye growled. She hopped over to Miss Sink and tried to hug the old woman. Miss Sink smacked the newspaper against her hand as a warning. Popeye darted behind her owner's legs, wrapping her leash around them. She was shaking. "It's all right, little baby." Hammer was distressed and furious. She squatted and put her arms around her dog and held her close. She gave Popeye another treat. "Please don't do that again," she sternly said to Miss Sink.
"Next time, I'm going to smack her little bottom," Miss Sink promised.
"Actually, you won't," Hammer said in her dry, "don't fuck with me" tone of voice.
"That dog's going to bite someone," Miss Sink chastised Hammer. "You wait, and then won't you be in Dutch? These days, people sue just like that."
She tried to snap her fingers and missed. Popeye growled.
"Well, I've got to go in and call all the other board members. I guess telling you is the same as calling the police,"
Miss Sink said. She headed back down her walk, her feet loud on her Doric porch, her cat darting out from behind a hedge. Chapter 18. Despite Bubba's incredible efforts, no matter his 8 straight hours of relentless work in Bay 8, his productivity had fallen short by 3,901 cigarettes. He was devastated. It was the last night of the competition of the month, and the second month in a row that Bay 5 had claimed victory. "Don't take it so hard," Smudge said. "I can't help it," Bubba despondently replied. They stopped outside the cafeteria, and Bubba inserted his ID card in the cigarette machine, selecting the free pack all workers got daily. Bubba chose his usual Merit Ultima. Smudge did too, and sold his pack to Bubba at the slightly discounted price of $8.25. Smudge smoked Winstons, which were not made by Philip Morris. For the first time, it bothered Bubba that Smudge didn't offer his daily allotted pack to Bubba for nothing, since it cost Smudge nothing. It bothered Bubba that it just so happened that Smudge and Gig Dan played golf together. "I guess Gig had a long day," Bubba commented as he and Smudge headed out of the building. "He looked pretty tired when he left," Smudge agreed. "Too bad you were so late." "Wouldn't have been if that asshole Tiller wasn't supposedly sick again." Smudge made no comment. "Funny how he always gets sick on the night the competition ends," Bubba made another casual remark. "Maybe losing is something he can't face," Smudge suggested. "Also funny how nothing in my module works worth a shit than last night of the competition. You know how many times the tipping paper broke? Or how many glue bubbles I got? Had a dull knife, too. So I clean up right before shift change and find dust in the machine and glue balled up on the glue roller," Bubba said. Smudge stopped at his gleaming red Suburban. He got out his keys. "See, I think somebody gets to Kennedy on first shift and sucks him into the conspiracy. So Kennedy works the first half of second shift because Tiller's called in sick because he's been told to. Then Kennedy fucks up everything he can, so when I'm supposed to come in and work 1.5 shifts, I've got all this dust, glue balls, and shit waiting for me." "Sounds rather elaborate, like a spy thriller. Don't be paranoid, Bubba." Smudge patted Bubba's shoulder. But it wasn't just paranoia. Bubba wasn't stupid. He knew Gig Dan was involved in the plot as well, or he would have said something to somebody about how dirty the machine was.
He had to have known, since he inadvertently had to fill in for Bubba because Bubba was late being early and then ended up late for being on time because Fred held him to a conversation. Bubba kept his conviction to himself as he began to see just what Smudge was really made of. Whatever it was beginning to stink. "You owe me and everyone else in Bay 5 2 cases of beer, good buddy," Smudge said as he cranked the Suburban. "Yeah, I know," Bubba said. "What'll it be?" Let me think." Smudge jerked Bubba around. "I guess Corona." He added insult to injury. Corona was not a Philip Morris product, and Smudge knew Bubba would rather eat poison than spend a nickel on anything not Philip Morris. "Okay, but you gotta give me a chance to get you back," Bubba said. Smudge laughed. "Lay it on me." "Tomorrow night, highest score. Let's raise the stakes higher, more than $200, Bubba said. Smudge's face lit up as he lit up a Winston. "You're on. Rain or shine," Smudge said. Bubba thought of the leak in his Jeep and everything else Muskrat had to say about it. Bubba tested Smudge one more time this morning. "You want me to drive?" Bubba said. "We'll be better off in my hunting truck." Smudge said exactly what Bubba anticipated. "I'll drive. You can pay for gas," watching out the window for West's unmarked Caprice, and every other minute he ran back to the bathroom and wet his fingers and ran them through his slightly gelled hair, giving it that wet look, making sure one strand fell down the middle of his forehead. He had brushed his teeth 4 times and couldn't stand still. When West parked in front of his house, he took his time. He waited for her to come to the door. He waited until she had knocked 5 times. "Andy? Are you in there?" she loudly said. He ran to the door and opened it, tucking in his uniform shirt, adjusting his duty belt as if he was busy with many things, and running behind. "Gosh, I'm sorry," he politely said. "I was on the phone." It wasn't quite a lie, because Brazil had been on the phone. He just didn't say when he'd been on it. "I don't have much time." West smacked the volley back. "We'd better go. This was probably a bad idea," she continued as she went down the steps. "I've got the day from hell. I'm not even hungry." Brazil locked the door and followed her to the car. His feelings stung again. "Doesn't matter to me," he said. "If you need to get to HQ, you can go on. You don't even have to give me a ride. It's not a problem." "I'm already here," she retorted. "I'm not that hungry either," Brazil announced. West put the car in gear and pulled away from the curb. "You should fasten your seatbelt," Brazil told her. "Forget it." "Look, I want to be able to get out of the car fast, too, if something goes down. But I don't want to be thrown out, like through the windshield. Besides, how long does it take you to unbuckle a seatbelt, if you're really honest?" "You work the streets as long as I have. You don't have to be really honest." She reminded him of his inexperience and her high rank. "Have you ever been to the forest?" Brazil asked. "What forest?" "The neighborhood hangout on Forest Hill." "That's the other side of the river." "There's more parking there than downtown where the River City Diner is." "Since when are we eating breakfast again? I thought we'd decided that issue," West said. She turned on the radio, tuning into WRVA. Adrenaline was shorting out Brazil's central nervous system as he groped for just the right words. He had a right to know why she treated him the way she did. He had a right to know about Jim. "I guess I'm realizing if I don't eat something now, I don't know when I will," Brazil said, making sure she understood how busy he was, too. "River City is closer to HQ." "Try parking on Main Street during rush hour." West decided to head south side. "How did you find out about the forest?" she asked as the radio broke the news of Fishsteria. "I've been there a couple times." Brazil's thoughts were tangled like fishing line. "Believed to be a new strain of computer virus that cannot be detected by the standard antivirus software most of us have," Johnny, of the popular Johnny in the Morning show, went on. "I pretty much stick to the fan," West said. "There are so many good restaurants, bars, like Strawberry Street Vineyard. Why go anywhere else?" "Strawberry Street Vineyard is a wine shop," Brazil corrected her. "I didn't say it wasn't," she fired back. "Best wine in the city. They can get anything. I picked up a Ken Wright Cellars Pinot Noir the other week. Outstanding." Brazil had to rub it in. "Hibernates in bottom sediments," explained Johnny in the Morning's special guest, Dr. Edith Sandal Viverette, a biologist with the Virginia Institute of Marine Science, "and releases toxins that are stunning and killing all these fish. Crabs are falling victim as well. What's curious, Johnny, is the microbes like the temperature of the water to be 80-ish. It's a little early for that." "But Fishsteria isn't related to Pfisteria, right?" Johnny worried. "I'm not sure we can say that at this moment." Brazil felt stubborn again. He didn't care enough to ask West anything. She didn't matter. "I've really gotten into French Burgundies, too." Brazil rubbed it in some more. "I get tired of red wine," West said. "Then you ought to try a white Burgundy." "What makes you think I haven't?" West fired back. "Well, it's really scary," Johnny said, as Brazil and West continued not to listen. Bubba knew what had happened when he was half a block away from his house. The garage door was wide open. His heart was seized by fear. He pulled into the driveway and jumped out of his car, screaming his wife's name. "Honey!" he yelled as he ran up the front steps. "Honey! Oh, my God, honey! Are you all right?" Bubba dropped his keys 3 times before he managed to unlock the front door. He burst into the living room as Honey's slippers swished along the hallway. He ran to her and hugged her hard. "Why, what on earth is the matter?" Honey said, rubbing his back. Bubba started sobbing. "I was so scared something happened to you," he cried into her permed honey-blonde hair. "Of course nothing's happened to me, sweetie," she said. "I just this minute got up." Bubba stepped back from her, his mood suddenly skipping discs. He was enraged. "How the hell could you sleep through someone breaking into the workshop?" he yelled. "What?" Honey was dazed. "The workshop?" "The garage door's wide open. You leave it open for some reason, like the awful Jell-O and room temperature tang? Is this the final blow to hurt me? Is that how they got in?" "I don't go near that door," said Honey, who knew better than to ever step foot inside his workshop. "Would rather take the Lord's name in vain and be a Mormon or a queer or a feminist than dare to get near your shop," exclaimed Honey, who was Southern Baptist and knew the party line by heart. "I don't want to go near your tools, much less touch 'em. I never ask anything about them, even if I can see them plain as day when you're working on some project that never turns out quite right." Bubba ran back out the door. Honey held her robe together and followed. Bubba walked into the garage. He held his breath, hands clenched as he took in what had to be the biggest disaster of his life. Tools were scattered everywhere, and all of his handguns were gone. Someone had pissed all over Bubba's electronic caliper, and it would convert inches into metric dimensions no more. The dual sander and air hammer had been cruelly dropped into the 10-gallon drum of dirty oil that Bubba saved for Muskrat's heater. Bubba staggered back out into the sunlight. Honey grabbed his arm to steady him. "Maybe I should call the police," she said.
West and Brazil were close to the forest when several things happened at once. Brazil's flip phone trilled. The police radio broadcast a possible B&E on Clarence Street, and WRVA played an ad for Hollywood Cemetery's New Chapel Mausoleum, located in one of the oldest sections of the cemetery, adjacent to a convenient roadway, and with no additional expenses for a vault or monument, one price covering everything, including the inscription. "Hello?" Brazil said into his phone. "Any unit in the area?" The police radio was repeating. "Possible B&E on 10946 Clarence Street?" "The Hollywood Cemetery Chapel Mausoleum reflects a combination of both beauty and dignity," the ad continued, jazz playing in the background. "Andy, it's Hammer," Chief Hammer said over the phone. "3," West answered the radio. "Our computer problems hit the national news. I guess you saw this morning's paper," Hammer said to Brazil. "Go ahead, 3," said Communications Officer Patty Passman, who was surprised that the head of investigations was answering the call. "Actually, I didn't know," Brazil honestly replied to Hammer. "Front page," Hammer said. "They're making fun of us, fun of Comstat, saying we've crashed around the world because of a virus called fishsteria." "Fishsteria versus fisteria?" Brazil asked. "Figure it out, Andy." "Designed to reflect the classic elements found with Hollywood Hills," said the ad. "We're just a couple blocks from there," West told Communications Officer Passman. "We'll take the call." "And a vandal or vandals hit Hollywood Cemetery last night," Hammer went on. 10-4-3. Complainants are Mr. Butner Fluck. "Appears a Spiders basketball uniform was painted on the statue of Jefferson Davis," Hammer explained. Brazil was stunned. He started laughing and could not stop. "And I'm afraid his race was altered," she went on. "You mean he got Michael Jordanized?" Brazil choked. "This isn't funny, Andy." "I think I'm going to be sick." Brazil was doubled over, hardly able to talk. West made a U-turn on Forest Hill and accelerated. "Lelia Earhart's called an emergency meeting of city leaders tomorrow morning at 8, Hammer told Brazil. "I hope she's not going to speak." Brazil's voice went up an octave. He couldn't help himself. "What's wrong with you?" West glanced over at him as she drove fast out of habit, taking every shortcut she could to get to the scene. "Look into it," Hammer said to Brazil. "Fishsteria or Magic Jeff?" Brazil's stomach hurt, his eyes watering. "All of it," she said to him. The house on Clarence Street was very peculiar, but not for obvious reasons at a glance. Rather, it was the sort of phenomenon which caused an unsettled, odd feeling of disharmony and something just not quite right that was discarded, like a lost file, the instant the person drove or walked past or delivered the newspaper and moved on. But to someone with a trained eye who took a hard look, the problem was clear. "Good God," West said, stopping the car in the middle of the road as she stared in wonder. "Wow," Brazil chimed in. "I think he home improved when he was drunk." Dark green shutters were askew, the paint not quite as white to the left of the red front door as it was to the right. The white picket fence was the worst West had ever seen. Clearly the soil was unstable, and the builder had not driven the 4x4 posts far enough into the ground, or set them in cement, nor had he bothered with a plumb line, it didn't appear, or chamfered the tops of the posts, meaning rainwater did not run off, and the wood was beginning to rot. The rails sloped uphill on one side of the ill-fitting gate, and downhill on the other. The pickets were unevenly spaced, like bad teeth. Apparently,
This same well-intentioned but misguided builder had expanded his garage by adding on a homemade shed that leaned north, suggesting the pressure-treated posts had not been sunk below the frost line, and the new addition had shifted during the winter. Nothing was right. Shingles were not aligned, window boxes were different sizes, the stone garden fountain in front was dry, the herringbone pattern of the outdoor bench near the slumping brick barbecue was chaos. A long dog pen of torqued and drooping chain link was near the woods, and a blanket-back coonhound was perched on top of a barrel, bawling. West turned into the driveway, and a gas station bell announced Mr. Fluck had company. A curtain in a window moved, and immediately a man emerged from the house. He was fat and didn't have much hair, his round head and small eyes bringing to mind a smiley face that wasn't. Mr. Fluck looked depressed and bereft, as if his wife had just walked out, or come back, depending on how he felt about her. "Uh-oh," Brazil said, unfastening his seatbelt. "No kidding," said West. Bubba followed his uneven brick walk to the driveway, where the unmarked white Chevrolet Caprice pulled in. His mind was dark with ruined dreams, cruel predestination, and bad karma. His father, Reverend Fluck, had always disapproved of Bubba's fondness of guns, and Bubba was suspicious that his father had prayed for such a thing to happen. It was just too coincidental that, for the most part, only guns had been stolen. His expensive tools had been left. The burglar had not tried to break into Bubba's house or Honey's station wagon. A tall, well-built blond man in uniform climbed out of the Caprice. The driver was a woman in plain clothes, a detective, Bubba assumed. They walked up to him, radios chattering. "Are you Mr. Fluck?" the woman asked. "Yes," he said. "Thank God you came. This is the worst thing that's ever happened to me." "I'm Deputy Chief Virginia West, and this is Officer Andy Brazil," West said. Bubba felt better. He sighed. The police had sent a deputy chief. This had to be Chief Hammer's doing. She was looking after Bubba. Somehow she had been touched as had he, their destinies entwined. Chief Hammer knew that a terrible injustice had been perpetrated against Bubba. "I sure appreciate Chief Hammer contacting you," Bubba said. Both cops looked mystified. "She did, didn't she?" Bubba's faith wavered. "Just now? When I called 911? "Actually," Brazil faltered. "Well, yes. How did you know she just called me?" Bubba looked heavenward and smiled despite his pain. West started walking toward the workshop. Brazil followed. Both of them stood on the driveway, looking at the mess. Brazil recorded the month, day, year, and victim's name and address on the offense report attached to his clipboard. "What a disaster," Brazil said. "It's unspeakable," Bubba said. "Do you have any idea when the B&E occurred?" West asked. "Sometime between 8 o'clock last night and 7:30 this morning." "I need your home and business phone numbers." Brazil was writing. Bubba gave them to him. "I got home from work and found this," Bubba said, almost in tears. "Exactly like this. I didn't touch anything. I didn't move anything, so I'm not 100% sure what's missing." West's expert eye skimmed over standalone tools such as a drill press, a drum sander, bench grinder, jointer, thickness planer, shaper, and all the expected chisels, Forstner bits, wire brush wheels, brad point bits, plug cutter, countersink set. There was protective gear of every description, and more hand tools than Bob Vila probably had in his workshop. "It's interesting that you have so many expensive tools, yet the burglar or burglars didn't take them," West observed. "He was after guns," Bubba said. "I know they're missing." He pointed to the cabinet and its severed padlock on the floor. "You got bolt cutters?" West asked. "Toolsmith, 18 inchers. "Still have them," Brazil said. "I can see 'em from here," answered Bubba. "What kind of lock was on the gun cabinet?" West asked. "Just a plain master lock." "Case hard?" Bubba looked ashamed. "I was meanin' to get around to it," he said. "So it wasn't case hard?" Brazil wanted to make sure as he took the report. Bubba shook his head. "That's too bad," West said with feeling. "I've never seen a pair of bolt cutters that can go through a case-hard master lock, and considering what you had in your cabinet, you should have had the best." I know," Bubba said as his shame deepened. "I know how foolish I was." West walked in to inspect more closely, noting that Bubba had painted his initials in white on all tools and equipment. She stepped over dozens of step-by-step books on plumbing, deck and patio upgrades, painting and wallpapering, pruning, and home repair problem-solving. She picked her way around a Stanley 30-foot heavy-duty tape measure and its Nicholas leather holder, a Makita tool holster, a McGuire Nicholas wide-saddle leather belt, a top-grade cowhide longhorn hammer holder, red Nicholas heavy-duty suspenders, and a foam rubber knee pad with double straps that had become separated from its mate. West recognized top quality. She knew all the brands and how much they cost. She was curious. She was envious. "And you have no alarm system," Brazil said. "The no trespassing sign and the bell in the driveway. I can hear anybody drive in." "I didn't know they used those anymore," Brazil said. "Muskrat's Auto Rescue has a bunch of them," Bubba said. "What about your dog?" West asked. "Half-shell balls all day and night. Nobody listens to her anymore." "So half-shell and the gas station bell were your only alarm system?" West gave him a skeptical look. Bubba could tell she wasn't impressed with him. He was suddenly conscious of how pretty she was. Bubba felt fat, dirty, unattractive, and inferior. He felt the way he had most of his life. Deputy Chief West saw through his guns and tools and home repairs. She saw Bubba as a persecuted little boy with an awful name and a world that ridiculed him. Bubba could see it in her eyes. It suddenly occurred to him that she may have gone to school with him. "Are you from around here?" he asked her. "No," she said. "You sure?" "What do you mean, am I sure?" He was paranoid and obsessed. He had to be convinced. "So you're not from Richmond?" he said. "No." She was getting curt with him. "It's just that you look like someone I went to school with whose name was Virginia," Bubba lied. "We didn't go to school together," West told him. "Did the burglar or burglars urinate in here?" Brazil asked. "Yes," Bubba pointed. "Does that mean something?" "Oftentimes burglars urinate or defecate in the place they've broken into," West explained. "It's part of an M.O. and may or may not matter." Brazil made a note of it. "The sort of thing your police computer might have picked up on if it didn't have the fish virus," Bubba said. "I heard about it on the news when I was driving home, so you won't be able to check for a pattern." "Don't you even worry about it." Brazil avoided the subject. "You got a list of the guns and their serial numbers?" "I got 'em all at Green Top," Bubba said. "Never buy guns anywhere else." "That helps," Brazil said. "But I want to list on the report what's missing so the detective can follow up." "I guess you won't be able to use the computer to see if someone else got broken into like this," Bubba said, disappointed, "because of the fish problem." "Don't worry about how we do our jobs," Brazil told him. "Now, about the list." "1 Brown & Buckmark Bullseye 22, Bubba recalled. A Taurus 8-shot M608 357, Smith & Wesson Model 457 alloy frame 45 ACP and its Bianchi Avenger holster, a Packmeyer pocket cleaning kit, a Mini Glock G26 9mm with night sights, SIG P226 9x19mm, same thing used by Navy SEALs. Let's see, what else? Jesus, West said. Brazil was writing at top speed. A Daisy Model 91 match pistol. Air gun, in other words. Ruger Blackhawk .357 revolver, and a couple Ruger competition handguns. Are you a competition shooter? West asked. Haven't had time, Bubba said. Is that it? Brazil asked. I just got the Fat Man M9 Special Edition 9mm 15-round clips, still in the box. Makes me sick. I never even got to try it out. And I had a bunch of speed loaders and about 20 boxes of cartridges, most of them Winchester silver tips. What about anything else? West asked. It's hard to tell, Bubba said. But the only other thing I'm not seeing anywhere is my Stanley tool belt. It's really nice. Black nylon with a padded yellow belt, lightweight, and not as hot as leather. Can fit everything but the kitchen sink. I've always wanted one of those, West confessed. They cost about $60. That's if you'd get a discount, Bubba said. What about suspects? Brazil had gotten to that part of the report. Anybody you think might have done this? It had to be somebody who knew what I had inside my shop, Bubba said. And the door wasn't forced, so the person had a remote, too. That's interesting, Brazil commented. You can buy them at Sears, West said, looking up at the retracted Sears garage door. Mr. Fluck, I'm going to see to it that a detective comes by before the day's out to look for any possible evidence, prints, tool marks, whatever. My prints will be in here, Bubba worried. We'll have to print you, now that you mention it, to know what's yours and what's not, West said. They walked out of the workshop, careful where they stepped. Half-Shell was bawling and jumping in circles. Thank Chief Hammer again for me, Bubba said, following West and Brazil to their car. Again? Brazil looked baffled. Have you spoken to her? Not directly, Bubba said. Chapter 19. Hammer was extremely sensitive to racial issues and had studied the Richmond metropolitan areas thoroughly. She knew it wasn't so long ago that blacks couldn't join various clubs or live in certain neighborhoods. They couldn't use golf courses or tennis courts or public pools. Change had been slow and in many ways was deceptive. Memberships in neighborhood associations began to accept blacks, and in some cases women, but making it off the waiting list or feeling comfortable was another matter. When the future first black governor of Virginia tried to move into an exclusive neighborhood, he was turned down. When a statue of Arthur Ashe was erected on Monument Avenue, it almost caused another war. Chief Hammer was worried as she and Administrative Assistant Fling drove through Hollywood Cemetery to inspect the damage and find out if the descriptions of it were exaggerated. They weren't. Hammer parked on Davis Circle, where the painted bronze statue was clearly visible in the distance, rising amid a background of magnolias and evergreens, small Confederate flags fluttering at the marble base, the perimeter secured with yellow crime scene tape. Looks like he's hogging the basketball and won't pass it to anyone, Fling observed. He looks kind of stuck up, too. He was, Hammer commented. She stifled laughter, her blood fluttering with peals of it that were almost impossible to suppress. The statue of Davis had always been described as having a proud and haughty air. He had worn the Southern gentleman's dress typical of the day, before, remarkably, the graffiti artist had transformed the long coat into a baggy jersey and voluminous shorts to the knees. Trousers had become muscular legs and athletic socks. Boots had been turned into high-top Nikes. Hammer and Fling got out of the Crown Victoria as the throaty roar of a black Mercedes 420E came up from behind. The sedan, with its sunroof and saddle interior, swerved around Hammer's car and parked in front of it. Shit, Hammer said, as Lelia Earhart gathered something off the Mercedes's front seat and opened her door. Where's the interpreter? Although Earhart had been born in Richmond, she had spent most of her growing up years in Vienna, Austria, where her father, Dr. Howell, a wealthy, prominent music historian, had labored for years on an unauthorized psychological biography of the very gentle, sensitive Mozart and his fear of the trumpet. Later, the family had moved to Yugoslavia, where Dr. Howell explored the subliminal influence of music on the Nemanjic dynasty. German was Lilia Earhart's first language. Serbo-Croatian followed, then English. She spoke nothing well, and had combined the three, stirring and folding as if making a cake. For a moment, Earhart stood, transfixed by the statue, her lips slightly parted in shock. She wore yellow Escada jeans, a full yellow striped blouse with an E on the breast pocket, a black belt studded with brass butterflies, and shoes to match. Although Hammer mostly wore Ralph Lauren and Donna Karan, she knew other designers, and recognized that the butterflies were several seasons old. This gave Hammer a little satisfaction, but not enough. "This will excite a riot," Earhart exclaimed, moving in closer to the crime scene, a cannon sure-shot in hand. "Nothing like this has even happened before this." "I'm not sure I'd go so far as to say that," Hammer replied. "Not so long ago, someone painted graffiti on the statue of Robert E. Lee." "That was different." "He wasn't changed into a black basketball player," Fling agreed. "Not saying he wouldn't have been, but he's on a horse with a sword, and right there on Monument Avenue, where if you spend a lot of time, someone's bound to notice. So I really don't see how you could easily do him. Or doing anybody on Monument Avenue. Arthur Ashe is holding a tennis racket, and the other guy's also on horses. Unless you did polo, I guess." "I want to know how you're doing about this," Earhart said to Hammer, as a sudden gust of wind stirred trees and whipped the Southern Cross at Davis's feet. "And where were your officers when some vandal came in here like Michelangelo in the Sistine Chapel?" "The cemetery is private property," Fling reminded her. "If a serial killing shows up on my private property, is that a so what also?" Earhart indignantly replied. "Not if we know he's a serial killer," Fling retorted. "The truth is," said Hammer, "we do patrol the cemetery." "That's even worse," Earhart said. "You certainly must have somewhere been elsewhere last night." "The beat car is very busy in that area, Lelia. We've got VCU, Oregon Hill. We get many, many calls," Hammer said. "When calls involve living people, they take priority." "As if I would know this," Earhart indignantly answered. "It's confusing what city and what isn't." Fling tried to gloss over his misinformation. "And, Mrs. Earhart, my earlier point that I wanted to emphasize was, you shouldn't take this so hard when it may simply be a random choice because of how remote being in a place like this is, if you're up to no good." "That's easier to say," said Earhart. Hammer felt as if she were listening to aliens. "What about Bobby Feely?" Earhart was becoming more accusatory. "We're working hard on this, Lelia," Hammer replied. "He's 12, she persisted. "That ought to add up for something." "We are investigating this with great seriousness," said Hammer, who frankly thought the statue was much improved by the new outfit. "He probably alibied his way from there to here, and you take it at fact value." Earhart wouldn't let it rest. "I think he wasn't feeling good last night and didn't go out," Fling offered. "There are witnesses." Hammer glared at Fling, who had just divulged sensitive information about the case. "Well, we'll put this up at my meeting. And, by the way, I've had to move it earlier to 7 a.m. in the morning, Judy." Earhart started taking photographs of the crime scene. "The Commonwealth Club private boarding room. If you don't know where it is, they'll tell you at the door when you cash your coat." "It's a little warm for a coat," Fling said.
For the past century, Lelia Howell Earhart's alleged ancestors had been laid to rest in stately family plots and tombs, and remembered by obelisks and urns, and blessed by crosses, and guarded by Carrara marble angels of grief and a cast-iron dog, and embellished with ornamental metalwork. It was well known that her family tree included Jefferson Davis's wife, Varina Howell, although genealogists had thus far been unsuccessful in tracing Earhart's bloodline back to any geographic region even close to Mississippi, where Mrs. Davis was from. Earhart was traumatized and personally outraged. She took the vandalism personally, and couldn't help but think it was directed at her, and therefore gave her the right to find the monster who had done it and lock him up for the rest of his life. Earhart didn't need the police. What good were they, anyway? What mattered most, and got things done, was connections, and Earhart had more than the Internet. She was married to Dr. Carter Bull Earhart, a millionaire dentist and alleged descendant of Confederate General Franklin Bull Paxton. Bull Earhart was a University of Richmond alumnus. He was on the board of visitors. He had donated hundreds of thousands of dollars to U of R and rarely missed a basketball game. It had been no great matter for Lelia Earhart to call Spider's head coach, Beau Raval, and find out exactly where she might get her hands on Bobby Feely. Probably the gym, she had been told. She turned off Three Chopped Road onto Boatwright and followed it to the U of R campus. She turned into the private lot, where members of the Spiders Club parked during the games at night. She tucked her Mercedes at an angle, taking 2 spaces, far away from those less expensive cars that might hit her doors. She walked with purpose up the Robbins Center's front steps. The lobby was empty, and echoed with the memory of many games won and lost that Earhart had not enjoyed. Eventually, she had refused to attend them with her husband, nor would she subject herself to football. She simply would not watch sports on TV anymore. Bull could get his own beer and make his own microwave popcorn. He could point the remote as often as he wanted, playing God, controlling, master designing, making things happen, and she didn't care. A basketball bouncing beyond shut doors sounded lonely and determined. Earhart entered Millhauser Gym, where Bobby Feely was shooting foul shots. He was tall, as expected, with long sculpted muscles and a shaved head and a gold loop earring, like all basketball players. His skin glistened with sweat, gray T-shirt soaked in back and front, shorts baggy down to his knees, and swirling as he moved. Feely paid no attention to Earhart as he tried again and hit the rim. "Shit," he said. She said nothing as he dribbled and faked, rushed, elbows flying, turning, faking again, fast breaking, leaping and slam-dunking, hitting the rim again. "Fuck," he said. "Excuse me," Earhart announced herself. Feely slowly dribbled the ball, looking at her. "Are you Bobby Feely?" She stepped onto the gym floor in high-heeled shoes with brass butterflies. "That's not a good idea," he said. "Excuse me?" "Your shoes." "Who's not right with them?" "They aren't tennis shoes." "Yours aren't wearing tennis shoes," she said. He dribbled some more, frowning. "What do you call these?" he asked. "Basketball's shoes," she said. "Ah, a purist, okay," said Feely, an honors English student. "But you still can't walk on the floor in those shoes. So you can take them off or go somewhere else, I guess." Earhart slipped out of her shoes and drew closer to him in knee-high hose. "So what can I do for you?" Feely asked, as he pulled the ball away, elbows out and dangerous, eluding an imaginary adversary. "You're number 12, Earhart said. "Not that again," Feely exclaimed as he dribbled. "What is this, anyway? You people think I have nothing better to do?
That I would do something as sophomoric as painting graffiti in a cemetery? He dribbled between his legs and missed a jump shot. This is not just graffiti as you watch on subway trains. It's not the screech and schmucks you watch on buildings. Feely stopped dribbling and wiped sweat off his brow, trying to interpret. I think you mean scream. He tried to help her out. As in Edvard Munch's The Scream? And maybe you mean schmo? Schmuck's not a nice word, although those unfamiliar with Yiddish usually don't get it. Spray painting Mountain Rushmore. How about then? She indignantly said. Who did? Feely asked. So you can go paint your basketball uniform, number 12 included, on my ancestor. You're related to Jeff Davis? Feely ran and dunked. The ball bounced off the backboard. I'm related to Vinny, Earhart stated. As in Pooh? Varina. I thought that was a place or maybe something else we shouldn't allude to. You are vulgarly rude, Mr. Feeler. Feely, it disdains me that people from your generation respect not a thing that's gone before in the past. And the point is, it isn't gone even if it started before you in. I'm standing here as evident. Feely frowned. How about ringing me up again? I think we have a bad connection. I wouldn't, she flatly said. He cradled the ball under his arm. What did I do? We both know what you did. He dribbled into a hook shot that swished below the net. Sorry, Feely said, but I didn't do a job on Mr. Davis's statue, although I must say that it was about time somebody put him in his place. How dare can you? Feely flashed his big smile. He dribbled back and forth from one hand to the other and hit his foot. Indicted for treason but never tried. First and last president of the Confederacy. Ha! He missed another foul shot. Gotta feel sorry for him when you think about it. Inferior railroad, no navy, no powder mills or shipyard, and forget arms and equipment. A jump shot sailed over the backboard. Congress fighting like cats and dogs? Feely walked and hit his toe again. Lee surrenders without asking Davis if it's all right. He trotted after the ball. Jeff Davis finds himself in leg irons and ends up an insurance salesman in Memphis. Not truth! Earhart was incensed. Sure as hell is, ma'am. Where were you last night? She demanded to know. Right here, practicing. A last-second shot from half-court hit the stands. I didn't go to the cemetery, and have never been inside that cemetery. He trotted after the ball again and started spinning it on his middle finger. Earhart misinterpreted. Are you giving to me an obscenity gesture? The ball wobbled off. Feely tried again. He tossed it around his back and missed. Rats, he said. I find you most lacking in respect, Earhart said loudly and with emotion, and you can alibi from then on and in the end what comes and goes around. Look, Mrs. Earhart, Feely tucked the ball under his arm. I had nothing to do with the statue, but I sure do intend to go take a peek. Many people in the Richmond area had decided the same thing. Clay Kitchen had never seen such a solid line of cars without headlights on. He had never in his 27 years of faithful service observed such unbecoming behavior. People were cheerful. They had rolled windows down and were enjoying the premature spring weather. They were playing rock and roll, jazz, and rap. Kitchen and West zipped along in the truck, avoiding the flow of traffic by entering the crime scene from Lee Avenue. West looked out the window, rather amazed by the interest. When the statue came in view, She almost lost her proper police decorum. She almost said, "Fucking unbelievable." "Stop right here," she said to Kitchen. "I don't want people seeing me getting out of your truck." Kitchen completely understood. West was here in plain clothes, and would not tell him why, but he was quite a reader. He knew what was going on. Criminals often returned to the scene of the crime, especially if they were pyromaniacs, or wanted to apologize, or had forgotten to take a souvenir. Kitchen had talked to police when they patrolled the cemetery on slow days. Kitchen had heard the stories. He remembered the man who stabbed his wife almost 1,000 times and slept with her body for days, bringing her breakfast in bed, watching TV with her, talking about the good times. Of course, that wasn't really the same thing as returning to the scene, since he'd never left it, Kitchen supposed. He did know for a fact that up north a few years back, a woman ground up her husband in a wood chipper and came back several days later to burn up his pieces in the backyard. A neighbor apparently got suspicious. The crowd was pressing too close to the statue and threatened any moment to duck under or even break the crime scene tape. West got on her radio and requested backups. There was a near riot situation at the cemetery, hundreds of people. Many of them had been drinking, and probably still were. 3, Communications Officer Patty Passman came back. "Is this 1018? West checked her annoyance. People pushed against her. Passman was always questioning West's calls, and now she had the nerve to ask if the situation was urgent. "No, why don't you get around to it when you can?" West felt like saying. "After I've been stampeded." 3, 1010, at the moment. 3, what's your exact 1020? "I'm exactly at the statue," West tersely answered. "Hey, who's the chick with the radio?" some man yelled. "We got undercover cops here. FBI, CIA, yay! You want my fingerprints, baby?" The smell of alcohol was strong as bodies pressed closer, and jeering people got in West's face. Her body space wasn't there. People were jostling her, touching her, laughing. She got back on the radio, and suddenly noticed the small blue fish painted on the statue's base, just below Jefferson Davis's left Nike. A kid came up behind her and pretended to go for her gun. She lifted him off the ground by his belt and tossed him like a small bag of garbage. He laughed, running off.
This ends side 2 of Cassette 4 of Southern Cross. Please fast cross. Cassette 5.
3, 1018, West exclaimed over the air as she stared at the fish, her thoughts crashing into each other. "Any unit in the area of Hollywood Cemetery, an officer needs assistance," Passman calmly broadcast. "Step back," West shouted to the crowd. "Step back now." She was against the crime scene tape, the crowd getting frenzied and moving in. West whipped out her red pepper spray and pointed it. People paused to reflect. "What the hell's gotten into you?" West yelled. "Step back now." The crowd inched back a little, faces twitching with indecision, fists balled, sweat rolling, the air throbbing with the heat of violence about to erupt. "Someone want to tell me what this is all about?" West yelled again. A youth wearing a Tommy Hilfiger shirt and stocking cap, one relaxed pants leg rolled up, one down, spoke for the group. "Nobody wants us in here," he explained. "Maybe it gets to you, you know? And then one day, something happens and you snap." "Well, there'll be no snapping here," West sternly told all. "What's your name?" "Jerome." "Seems like these people listen to you, Jerome." "I don't know any of them, but I guess so." "I want you to help me keep them calm," West said. "Okay." Jerome turned around and faced the mob. "Chill," he shouted. "Everybody fucking back off and give this lady some fucking space." Everybody did. Now listen up. Jerome stepped into his new role and had no problem with it. The deal is, you people don't know what it's like, he told West. Tell it, a woman yelled. You think anybody wants us in here? He whipped up the crowd. Fuck no, they screamed. You think anybody wants us dropping by? Fuck no, the crowd chanted. You think you go, Hollywood? Who's gonna let you? They're gonna get you. Throw your ass in the grass, cemetery in the hood. Jerome started rapping. Never. The monument, like the mom you meant, is cold. I'm told. How many times I gotta tell it? Jerome was strutting before the crowd. What's it take to taste and smell it when you got no chance to sell it? 'Cause everything's for sale except for me and you, no matter what we do. We're the boys in the hood, ain't no fucking Hollywood. And the girls in the hood, boys and girls in the hood, ain't no fucking Hollywood. Jerome politically corrected himself. Ain't no fucking Hollywood, the crowd rapped back. Thanks, Jerome, West said. Ain't no fucking Hollywood. The crowd was out of control. Jerome, that's enough. Say it again, brothers. Jerome was spinning and kickboxing. Ain't no fucking Hollywood. Ain't no fucking Hollywood. Sirens sounded in the distance. Chapter 20. The Robin Center, where the Spiders played basketball before great crowds, was between the private lot where Earhart had tucked her Mercedes and the X lot where commoners parked, no more than 2 rows of parking spaces, or approximately 50 yards from the track where this moment Brazil was running hard for the second time this day. It was late afternoon. He had spent hours working on the Comstat computer crisis, while the media continued to kick around mean-spirited stories about fishsteria and the vandalism of Jefferson Davis's statue. Comments of low intelligence and terribly poor taste streaked through email and were passed word of mouth through offices, restaurants, bars, and health clubs, before at last finding their way to the ears of the police. Cops finally catch something? No longer let crooks off the hook? Knock, knock. Who's there? Police. Police who? Police get rid of the fish. Jeff Davis colorized. What's black and white and red all over? Jeff Davis. Brazil had been desperate for a break. He needed to clear his head and work off stress. What he did not need was to see Lelia Earhart walking out of the Robin Center, heading toward her black Mercedes parked in the Spiders Club lot. He instantly knew what she was up to, and was furious. Brazil sprinted off the track and through the gate. He got to her as she was backing up. He tapped on her window as the car continued to move. She braked, made sure her doors were locked, and the window down an inch. I'm Officer Brazil, he said, wiping his face with the hem of his tank top. I didn't recognize you, Earhart said, appraising him as if thinking about a purchase. I don't mean to be rude, Brazil said, but what were you doing in the gym? Fact finishing. Did you talk to Bobby Feely? Yes. I wish you hadn't done that, Mrs. Earhart, Brazil said. Someone had to, and I have a personal interest in this that has to do with me. Aren't you visiting outsiders from Charlotte always telling us to community police? Well, here I am. How old are you? Community policing does not include interfering with an investigation, Brazil told her. She stared at his legs. You are quite the athletic, she flirted. I have a trainer. If ever you want to work in together, the both of us, wouldn't that be nice? It's generous of you to offer. Brazil was courteous, professional, and respectful. Which gym do you work in out of?
She rolled the window down the rest of the way, caressing every part of him with eyes that had huge purchasing power. "I've got to go," Brazil said as she stared at his crotch. "How often do you hang yourself out here?" she inquired, continuing her physical examination of him. "You are very sweating. It's running all down you in little rivets, and you look very hot. You should take your shirts off and drink some Gatorades." She patted the passenger's seat. "Come, sit, Andy. Out of the heat. I have a swimmer pool at my house. We could go and jump on it. Think how good that would feeling when you are so hot." "Thank you, Mrs. Earhart." Brazil couldn't get away fast enough. "But I've got to head out." He ran off. Her window hummed up. Her tires sounded angry when she sped away. Brazil took 2 steps at a time and ran inside the Robbins Center, dashing into the gym, where Bobby Feely was working on defense and fouling imaginary Cavaliers. "Mr. Feely," Brazil said from the sidelines. Feely dribbled the ball over to him. He started laughing. "What is this? The Inquisition? Or are you just looking for the track, man?" "I'm with the Richmond Police Department, investigating the vandalism that occurred in Hollywood Cemetery last night," Brazil explained. "You always go to work dressed like that?" Feely tried another jump shot, and the ball didn't even come close. "I just happened to be out running when I saw Lilia Earhart drive off," Brazil said. "Now that's a piece of work." Feely retrieved the ball. "How long's she been on this planet?" "Look, Mr. Feely." "It's Bobby." "Bobby, do you have any idea why someone would paint a statue to look like you?" Brazil said. "Assuming you didn't do it." "I didn't do it." Feely faked passes. "And although it's very flattering to think there's a statue of me in a historic white cemetery, I don't think so." He missed a layup. "I'm a pretty sorry basketball player, and not likely to be anybody's hero." "How'd you get on the team?" Brazil had to ask as he watched Feely miss another layup. "I used to be better than this," Feely said. "I pretty much ripped up the court in high school, got recruited a million places, and decided on Richmond. So I get here, and something goes haywire. I'm telling you, man, I started worrying that maybe I had lupus, muscular dystrophy, Parkinson's." Feely sat on the basketball, resting his chin in his hand, depressed. "Doesn't help that I'm wearing Twister Gardner's jersey," Feely said despondently. "I've wondered if that's part of it. Getting psyched out, you know, because everybody looks at my number 12 and remembers him." "I'm not from here." Brazil sat beside him. "More into tennis than basketball." "Well, let me tell you," Feely said. "Twister was the best player this school's ever seen. I got no doubt he'd be playing for the Bulls right now if he hadn't got killed." "What happened?" Brazil asked, as something started stirring deep in his mind. "Car wreck. Some fucking drunk driver on the fucking wrong side of the road. Last August, right before his sophomore year." The story pained Brazil. It enraged him that an extraordinary talent could be completely annihilated in a second by someone who had decided to throw back a few more beers at the bar. "I'm just glad I got to see him play. I guess you could say he was my hero." Feely got up and stretched his limber 7-foot frame. "Pretty tough to wear your hero's jersey," Brazil commented as he got up too. Feely shrugged. "It's part of running with the big dogs." "Maybe you should get your number changed," Brazil suggested. Feely was startled. His face got hard, eyes flashing. "What did you say?" he asked. "Maybe you should retire the number. Let someone else have it," Brazil explained. Feely's eyes